So this. May I request everyone to stand in silence to offer obeisance to the God Almighty. Thank you. Please take your seats. Mary was traveling in a car in New York on a cold winter day, and she saw how the car driver had to struggle to remove the ice on the windshield that obstructed her view. She came up with a simple solution, and thus was born the car wipers, an invention you certainly cannot forget this rainy season. Yes, we are talking about Mary Anderson. She did not know how to drive a car, nor was she an engineer. But what made her special was that she identified the problem and the opportunity. She was an entrepreneur who could drive the change. Good morning once again, and welcome one and all to the one-day workshop on space and entrepreneurship conducted as part of the World Space Week Celebrations 2023 and organized by Vikram Sarabhai Space Centre, Liquid Propulsion System Centre, ISRO Inertial Systems Unit, and Indian Institute of Space Science and Technology, Trivandrum. Entrepreneurship is not new to Indians, with celebrated stalwarts like Jamshedji Tata having shown the way. Here we have gathered today to see how best we can leverage opportunities in the relatively nascent space business sector. I request Dr. Biju Prasad B., Group Head VSSC and Chairman of the Space and Entrepreneurship Committee, to welcome the August gathering. Sir.
Very good morning to all of you for this one-day workshop on space entrepreneurship. Way back in 1957, October 4th, we had the first launch of Sputnik 1 by Russia, which triggered a Cold War with Americans. And what followed was a technological war wherein Russians were winning all the way. And finally, Americans had their last laugh in 1969 when Neil Armstrong stepped on the moon. So 10 years after the first launch in 1967, the UN Outer Space Treaty was signed, which talks about the regulations of using the outer space, moon, and other celestial bodies. So these two dates, October 4th and October 10th, are very significant for the space community, and hence, to commemorate these two dates, world over, we celebrate World Space Week. So during this week-long celebrations, we'll conduct a lot of programs, outreach program, to reach the common man and make them aware that to what extent the space technology is benefiting the mankind. So every year, it's celebrated in almost 90 countries. Every year, we have one theme based on which we'll conduct many programs. And incidentally, this year, the theme is on space and entrepreneurship. And that is the background on the World Space Week. Dr. S. Unnikrishnan Nair, Director VSSC, and Director IIST, is the doyen in the field of aerospace mechanism, and he is the founder director of Human Space Flight Center, Bangalore. And in fact, he is the master brain behind this program of this one-day workshop. And it gives me great pleasure to welcome you, sir, for this program and for presiding this program. Dr. Saji Gopinath is the first Vice Chancellor of Kerala University of Digital Science, Innovation and Technology. Prior to him taking over this post, he served for 3 years as CEO of Kerala Startup Mission and also Director of IIIT-MK. It's a matter of great pride and honor to have him here for inaugurating this program. Welcome, sir. Sri Rajiv Jyoti is the Director Technical of InSpace. InSpace is Indian National Space Promotion and Authorization Center. He is the Director Technical. He served as Associate Director, Space Application Center, Ahmedabad. And in fact, I feel that we are very lucky to have him here, especially to the younger minds who is sitting here, so that we'll have an interaction session also, so you can clear all your doubts. In fact, InSpace is acting as the interfacing agency between the private sector and the government body. And as you are all aware, our government has opened up the space research to the private sector this year, and the Indian space policy also has come up. So you can clear all the doubts during that time. I thank you for coming all the way from Ahmedabad and welcome you for this program, sir. Sri G. Levin, CEO of K-Space, at present, and he was serving as a Deputy Director, VSSC. He is a well-known figure in ISRO. And I think he is the right person to interact with you in beginning startups in Kerala, because our K-Space, they have their infrastructure in the Phase 4 Technopark campus in Mangalapuram. So you can clear all your doubts during the interaction session. And he'll be delivering a very important talk on the opportunities in space startups. It's a pleasure to have you here, sir. We welcome you for this program. Sri Shuja, sir, he is the Associate Director VSSC and also Chairman of the Steering Committee for the World Space Week. He is the man behind all of us for carrying all this program as part of the World Space Week this year. Along with him, Srimati Beena also is there. She is the Deputy Director of... I welcome you, sir. And along with him, Beena is the Deputy Director of VSSC and Associate Chairman Deputy of World Space Week. I welcome you, Madam. There will be 3 exciting presentations today from 3 established startups. One from Radhakrishnan Nair. He is the Chief Operating Officer and co-founder of Smart IOPS. It's a multi-million-dollar company. In fact, I personally feel that very lucky to have his presentation today, although he's a very busy person. Yesterday, the whole day he was sending in MIT. And today, just a few hours back, he reached Atlanta and he agreed to come online and do this talk for you and at 2:30 a.m. local time in USA. So I have to thank him specifically and welcome you, although he is not attending right now. He'll join sometime back after some time. Then there are other talks by Pradeep Basu, CEO Satsure Analytics. He will be attending online from Bangalore due to his busy schedule. I welcome Pradeep Basu. Then Sri Saurabh Chatterjee, CEO Vasishta Research Limited is here in person. I welcome him for this event. I also welcome Robin. He will be giving a talk on space startup industry engagement by ISRO. I welcome Robin. And last but not the least, they are the most important dignitaries today, the students and faculty who came all the way from different parts of not only Kerala, from Bangalore, from Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. We got excellent response for the invitation for ideas on their visions on beginning a startup. From all the ideas and proposals, we shortlisted around 42. And along with them, the incubation chiefs of the respective educational institutions are also present here, so that when they go back to their education, their academic institution, they can disseminate this information to the other students of the respective colleges. So you are the most important dignitaries today. I welcome each one of you for this exciting workshop on space startups. Thank you once again.
Thank you, sir. On behalf of the organizing committee, I extend a warm welcome to Dr. Biju Prasad, who has been instrumental in organizing this one-day workshop here today. To introduce the theme of the workshop, may I welcome Sri Shuja A, Associate Director, VSSC, and Chairman Steering Committee for the week-long Space Week celebrations. He is an expert in space systems engineering and has been honored with the Space Gold Medal of ASI for his outstanding contributions to Indian Launch Vehicle Program. Sir?
Thank you, Dr. Biju Prasad, for the wonderful welcome speech. Good morning to all of you. Dr. S. Unnikrishnan Nair, Director, VSSC. Dr. Saji Gopinath, Vice Chancellor, Digital University, Kerala. Sri Rajiv Jyoti, Director in Space. Sri G. Levin, CEO, Kerala Space Park. Sri Robin, and the eminent speakers from industry, Sri Radhakrishnan Nair, Sri Pradeep Basu, Sri Saurabh Chatterjee, and my dear students and faculty in front of me, a warm good morning to all of you. So my assigned task is to introduce the theme of today's workshop. Some of the idea behind the World Space Week is already described by Mr. Dr. Biju Prasad. I will be just introducing the theme, why this workshop is introduced. This World Space Week is the largest global space festival that celebrates the contributions that space science and technology has brought to humanity. It is this time of the year that all spacefaring nations utilize to spread awareness about space activities and mainly induce the children and younger generations towards the opportunities that await them in the space sector. Towards this, a timely, relevant theme is selected each year. This year's theme is Space and Entrepreneurship. This theme is particularly significant in the Indian space context, as there has been paradigm shift happening in the Indian space industry. Incidentally, it is in this year that the Indian space policy has been introduced with a vision to encourage private players in the space industry, which has so far been entirely under the government. India is rightly following the trend in the global space domain and is opening up the space sector, encouraging private-public partnership. So how do we prepare ourselves to maximize the benefits of the new opportunity in space sector? India, as you are aware, is regarded as a young nation with more than 55% of its population in the age group 15 to 60. With the ongoing efforts to improve the employability, we will soon have a highly productive workforce. But who will create the jobs for them? Is it enough to supply the skilled workforce to multinational companies abroad? No. Instead, we need to focus on developing homegrown innovative solutions for the social and economic development of our country. There is a dire need for entrepreneurs with original ideas. The space industry is highly favorable in this context, since ISRO has already developed sound technological capabilities in all the pillars of space sector, building rockets and satellites, and developing applications for the benefit of common man. Thus, the foundation is strong, and there is a need only to build on it. With a strong shoulder to stand on, the startups can look further ahead and far, thus widening the space industry in India and making it a significant contributor to the Indian economy. In this context, as part of the World Space Week celebrations, Vikram Sarabhai Space Centre, Liquid Propulsion System Center, ISRO Inertial Systems Unit, which are the ISRO centers in Trivandrum, and the Indian Institute of Space Science and Technology are jointly organizing this one-day workshop to introduce the budding entrepreneurs to the various possibilities that exist in developing the space ecosystem in India. The sessions include invited talks by various experts from ISRO, InSpace, K-Space, and successful startups. Startup ideas were sought from students across the country, and the best ideas will be presented to the scientific and business community today. Though the duration of the workshop is only for a day, the essence and spirit of the same has to continue. With this motive, faculty members have also been invited to this program so that they may share the learning gathered from today's program back at their institution with a larger group of students and faculty members. We need to keep the ball rolling until it hits the right target. I sincerely hope that this one-day workshop seeds at least a handful of entrepreneurs in the space sector in the near future. So only one advice I have to give to you people, don't afraid of failures. When you take up any mission, there are failures are bound to happen. It will happen, but only thing is that you should learn from that failures and further grow from that. One classic example is our Chandrayaan mission itself. You know, the Chandrayaan 2, we couldn't make a soft landing in that, and we learned from that a lot, and maybe we took a little more time to resolve all the issues, and finally we could accomplish a very successful soft landing. So failures are part of these type of complex missions. Don't afraid of that, but being young people, you can afford to have failures. You have time ahead. So you can learn, even if it is a failure, it is a lesson for you. So that way, whether it is a success or a failure, both are advantages to you only. So I wish you all the success in the future. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for the clear directions on the need and the vision of the event, and also for the key advice. Director VSSC, Dr. Unnikrishnan Nair sir, is an expert technologist and leader who has been playing cardinal role in accomplishing challenging and unique missions of ISRO. He is the founding director of the Human Spaceflight Centre. He has been honored with various prestigious medals, the recent one being National Systems Gold Medal from System Society of India in 2022. He is a published author of both technical and scientific articles. I request you to deliver the presidential address.
I was telling we can save time. Good morning. Dr. Saji Gobinath, Vice Chancellor of Digital University. I was telling the vibrant Vice Chancellor because he is making an impact as Vice Chancellor of Digital University. That is why we also entered into an MOU with Digital University. And Dr. Rajiv Jodhi, he is from ISRO, but now he is the face of InSpace as Director Technical TD InSpace. Shri Shuja, he has proved how silently the event can be managed without making any noise. He has been doing very silently with Beena and other team members. Dr. Biju Prasad is the architect of this particular important event. And we have Sri Levin. He is also trying his level best how Kerala government also can become part of this race for space. And all dreamers of space, representatives of startups, ISRO, IISU, LPSC, and IIST faculty as well as students. Very good morning. So we need to keep the time of such formal meeting less so that the rest of it, that is the real talk and interaction, will give more, it will be more beneficial for you. So I am standing here and speaking to the makers of Indian space program. We have been discussing the other day at Bangalore what should be the vision of Indian space by 2047. That is when we complete 100 years of Indian independence. So there is a clear roadmap, and it is going to be done by all of us sitting here, probably more. Those many, I'm sure all of the startups as well as the NGs are not here, but a representation is here. We also know the space is going to celebrate the platinum jubilee of the first launch, that is Sputnik. And we are entering into the Diamond Jubilee. 63, we had the first Nike Apache launch from Tumba. And 2023 November, we are going to complete 60 years. So that is something, space is something which we have not missed because we also started working right from the beginning. That is why we could make changes now. And we also know that time the space mostly driven by Cold War. Who should be first between the then Soviet Union and the USA. But when we look at 21st century, it is not about who is doing first. It is not done by government alone, world over. It's not alone in India. It's a global situation and not triggered by ideologies like capitalism versus say communism or something like that. But it is looking at, apart from the R&D as well as knowing the unknown, of course that part is there. But seriously, the return from space in terms of making money or in terms of bringing resources from other planets and using it here, or even migrating to other planets and having colonies there due to multiple reasons. And we also see that with the involvement of more and more non-governmental entities into this program, we see the massive use of disruptive technologies and innovation. That is what it makes all the difference. If you see the SpaceX is last 20 years, they have been making great progress. In fact, the progress, the slope of the curve is so sharp. It's not that they were just echoing or using the technologies of NASA. They were bringing in disruptive technologies that thereby making a difference. So that is probably the startups here also, I am sure. We will also see what are the other domains like we see the domains like artificial intelligence, machine learning, so many things, quantum technologies, IoT, blockchain, so many things are getting integrated, and then together with the space, we are making a difference. So it becomes more and more multidisciplinary in nature, and it is not that it's important for common man, but it is strategically also is very important. We know that those who have supremacy over space, they win the war now. And it is important that we protect our assets. There also we need very innovative solutions in terms of how to make the systems immune to all sorts of aggression from other. So that is a time frame when the government also here decided that there is huge potential in space sector and that we should harness it by inviting all of you, all other partners to this. But obviously, when such programs are announced, you know the Newton's, the law of everybody has a tendency to continue the state of rest and uniform motion. So in ISRO also, we felt something is going to happen. So that resistance was there for change. So unless it is compelled or imparted by a force, the change will not happen, and the change has happened, and we see the difference. We know even in spite of the COVID situation, last 2-3 years, how many startups are there? Probably you don't know what is the future of all of them, but they are all very enthusiastic. Many of them are making inroads into different domains, like making engines, semi-cryo engines, launching satellites, and making sounding rockets with semi-cryo engines. And we could see hundreds and hundreds of youngsters who speak space technology. It's very interesting that we go and talk to them. They all speak because they have wetted their hands. They know what they are doing. So it's very interesting that we have now such system coming up in the society, and that will definitely add more and more to the space activities what we do now. But at the same time, we also know that when we are working on such system, in fact, Shuja was talking about failures. Definitely, there are startups areas where the risk is more. Like if you talk launch vehicle, it's an unforgiving area. If you make a mistake, it is going to be failure. We know Elon Musk, how many failures he had. Even he has lost vehicles, he has lost launch pad. But that is where we need to harness the experience of 60 years of ISRO. You know the famous saying, when you stand on the shoulders of giant, you see farther. So you harness, make use of the experience. You should ensure that the failures that ISRO has gone through should never repeat. And we never make failures. We say all failures are unique. We never repeat the failure because all of us will be guarded. All of us will take enough precautions to see that such failures are not happening. So failure is very risky in terms of putting your schedule back and losing the morale. And then also, of course, you lose, the race also you lose. And at the same time, we work in an environment where everything is, just granted. Government, we say it's a very secure job, but you are working in a domain. Things are not that secure, but then that risk is there. If you are given a very free and fair atmosphere, you can do a lot of R&D. You don't have to worry about your other things like your profile or your salary and what is next for you. But then that is also important. I have seen, in fact, when I was interacting with one of the startups, he was asking me a real problem. He asked me what is the type of organizational structure in ISRO. Because his problem is he has more than 100 youngsters. All of them are in the same age group. And they are all working. Their initial enthusiasm is fine, but then finally there is a profile for each. How do you see that my human resources, they are all put in such a way that they are all happy and they work together and they add to the profit or the progress of the company. So it's also important that institutions like ISRO has a management structure that is evolved over a period of time that suits for the environment. But you also will, I'm sure you will also have similar management experience, and then you will have such systems in place. And it is also important that safety we should give importance. Attach a lot of importance to safety. There are safety officers in each entity. There is a centralized safety system. So because you are startups, usually they are in their 20s, that initial adventurism should not dilute the concept of safety. You may think safety and quality are not, even we also, when we were designing, we thought this safety and the system reliability people, they are nuisance because they ask so many questions. They want what we are going to do, how we are going to test. But then essentially they are all basically the very strong pillars that gives you a lot of help to see that you are achieving your goals. And also it is a challenge for you to get skilled people. You get fresh people from colleges, but then skill set is important and retaining the skill set is very important. So there are many challenges, but at the same time, I am sure all of these challenges will overcome by your innovative management skill and also the need for doing business in space sector. There are many requirements. If you ask me, the inflatable is something which is something which we need for future. We are even thinking of making inflatable segments for space station, inflatable habitats which can be folded and taken to other planets. We can always have inflatables as a system which can even find multiple applications, even for defense persons or even for distress, sudden management of people who are displaced. So this is one area where probably they can work with the global companies are there. They are ready to come to India and work. And then even for Gaganyaan, we need many simulators. That is, crew has to do simulations. There are software simulators, there are hardware simulators. We need, but unfortunately, we don't see many people working on such simulators. And there are many such areas. I think this one-day workshop, definitely the past part of World Space Week, it's actually the global theme is more appropriate to Indian context because we right now, the 2 to 3 years, we have been experimenting with this opening up and then getting more and more NGEs into the fold. So this space and entrepreneurship theme is more appropriate for the Indian context. So a special congratulations to the team, the organizing team, especially led by Sri Shuja, to have all of you here. I am sure this gathering will be beneficial from the talk and more from the personal rapport that you create by talking to each other. So I wish you all the very best and have a nice stay in Trivandrum. Good luck and thank you.
Thank you, sir, for enlightening us on the potential applications in the space area in the future, and also giving us the ideals of build fast, fail fast, and repeat and succeed, along with stressing on the importance of safety. We are delighted to have Dr. Saji Gopinath, founding Vice Chancellor of Kerala University of Digital Sciences, with us today as our chief guest. He is also serving as the Vice Chancellor of APJ Abdul Kalam Technology University. Sri Saji Gopinath has headed the Kerala Startup Mission as its CEO when it was ranked as top performer ecosystem in the country by Government of India consecutively for 3 years, and was also recognized as world's #1 public business accelerator by the World Incubation Summit in 2019. He has also served as director of IIT MK, Tapmi Manipal, and founding dean of Bennett University, instituted by Times of India. He is a recipient of several awards, the latest being the National E-Governance Award in 2023. He also serves as the core committee member, Kerala Knowledge Economy Mission, and played a seminal role in crafting the Kerala Knowledge Economy Strategic Plan during 2021. He is also associated with innovative projects which have emerged as national models for sustainable and inclusive development. May I request Dr. Saji Gopinath to kindly light the lamp and inaugurate the event. I request other dignitaries also to please follow to the lighting of the lamp. Thank you. May I now request Professor Dr. Saji Gopinath to kindly deliver the inaugural address. Sir.
Good morning. Honorable Director of VSSC, Dr. S. Unnikrishan Nair, Sri Rajiv Jyoti, Director in Space, Sri Shuja, Associate Director, VSSC, Sri Dr. Biji Prasad, Chairman, Space Entrepreneurship, my colleague in the government, Levin sir, other dignitaries, and the startups, faculty members from various colleges who are mentoring the various space startups, and potential entrepreneurs. At the outset, let me thank the organizers for inviting me to this very important workshop on space startups as organized as part of the World Space Week. Personally for me, this is a very interesting moment because rather than the introduction given to me about me, I believe that I should be introduced as one of the most successful space startup investor. Because when I was in the startup mission quite a few years back, in 2018, we actually looked at space as a very potential area for investment. And some of you may be knowing that in India, it's very difficult to get investment in areas which conventionally are not sort of exponential growth. And space was never looked at as an exponential growth. You may get investment for a hotel app company, but you may not get investment for a space company. I'm not speaking today, I'm speaking about 4 or 5 years back. But then we actually started looking at, we found that like what Sri Unnikrishna sir said, we have such a great ecosystem here of ISRO, IIST, lot of scientists from ISRO, even after their retirement, help mentoring startups in the deep tech space. So when we looked at that and we found that there is a startup who has been incubated at IIT Madras, and we made, I believe, perhaps the first investment in that particular startup. And I believe that that point of time, this is 4 years back, is around $3 million. Today, that startup is valued at $180 million. So the investment which Kerala government has made in that startup, of course, as a part of that, we asked them also to come and register in Kerala, which they did. And that is a startup which created the first private launch space in India, which is actually is at the last stages of having their own launch vehicle for small satellites. So what I mean to say is that there is, if someone says that startup in space is not going to give you return, you can, here is a living proof that we have shown that if you can actually look at right organizations and right talent. And the reason why we invested at that startup at that point of time were many reasons. A, we were looking at the space growth, and we found that it is truly exponential. I think in number of satellites which has gone into space till 2018, and the number of satellites which has gone only in 2018 was more than that. And after that, every year, the numbers are actually going in an exponential manner. The second thing, as I said, these are not low-end tech, these are high-tech, and these are mentored by people who have got years of experience. These are startups which actually can get access to facilities and the support of people. So naturally, they are definitely going to succeed as such. And this workshop actually will throw up much more opportunities like this. Now, if you look at, there are newer opportunities coming in the private space ecosystem across the world. In fact, one of the reasons why this year's World Space Week theme has been space and entrepreneurship itself is because of that. We know that across the world, after the success of SpaceX and many other things, private entrepreneurship in the space is actually going into a very large level as such. It's not new, even it was happening earlier because component manufacturing, etc., was always happening through private sector in different part of the world. And like the chairman mentioned, today, when the Indian space policy has come, we have organizations like InSpace who are supporting it. You are actually going into a leapfrogging into the private entrepreneurship space in the space tech itself. I think that is a context in which we need to start looking at how do we develop it into the next level. Now, if you look at any entrepreneurship, and when you compare with startups, there is some difference because people used to ask this question that is every entrepreneurship is a startup. So I generally define entrepreneurship in 4 different levels. You have, if you look at any organizations which actually create value, which create wealth, they can be divided into 4 levels. One, they just adopt. So you see a lot of shops and other things who primarily adopt with somebody else is doing. And most of the things which we see around are like that. So when you think about a restaurant, it is an adoption of another restaurant. When you think about a product which is making, it's an adoption of another thing. Think about some of the products around us, like a chair or a water bottle. All these things are adoption of something else. And large number of SMEs are in that space. Then comes the adaption, where you actually take somebody else's product, but you may modify it. You may make quite a bit of modification to suit your requirement, but you will add some frills to that. But then there are 2 other elements which are becoming very important. That is innovation and invention. The innovation is primarily where you started solving something which conventionally the solution which was not solved. And in that process, you suddenly explore new blue oceans of opportunities per se. And that innovations makes something which was extremely costly becoming very affordable. And ISRO is a harbinger of innovations in the country. As we know that across the world, the lowest cost missions are actually happening through ISRO. That's primarily because the type of innovations which has happened within the ISRO's ecosystem as such. And then when you are thinking about a space which is still unexplored, quite a bit of new inventions also have to happen. That's what happened in many of our universities and many of our colleges. You may have to identify new materials, you may have to identify new methodologies, so that inventions also happen. All these four have got entrepreneurship potential. When you think about startups, we are speaking about the last two, the innovation and invention. The reason is, these are the ones which are going to unlock a large potential in front of us. It is going to give you a large level of growth. But obviously, like the earlier speaker spoke, there is a failure also. There is a chance of failure also, because this is not somebody else has done, I'm adopting it, I'm completely doing something very new as such. But in an area which is growing in a very fast manner, and when you have such a large talent which is to support you, you can actually take that bold step as such. So the startups per se by definition is the one who create this sort of exponential wealth, which actually leverages on technology and which creates, if it is successful, create the wealth and opportunities per se. And to make a startup succeed, 3-4 elements are very important. The first and foremost element which is important for any startup is that there should be a talent to do that. You cannot do rocket science with low-end knowledge per se. It's not like running a small shop or something like that. It is basically you are really doing rocket science. So the first and foremost thing is you should actually have your basic knowledge. If you don't have it, you can actually get it in your ecosystem. That knowledge is very important, because we are dealing with high-end science, high-end technologies, etc. But along with that, you also require the networks. You also require a market. You also require a customer who will validate your solutions. In fact, in our country, the ISRO's various divisions actually position as customers. They position themselves as the validation of your products. They actually ensure that your product is actually something which can really meet the type of stringent demands the industry meets. This is an area where many of our other type of startups fail, because they may be technologically good, but when they reach actually the market, they fail. And by interacting with the ISRO engineers and the ISRO ecosystem, we can ensure that that type of a mistake doesn't happen in the startup ecosystem per se. So that the customer and the market is very important. And also, many of the things which you develop for a space ecosystem also have applications in other spaces. Aerospace is one area, an obvious area, but you also have some other reasons. Say, for example, here Trust Park, Sri Koshi Vaidyan is here. Trust Park is actually looking at some of the technologies which ISRO has developed into a completely different domain, like energy management domain. So that sort of a spin-off benefits are also there in many of the technologies which you develop. The other element which makes a startup succeed, especially an inventive startup succeed, is the reputation. Here, I can personally recollect that in 2018, we did a roadshow in a place called Toulouse. Some of you may be knowing where is Toulouse. Toulouse is a place where the Airbus is manufactured, where the World Air Show happens every year. So we made a sort of a roadshow about Kerala's space ecosystem over there. And to our surprise, we don't have to sell Kerala. We don't have to sell Trivandrum. Everybody who comes into Toulouse knows about it. That is the repute ISRO has built in the world. I'm sure that if you go to any other market, any other area and start speaking about a state or we need to do a little bit of a marketing, but that's not needed. Everybody knows what is the talent available, what is the type of ecosystem we are doing, what is the type of work we are doing, and things like that. And the moment we at that time when the space park, which Dr. Levin sir will speak more detail, is actually being sort of that idea has actually been mooted. So there are startups from across the world said that if you are going to start a space park in Trivandrum, we will be the first one to come, because we know that we can actually touch base with the ISRO ecosystem as such, and then we can actually develop it, and we know that the type of capabilities we have. So what I mean to say is that the repute, which is not there in many other sectors, the amount of global repute which we have in the space ecosystem in the world is phenomenal. And that is a big asset, which is all sort of a great competitive asset as such. The third level is about the talent. Now there are two key talents which are available. Other than the talent which is available in KTU and other universities, you have the only space technology institution in the country is from Trivandrum. That is IIST. So there is a lot of new young engineers coming out. In fact, the SATSURE Mr. Pradeep, who is going to come and speak, is actually from an alumni of IIST. So IIST has created very interesting startups from their portals as such. But in addition to that, there are ISRO engineers who, after their retirement, also is available. And the type of talent which is available in the space, in all the various elements of space is also phenomenal. This makes this ecosystem very, very unique, which I don't think any other ecosystem in the state or in the country can actually boast of. So many number of concentration of talent which is available, both young and also the mature talent, plus the research institutions which are available. The fourth element which is required is the networking, because we really require to network with the other thing. Here again, the ISRO's global repute help you to network with other part of the world. As we said, a lot of people are actually looking to India as a market which is growing in an exponential manner. Global market is growing, Indian market is also growing. We know that today the space economy is close to around $500 billion, and in Indian economy is expected to reach in another 3-4 years around $50 billion. Whenever I hear this 50 billion, I think about the same number we used to speak about IT industry in 2000s and all. And now we know how IT industry has grown. The same is going to happen in the context of space economy also. The fifth element, which is also equally important, is an ecosystem. Now here, the ecosystem requires is, one, of course, you have a ISRO ecosystem which is available. But in addition to that, the Kerala government also is providing an ecosystem to support the startups. Because as I said, innovation and invention startups, there is a chance of failure. Now, conventionally, entrepreneurship people used to avoid because they believe that if I fail, I have a huge loss. Today, you have zero loss when you fail, because all you are going to lose is your time. And the time you spend on entrepreneurship is never a loss. It actually gains you much, much more. Everything else will be taken care of by the ecosystem. The Kerala Startup Mission actually provides you initial support up to 40,000 USD at different levels. It starts with 3 lakh at the first level, then up to 15 lakhs, then there's a research grant of 30 lakhs. We can also bring in, if you are looking at solutions which are relevant to the society, we can bring in CSR funds. We can bring, as I said, we have invested through fund of fund a large amount which is available for space startups which are having a potential for growth. So there is a resource ecosystem, as far as financial resource ecosystem is already available. But it's not only a financial ecosystem which is required. You also require manufacturing ecosystem, right? You also require testing ecosystem. You also require maybe prototyping ecosystem. Again, the state has got one of the best Fab Lab ecosystem in the country. State has got one of the best the early prototyping ecosystem in the country. We have both between Space Park, between the Digital Science Park, Maker Village and Startup Mission, we have almost all the major softwares available for designing, which are free for you who wanted to make high-end simulations per se. We are actually putting up high-end AI servers, the GPU servers, which can be accessed by people who to run large amount of simulations. And when you go into the next level of physical testing and simulations, I'm sure that which will be discussed in this today, where ISRO may open some of their facilities depending upon the type of quality of the product which you make. So there is an ecosystem available, there is a support ecosystem. Now the question is that, are we ready to gem that space? Are you ready to take that leap forward? When an industry is growing in an exponential manner, when it is going on a very, very fast pace, it's time that we should actually bet on that. We boast that India is the third largest ecosystem in the country, in the world, as far as startup is concerned. But what we need to improve is on the impact startups. We wanted to improve on the deep tech startups, and space tech startups definitely is one of the key elements as such. I'm sure that today's workshop is going to give you a lot of insight on that. You will hear from the people who have driven this economy to a large level from their personal experiences, the type of support systems which you are providing, the type of guidance which is being available for you. And with all these things, we hope we will see a large number of very successful startups in the space ecosystem in the days to come. Let me wish all of you a very best, and let me formally declare this workshop on space startups open. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for identifying and believing the potential in space, and also giving confidence to the young budding and entrepreneurs here to delve into the space sector and stressing the need for innovation over just adaptation. Thank you once again, sir. On behalf of the organizing committee, now we go on to the release of the compendium. Next event is the release of the compendium, which is actually a collection of all the selected student proposals, which we'll be having selected 10 numbers will be presenting it in today's workshop, while all the other selected proposals have been collected as a compendium. May I request Director VSSC to kindly release the compendium of the workshop and hand over to the dignitaries at the dais. Thank you, sir. On behalf of the organizing committee, may I now request Director VSSC to kindly hand over memento to Dr. Saji Gopinath, sir, Vice Chancellor DUK, in appreciation to his honorable presence and association with this workshop. Thank you, sir. With this, we come to the close of the inaugural function. We now have a lineup of talks from experts in the area of entrepreneurship who would enlighten the curious audience on the do's and don'ts in launching and developing successful startups. Before we move on to the next talk, may I request Dr. Biju Prasad to kindly escort the dignitaries to the rows in the front of the dais. Next, we have the talk by Sri Rajiv Jyoti, who is the Director, Technical in Space, Department of Space, Ahmedabad. As a distinguished scientist of ISRO, he was working as the Associate Director of Space Application Center, Ahmedabad. During his 36 years of illustrious engineering and research career at SAC, Ahmedabad, he designed and developed several indigenous microwave payload technologies and state-of-the-art space antenna systems for various ISRO communication, navigation, and Earth observation satellites. Okay. So we can now listen to the talk. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Sangeeta. It's my privilege to be part of your today's program. And I'll say at the outset, let me greet you all with because of this, today's session of World Space Week was opened by the very active member, that vibrant, as told by Director VSSC, vibrant Vice Chancellor. So today I'm going to talk, I've been given the opportunity, I've been asked to talk on space policy and what future holds. So I think I'll try to capture most of the events, what happened over the last 3 years. But before I go to the next, before I go to the actual space policy, if we see the journey of ISRO, at that time the policy makers in India at the 60s were very clear that country's space program has to be there for a civilian application, not for exploring planets and exploring the space. And at that time, for the national development or for our nation building, this leapfrog event happened, and then in the 60s itself, the formative stage was there. Before that, space science was considered as one of the most important ingredient of a science, and physical research laboratory at Ahmedabad was the cradle of science at that point of time. And then the initial experimental stage came where ISRO, not even ISRO, the first which was formed was the INCOSPAR, and that was a committee on space and research. And that hired the satellite, that they had a interaction with the NASA, and then we had the satellite, and we connected 2 lakhs villages, 2 lakh villagers in the country. And that was a very good example of application of a satellite. So the technology was demonstrated, and then we have a lot of last 60 years national development. And then another leapfrog event happened, which was talking about the mission for Mars, mission for Chandrayaan. Then we had a Chandrayaan 2 and Chandrayaan 3 lander. So these were all result of the technology which was developed. And over the years, if you see even the first satellite communication, which was the SYNCOM 3, which was used at that time by the Americans to live the telecast of the Tokyo, I think Olympics was live telecast in America. During those days, that time our ISRO was formed in 60s and 70s. And we have come to a point today where we are talking about we call space 4. Even globally, we are talking about the entrepreneurship has to be improved. Entrepreneurship in space activity has to be improved. And that is very visible from this particular study which has come from the various people have put the data on the made the study that how the global government, global spending is there in the space. So we are seeing that in India, our government organization like ISRO has spent only 2% of the global space economy today, and but still it is on called the spacefaring nation. So that's a very good pride for us. But then when we talk about number of companies who are how many are involved, in spite of being space sector, we are in a spacefaring nation. In spite of that, space sector is still predominantly built by only government, not by a private company or private agency, and that is called as still partners. Most of them are in partners, and then we call it most of them as a vendor or supplier to the ISRO ecosystem, which have been developed along with ISRO over the last 60 years. So, but what has happened in the last 3 years, as I was hearing, that really the momentum has gained, and why it has happened. If you see in the COVID period, and as I was listening earlier, the investor confidence has gone up in the Indian startups, and that is the private companies who are venturing into space. They have gone up. This is which is the data which we have collected through our InSpace. We found that over the years, when we are talking about 2012 was the first company startup came, that was everybody knows about Dhruva. And then later on, now if you see number of companies or number of, and then these I have given the details which are the companies which are working in various areas. Now, subsequent to the reforms, which is basically what happened, that government wanted to ensure that we create a conducive environment, and wherein the space trade and commerce and in India and global market should be enhanced. And the global, so the government, what they did, they unleashed the space reforms, and then the space policy came. The first reforms came. Reform means to ensure that more enhanced participation of the non-government entities, and also to provide a level playing fields, which is because the space is a very area where everybody knows the risk is too high. So that's why in 2019 the Inertial was formed, and then the 2020 the InSpace was formed, And then the geospatial policy came and Indian space policy, which I'm going to talk about in 223. And then I will also talk about what InSpace is doing. And later I will tell what is the future, how it holds, what we anticipate, we as a vision, what InSpace has. And now FDA policy is also on anvil. Already the policy which is being designed by Department of Space along with the InSpace has already gone to the cabinet, and it will be a question of only it has gone to a final destination. Now government has to put in place. And what InSpace policy in nutshell, if I say that no restrictions for non-government entities for pursuing any of the activity, whether it's a building a launch vehicle, rocket or satellites. Earlier they were all doing partnering with ISRO. Now they can venture themselves into this. And the same thing was done by the during the US. If you see, they call it Space 4.0. In 1985 they did the same thing, that they allowed the launch vehicles to be produced by the private companies. So here also there are many activities, and then it also space policy talks about the TOTs, it also talks about the role of ISRO, role of InSpace, a role of NSIL. NSIL is as everybody knows, is a commercial arm of the Department of Space. Any commercial product which are being built by ISRO for commercialization of the launch vehicles, for the commercialization of the any of their activities, it has to be done by NCIL. And InSpace has to regulate. It's basically a regulator. As the name states, it's a promotion and authorization center. So it's the first time it happened. The promotion and authorization normally are two different corners of the same place. Authorization has to be done, but along with that, promotion also has to be done. So to ensure that the space economy, by participation of the industry, is more. So the emerging opportunities, as my previous speaker told, that there are many. Manufacturing can happen in small satellites. There's a trend. The satellites and numbers are increasing. That's what we are also seeing, the number of companies who are startups who are coming into the business of satellite. Then apart from launch vehicles, we also talk about ground station as a service. No need to have your own ground station. You can also give your service ground station as a network to the others, and you can use the other ground stations. Then an application. This is a major chunk where for the sustainable development, for monitoring, for making better efficiency, for e-governance. This application is a major area where people, the lot of thrust has to happen, and it takes away the 60% of the economy which we talk about today. Now, FDI policy, which is, I won't give the number, but I can tell that the investments across spectrum, whether it's a manufacturing and operation or for data products and for all, some are going to be automatic route of 100% FDI is going to be there, and somewhere it will be 74, somewhere it will be 49. So those type 3 different category which are going to come is still envisaged to be available in the coming months. Now, one more impact has happened, because whenever the state government was doing it, when the ISRO was doing launch, any liability, because India has signed a outer space treaty, and the liability conventions say the launching state is absolutely liable for damage occur on the earth, whether it is in air or resort or for any natural damage it occurs. So that now liability till 2020, after the policy, now it has to be owned by a private company also, because now he is going to own the satellite launch vehicle. All the space object which goes in the orbit, the liability has to be owned by that. So that also InSpace is right now working on that, and we are going to bring a paper on this, how it will be, because we cannot load the whole thing to the startups and the private companies. So there are many models are there, that maximum probable loss, how it can be calculated by the other by other governments. So for their non-government entities, we are understanding that. So we have formed a methodology. So still it is in a stage where it has to come into a shape. Now comes through the stronger system. As just now you heard, you need to have a market. You need to have a global market. You need to have your own economy share in the global space economy, your own local market. So for that to happen, what in space we found is that we need to have that can happen only if there is self-reliance in the key technologies. Otherwise, if as the previous speakers explained, the entrepreneurship has to be either adopt or adapt. So if it is a reinvention of the wheel, should not be done because ISRO has already made the technology, so they can be transferred to the startups, and the technologies which can be even upgraded or maybe value addition can be done, that also can be taken up for localization, so that cost and the value, both cost, economics and the value addition can be done. So for that to identify the opportunity, InSpace is bringing out a document on how where are the opportunities, either to national market, also into the international area, which countries needs what type of technology, and what technologies are available in the other region. And so then we also are talking about the accelerating this startup and growth, so which I'll talk later, wherein both ISRO InSpace is going to bring a mechanism where how to accelerate the total growth by connecting them with the manufacturing hubs. Now what InSpace is? So what InSpace? InSpace is a promoter, as I said earlier, enabler, an authorizer and supervisor. So when we talk about promoter, so we are bringing a space strategy for the next 10 years. We, as Director VSSC was mentioning, there was a Chintan Shivar where we talk about what ISRO has to do over the next 2047. Though InSpace also had a lot of interaction with the industry, what area to be focused in the next 10 years by involving some 122 industries. And then we also talk about industry outreach and all that, and international outreach that comes into that, an enabler, and then authorizer, authorization of all the space activities in the region, and then supervising that where are the private companies, wherever the expertise is required, whether in terms of mentoring, in terms of facilitating knowledge through as the retired scientists which are available. We have made a complete comprehensive information about that from the DOS, and they are all available as an experts for getting this. Now next is, so what we have done over the years is that first thing we did is we have a digital platform. So everything is transparent. Once you are any registered company or any academic institute get registered, then all ISRO, based on their request, what they want, so ISRO facilities with the standard tests, no MOUs, come and start using. As I feel that this is a golden time when everybody is looking and trying to give you a platter where you should only have your ideas and design capability and manufacture and making a prototyping and get it tested in these facilities which are open for any non-government entity through InSpace. And any new facility if is to be created which is not available in ISRO, something which is new idea has come and which DOS feels or InSpace thinks that this is expertise is worthwhile. So ISRO also can give expertise on developing that facility, as of course on a chargeable basis. But of course this is available. So we also brought the 30 to 50% price support, because being a government of India, ISRO cannot give any subsidy, any discount. So InSpace has brought that 30 to 50% based on the startup, MSME and the big industry. Now technology transfer is again, as you see here, a lot of applications is a thrust area. More number have out of 46. 24 are coming, and now we are also talking every month we are giving something like 5 to 6 technologies to the Indian industry. There is a portal we are going to create where all technologies of ISRO are going to be made available, and that technology will be, whether it's a spin-off or it is going to be for the technology. Then also the SSLV is I think in India, this is globally, if you see, nobody has given the TOT of one of the launch vehicle to their non-government entities. So this is the one initiative which InSpace has taken along with ISRO. And then second launch pad which is coming up, because we are seeing that if multiple 3-4 players are there from the non-government entities who are going to launch their own launch vehicle, privately built. So this launch pad also we are discussing with ISRO. So whether this whole thing can be all the requirement of all the launch, the new companies can come and launch their vehicle, whether it's whether it's our own SSLV also, which is going to be. Then one more thing which I am going to talk about other is that we are also disseminating the space standards, which is also make them a global competitive and also to make it more reliable system. So recently, I think last 15 days back, we have released a catalog of 15 standards and 24 more are going to come. So this these standards are going to be released not by InSpace. We are only acting as a catalyst. InSpace is not having a wealth in terms of owning or developing the standards. That wealth is with ISRO. But BIS is the Bureau of Indian Standard, where all the custodian of all standards. So that we are working with them. One good news is that now they have formed a new one more vertical in there. They didn't have any space standard. The panel was not there existing, and which is exclusively for there. It was the only one common panel was there. So that has already gone formed. And then policy and guidelines are also, because once policy came, which is a framework, what are the guidelines which has to come from the safety line or for using the DOS facilities and all that. Then another one important area which I just want to give a thrust is that on the Earth observation satellites, there's another area which needs a lot of push. Then we are trying to give lot of the companies, foreign companies are trying to, because this is a nascent area where space communication, so they are trying to bring their satellites into this Indian region. So we are trying to discuss with them what is the merit, what is whether frequency allocation, and what are the issues with the what happens with the Indian satellite providers, and also to the ISRO. So we are in discussion, and we have formed one interministerial committee for getting their clearances at single interface through InSpace. And this is as you see, the one which I was talking about, what is the future now. Now these are all ISRO facilities are available, ISRO technologies are available, Bureau of Indian Standard, which I talked about. Now the facilities like like manufacturing tech park or so there we are seeing that to create a space acceleration centers in the country, where we talk about not only the facilities, we also talk about because a lot of requirement will be there on the funding, on the legal, as well as on the skill development, on mentoring, and then outreach to the industry. So this is another area where how to market their product. So we have taken a modest beginning. The design center, as I was really impressed the way you were saying that all your softwares are available. So here again, all softwares are available now in Ahmedabad. This is the lab which is created, wherein nearly 46 companies are already come, and they are using this, wherein from the avionics to mechanical to the electronics or your mission planning, all softwares are at one place. I can tell you, this is really luxury. In my whole career of 35 years, I have never seen one lab where all the softwares are there. So this is, everybody has to ask the software, and then here all the bundle of, and they are all available with the high HPC computers, and this is, you have to only bring your ideas and create a product after doing a good simulation. And the mentoring is also available, not only at Ahmedabad, but at other places also. So this is what Acceleration Center is going to talk about it. We also have it as a MOU with the Fund with NIF, and they are going to be one of our ecosystem in terms of funding. Then in terms of so one more important point, as I think that's why I was saying you have touched almost all the points, which are the manufacturing. Manufacturing is most important when we talk about the startup, because economy will come from the manufacturing. For startups will bring the new innovation and the abrupt technology changes, or you can say they will be the technology changer. So what we are not thinking is, we are working on is the startups, entrepreneurs through our acceleration center. Once they, whether it's a traditional industry or the startups, once they get into the acceleration center, they had to connect it to the industry. So manufacturing hubs has to be there in the country, wherein the common capital intensive facilities are already should be invested by the government, so, with the PPP model. And plug and play space manufacturing hub, even if the various state governments we are discussing with them, so that they become a global space industry. And apart from this, the seed funding scheme we already have announced, and this is this year we are in one of the agriculture sector, we are already giving this is something like a 20 crores we have kept for 1 year, and for each company is going to get not more than 1 crore. Based on the based on the high power committee which evaluates all the eligibility and the innovation. And then skill development, also we are talking to a skilling ministry so that how to enhance the skill of the required manpower. And then we, as I said, the decadal vision and strategy for the Indian space sector is another area which we are addressing, and there we had a decadal vision and strategy. We made a plan. We hired a PwC, and they have given us, and we are going to talk about more how to, today what we talk about 2% when I made a first slide, how to make it to 8 to 10%. When we are talking about the whole global economy is going to be 1 trillion. So how to ensure that should happen over the years, what all things we are doing. So unless until one is the whole nation approach, another is the whole world economy approach, or we have to ensure that India becomes a digital best global data provider because of the IT companies that are sitting here, they can process the data and they can use this digital data services, and also the infrastructure and private industry which are there, which can be, and we have a lot of interaction with the foreign, for attracting the foreign investment and for going for a joint ventures. And then for making a sustainable space operation, we need to have investment and funding, of course, for once the manufacturing starts. So, and this is my last slide, which talks about how many proposals we have already received, and these are the various category which we have seen that over the years it has come. Over the only 1 year, we have only 1 year, last June 2022, this space was formed, and these are the growing Indian space industry landscape which we are seeing with the bigger industry and the startups, and these are the very global companies which are coming up to and interacting with us. And sky is not the limit. These are the few things which I just took it from the, which one of the things, $1 trillion dream, which has come in a Euro magazine, that India could become the launch pad for global satellite outbidding the US and Europe rivals. So I think the time is very appropriate, and the only innovative and some enthusiasm, and to take the fruit of this, one has to make a modest beginning. Everything is in place, and this is really a golden time for everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I think we can reserve the questions for the interactive session. Sir will be joining us for the interactive session. This was indeed a much awaited talk of the day, and rightly so. Sir has actually touched upon the various hand-holding activities that InSpace is doing for the young startups, and including the efforts taken to lighten the burden on the shoulders of the startups under the liability convention. May I request Shuja sir to kindly hand over a memento to Sri Rajiv Jyoti sir. Thank you, sir. Now we have a tea break for the next 15 minutes. So the earlier we can come back, we can start with the next session. So it's up to you to optimally utilize the time. Thank you.
check.
Request all the delegates to kindly occupy the seats so that we can start the next session without much delay. Request all the delegates to please occupy the seats so that we can start the next session without much delay. Requesting all the delegates to please occupy the seats. We have exciting sessions coming up. Request all the delegates to please occupy the seats. Next we have the talk by the CEO of Kerala Space Park, Sri G. Levin. Please join back the audience. Next we have the talk by Sri G. Levin, CEO of the Kerala Space Park. In between, I have a few important announcements. Please cross-verify your names in the registration desk so that there are no confusions while writing the certificates of the program. Certificates will be given towards the end of the program.
A presentation you will be making? No, അവിടെ ഉണ്ട്
So we are starting the next session. Sri G. Levin is a stalwart in the solid propellant program of ISRO, having been associated with the design, development and realization of various solid motors for ISRO programs. He is currently the CEO of Kerala Space Park and is the apt person to tell you what are the opportunities for startups in Kerala. I request Levin sir to please deliver the talk.
Thank you. Thank you for that nice introduction. Until recently, I was part of this organizing team of various activities, including the Space Week celebrations. Sometime in 2020, at the height of COVID, I was sent out of the organization.
And currently I am there in the Kerala Space Park to initiate the activities of the Kerala Space Park. Definitely, it is a great opportunity for me to get involved with you and fresh up my acquaintances with all, all of you, my friends in ISRO. I'm also happy that the youngsters who are waiting to be the entrepreneurs who can bring glory for the space economy of India is before me to hear my ideas about the space park. I thank the organizers once again. We'll make a short presentation. So first of all, the theme has been introduced very nicely by Suja, then followed by Director VSSC, then Rajiv Jyoti, etc. and Saji also. Saji is my colleague in Kerala IT department. Space and startup, space and entrepreneurship. You know the reason? All these years, we have been talking as a space as a R&D sector. In fact, ISRO also was initiated as a R&D sector. But today, we are talking about Indian space economy. We have certain goals and milestones to be achieved in that area. So we will be talking about that and introducing you to the opportunities being offered by the space sector. Okay, I think I should thank one of my colleagues who prepared this slide for me during my days in ISRO. It all started by this great visionary leader who initiated the space program and set the vision for Indian space program. Over the years, we have attained all his vision goals, what Sarabhai had set for ISRO and Indian space program in 1960s. We have a host of launch vehicles which we initiated with the SLV. We have the workhorse PSLV, then we have the GSLV Mark II and GSLV Mark III, which is now operational. We have a variety of satellites. We have undertaken various missions to various orbits, Mars mission, Moon mission, and Aditya, which is in progress. So are all great achievement for a country like India. Okay, this is the beginning what Dr. Unikrishnan was telling. We had our first launch on November 21, 1963. We have to see the first line with an American rocket, French radar and payload, and Russian computer. So ultimately, the question is what we had. We had basically the launch station and a host of youngsters led by a visionary leader, Dr. Sarabhai. We started with the Indian rocket with the development of RH-75 and 75 indicating the diameter of the rocket in mm. From that, now we have a host of sounding rockets. Now the operational are the RH-200, RH-300 and RH-560M. We started our launch vehicle development under the leadership of Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, another great visionary, the SLV-3. Followed by, we had the ASLV, then the PSLV, which is the workhorse launch vehicle of ISRO, then Mark II, Mark III, which is now operational, and the latest addition is the SSLV. When you say the launch vehicle, we have acquired the technologies to develop any type of launch vehicle for the future as well, with the technologies which we have realized in the course of development of these operational launch vehicles. We also had an experimental flight for the reusable launch vehicle, and the latest was the air road test which we conducted this year beginning. We also had developed a host of satellites, again for various applications, including the communication, meteorology, remote sensing, etc., etc. And here also we have the ultimate capability to develop any launch vehicle for any particular application. I think this is an important milestone in the history of ISRO and government. The NAVIC IRNSS system, which is giving the Indian GPS. The NAVIC now is already launched, and we are going to popularize. The activities are going on, and we have already taken up or initiated the introduction of the hardware and software for the mobiles. And we can see the map of India with our own app, and we can navigate to any location within India with our own GPS system. It is a proud moment for us when we had the first successful mission to the Mars. India is the first country to attain the success in its first attempt. So that is the great pride for us. Then the much talked about Chandrayaan 3. I think before that we had two more Chandrayaans. The Chandrayaan 1, where we had the moon impact probe, which was crash landing there to the moon surface. Then we had the unfortunate Chandrayaan 2, which ended up with a failure in the last moment of landing. As told, every failure is our learning ground for making success, and we made history by having the successful soft landing of Chandrayaan 3 on August 23. I think this is the mission in progress, and we are all eagerly waiting when our Aditya will be reaching its destination at L1 point. I think I understand we have already covered 11 million, 1.1 million kilometers out of the 1.5 million kilometer target. Now, what is remaining for us or India is the manned mission. Manned mission, the Gagarian mission, it is already planned, and the project is going on very smoothly, and the experimentations have already started, and we are going to hear much more about that. I'm sure with the drive and enthusiasm of ISRO, we are going to succeed in our first attempt. That is going to happen, and which will take us to the foremost of the spacefaring nations. Okay, now we'll talk something on the economics. Okay, this is a slide related to 2020, the volume of space economy in 2020. And this volume, as Rajiv told in the morning, it is 500 billion as of today, as of 2023. Now, this slide is particularly important for us to identify the sectors in which we have the opportunities. The launch vehicle, it is 5.3 billion out of the 371. That means the making of rocket, the percentage contribution to the economy is only that far. And satellite, it is 12.2 out of 371. Whereas this is the strategic sector, which is for the government and the scientific missions. Leaving apart, the major portion is related to the ground system, network systems, etc., to support the launch and satellite for the launch as well as the data collection. The second major part is the application sector. So application sector, it is very important, and this particular sector gives us a lot of opportunity to have. Okay, this is the 271, which is the civilian part of the economy in 2020, and this is the distribution. The point I want to say, basically, it is not only the satellite and launch vehicle making. Beyond that, we have the opportunities for the ground segment as well as the services and applications. This should be very clear in the minds of new entrepreneurs, because I have found many youngsters approaching me with ideas for the launch vehicle making or rocket making, which requires lot of technology, lot of financial muscle and infrastructure. Whereas the application sector, which requires minimum contribution, minimum technology, minimum financial background, infrastructure requirement, it is much lower. And likewise, the ground segment. There also it is a good investment opportunity. Rajiv has highlighted this particular graph in a different mode. This is the forecast for 2040 by almost 5 different agencies, globally renowned agencies. And the forecast for 2040, it is ranging from $1 trillion to $4 trillion. This is the size of the economy by 2040. And what is our target? Government of India has already announced the target. We want to have at least 10% of the global space economy by 2040. Different numbers are being talked out. By 2030, we should attain $50 billion, and by 2040, by $100 billion. That is our target, and is the opportunity for every one of you. The question is whether it can be attained. The answer is only here. The entry of SpaceX and other enterprising people and institutions has brought in the new transformation in the way we look at the space. Now, space is seen as a economical option mainly because of the initiative of this enterprising team led by Elon Musk. And I should say, Elon Musk has brought in a drastic transformation to the space segment. With his small entry with the Falcon 7 in sometime in 2008 or 9, and today he's only leading the innovations and new developments in space sector. You see the list of organizations he has initiated. All are something of a kind what was defined by Mr. Saji in the morning as startup. And you see the success story in most of them. It is something amazing. The history, we can pinpoint great scientists. We can pinpoint many great entrepreneurs. And I feel Elon Musk is having these two elements within him. He is a great innovator as well as a great entrepreneur who is prepared to innovate and experiment and take the challenge and risk involved. This disruptive entry of private entrepreneurship has brought changes in the other countries, including ESA, the Russian space approach, or Chinese space approach, or the Japanese space approach. Across the globe, it has brought in a new change in the philosophy with which they have been pursuing the activity so far. And India also followed. As Mr. Rajiv has told you in the morning, the opening up the space sector and incorporation of in space has brought in the new approach for the space segment by Government of India. Yes, detailed. We are going to open up the space sector for the private investments, offering the infrastructure, critical infrastructure, whatever is developed and part of the ISRO facilities. They are going to be offered at a nominal rates, what we is told. We are going to share the knowledge and provide the mentorship and guidance for the space enterprise. And the NSIL is going to be the commercial arm of ISRO. This is to basically to enable private entrepreneurs to upgrade as end-to-end service providers for the global community. No more we are talking about the Indian space sector, and we are basically now targeting for a major chunk of the world space economy. You may think that ISRO has done its ultimate and there is nothing more to be done. It is not so. Basically, there are enough of opportunities for upgradation and improvement of systems, whatever ISRO is doing now. There are enough of opportunities for the new entrants to develop and prosper. The list is huge, and in the years to come, I think ISRO is going to involve more of the private enterprises to develop systems for ISRO missions itself. And by developing systems and components for ISRO, you are going to get persuaded to compete in the global market and bring business for the country. As told, as of now, there is, I think Rajiv will confirm, the number is growing, and we have already many successful ventures running, and the number is as of now 150 plus. And Sajeev was speaking about the ecosystem for the space segment in Kerala, and particularly Trivandrum. We all started with the Indian space program in Tumba with the inception of Tails station in 1963. And today we have the Vikram Sarabhai Space Centre, who is the lead center for the launch vehicle technology. We have the liquid propulsion system center, mastering the liquid propulsion systems for the entire ISRO community for both the launch vehicle and satellite. Then we have the IISU doing the inertial and guidance systems for the launch vehicle as well as satellite. We also have the only space institute in Asia, the Indian Institute of Space Technology here in Science and Technology here in Trivandrum. And this is a great ecosystem, and the type of expertise living here, those who are in service and those who are retired, willing to offer you the support and guidance is huge. And that is the greatest advantage and attraction for the private entrepreneurs. This aspect also was talked about in the morning regarding the Kerala knowledge as a knowledge center. I think the latest addition is by Saji, the Digital University in Pallipuram. They are going to take us to the next level of knowledge development. All these knowledge centers are bringing out excellent human resources, of course fresh, but there can be tuned for our activity, and that will be a huge attraction for the entrepreneurs, especially the new one who are coming forward for the investments. Okay, the Kerala Space Park, an idea which was initiated by Saji and team way back in 2018. And currently I am the leading this Kerala Space Park. And the Kerala Space Park, now it is made as an independent institution under the Kerala government, under the Electronics and IT department, and I'm the CEO. The resources are getting arranged, and in the coming month, you will be hearing about the formal inauguration of Kerala Space Park, K-Space. We are planning to give the built-up space on lease or rent, or we will have the collaborative ventures. We can provide the land across Kerala on demand, and we can provide the technical and marketing support to set up and operate the business. And as of now, within Kerala, there are around 185 industries operating in the space and aerospace sector. I am going to affiliate most of them to the Kerala Space Park, so that they will be brought under a single umbrella, which will provide the support for the out of their synergy of capabilities, and they should be able to compete in the global market. I think these are the various sectors. We are going to have the extensive collaboration agreements with various Indian space agencies, including in space, the ISRO centers, IIST. We will have the collaborative agreements with the international agencies involved. We will have the collaboration with the technical institutions across Kerala and within India and in the global level. We will have the associations with the leading national and international professional agencies. We will also would like to network the Kerala diaspora spread across the globe who are eager to come to Kerala or support in the growth of Kerala and take part in the growth story. I think this target which I prepared in line with the 2040 mission for Government of Kerala, and we also want to have 10% out of the 10% global what India is going to have. The question is whether it is a feasible target. The answer from me is sure as, because we have the right environment and right talents with us, with the right support from government, we are going to achieve that mission. Okay, the Indian space, Indian startup ecosystem was talked. We are the third largest startup system across the globe by 31st of May. And we rank second in the innovation quality with the top positions in the quality of scientific publications and the quality of universities among middle income economies. I think it's a great achievement and speaks volumes about our growth story. And Kerala Startup Mission is one of the top performing institutions, and Dr. Saji has taken the institution to the topmost point in the global level, and Mr. Anup Ambiga is running the show, and he is another exceptional brilliant guy who is going to take the Kerala Startup Mission to greater heights. In space, I think the schemes and assistance, whatever being offered by in space, as already highlighted by Rajiv, I think I will not dwell on that. The startup mission is one agency, and another agency is the Kerala State Industrial Development Corporation, and the DUK, the Digital University of Kerala, and the Digital Science Park under it is going to offer greater opportunities for you, and the Kerala Space Park, it is a reality before you to take the support. I will not present this slide. Basically, you can see all these schemes and options available under the startup mission under this site. They have various schemes, the soft loan or innovation grant or seed fund or R&D fund, etc., etc. The point is, the people with the right idea and the right approach definitely can come forward irrespective of what is stated there in the website. Beyond that, the team is there to help, and I know some people sitting here already taken the support, and you are there to see the further and take your idea forward. Case IDC, this is again taken from their own website, and the assistants provided are listed. I think the details can be had from the site. Okay, that is the part of the presentation, and this is the structure. We are going to start construction around 3 lakh square feet, which will provide the space for the common facilities and design centers, incubation centers, and startup activities. And this is going to be a reality in another 30 to 36 months. Thank you very much. Thank you all. Bye.
Thank you, sir. It was an insightful presentation on the resource ecosystem in Kerala. May I now request Srimati A.P. Beena, Deputy Director VSSC, to kindly hand over a memento to Sri G. Levin, sir, as a token of our appreciation. We can reserve the questions for the interactive session that is will be followed now. There's a small change in the schedule. As you can see, there were 2 more talks lined up, but since our chief guest for the day has to leave slightly early, Rajiv Jyoti sir has to leave slightly early. So we are arranging the interactive session now. I'm sure that you all will be brimming with a lot of questions that you have to ask all these stalwarts. So we have a row of panelists here. May I invite Sri Rajiv Jyoti sir to kindly occupy the dais. Sri G. Levin sir, please occupy the dais. Sri Koshi P. Vaidyan sir. Sir is the CEO of Trust Park and the Director of Information Systems Finance Department, Government of Kerala. And may I also invite Sri Saurabh Chatterjee. He is the founder and CEO of Vasishta Research, which is founded in 2018. Kindly occupy the seats on the dais. The floor is now open to questions to the panelists. So if you have any questions, I request you to please stand up in your place, raise your hands, we'll bring the mic to you. You can please ask the questions. We have a wealth of information on the dais, so request you to please come up with your doubts and questions. Yes, you have a question from Mr. Aravind. Please introduce yourself before asking the question.
Hi sir, I'm Arvind from IIT Madras. This is regarding the space policy. The government allows non-governmental entities to do launch vehicles and re-entry vehicles, and in-space acts as a single window authorizer for it. But let's say for a case of a re-entry vehicle that has to land on inside the Indian territory using an airspace, Indian airspace, it has to be done in consultation with DGCA. So, like, what are your thoughts on this? Like, how currently there is no framework for that kind of an solution, actually, like, where a re-entry vehicle needs to obtain work in consultation with the DGCA to use the Indian airspace to land on Indian territory. So, what is your thought on that?
Can I give the...
I think you're talking about re-entry.
Correct.
Okay, so this is what we need to understand, that because when and re-entry of the object which is being sent from the space or from the earth, or from which is coming from the space, like asteroid or somebody, what are you?
This is let's say a recoverable satellite that needs to land inside the Indian territory. Currently,
so
it is possible.
Yeah, so it's a man-made object. Okay.
Man-made object, yeah.
So then once we know the man-made object, what is the mission plan, the authorization will take care of both launching and is re-entry into the through the space to the atmosphere to the ground. So both has to be done by in space, along with the in consultation with, as you said, DGCA and ISRO safety guidelines, and the whole thing has to be reviewed and cleared by multiple agencies.
Framework needs to be established so that startups can have better understanding of what are the safety requirements that are needed at an early stage itself.
Yeah, so right now the policy framework is there. We are coming out with the safety guidelines for all types of scenarios, which will be available on our Department of Space website and on InSpace website. So maybe you have to have a little more time. We are in the process of making those. It has to be reviewed. In fact, this will be made available after consultation with the various stakeholders. So that process is already on. Okay.
Thanks.
So I think, Arvind, as a startup, you will need to first approach InSpace and from there take on with their support. That's where I understand. Yeah, there's another question.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Rijo Jacob Thomas. I'm a faculty of Mechanical Engineering at TKM College of Engineering, Kollam. My question is, especially when India has started this IS for OM, sustainability practices and all, do we have a policy on debris management for Indian space programs?
Yeah, please repeat your question. Are you talking about debris management?
Yes.
Space sustainability.
See, yeah, correct. So now, if you see, the FCC in US has already come out with the guidelines. Earlier, they were talking about once a space object is dysfunction, after 20 years, debris has to be removed. And I think one of the last slide which I captured yesterday, only the news was, one of the company has been fined because they have not done after 25 years. So that law is taking its own course. But on the Indian object, this is yet to come out with because we are having a treaty with the UN treaty there, so that has to be followed. But then Act is not there. The Space Act has to come once this policy and guideline comes. Then Space Act has to come. So that time, all those guidelines become mandatory, and then becomes which it will be InSpace will get more definitive role in terms of what way it has to be monitored, and debris has to be removed. But definitely these startups which are coming up now have to ensure that those technologies has to be developed, which is whether active or passive way of removing the debris from that is another niche area which is to be unexplored right now, which can be explored as one of the activity. I think that's what, I hope I have answered your question.
Yes, sir, thank you. Sir, is there any startup working in that area? I mean, removal?
Yes, there are some proposals are there. One is on the space situational awareness. What are the various objects which are available and how to make a traffic management of that, how to first to understand, make models, and then somebody is talking about using robotics, but they are in a very nascent stage, I will say. But this is an area which needs attention from
Yes.
innovation.
Thank you.
Yeah, there are many global players like ClearSpace and Astroscale already working on this debris management. So I hope we'll have many startups from India as well. We already have space situational awareness group working inside ISRO, which is cataloging all the debris. So next question, I'd suggest more questions on the entrepreneurship side, especially on the resources available in Kerala, or so you can utilize the opportunity.
Good morning, sirs. My name is Andy JG and I'm from Rajagiri School of Engineering and Technology. My question is, through InSpace platform, there is a transfer of technology. Private entities can facilitate, can acquire technologies from ISRO. So in that case, do private entities get 100% transfer technology based on their requirements? And a follow-up question is that how government entities prevent this technology, this transfer technology from being utilized by foreign entities, like whether it can be used to solve their piece of puzzle for some problems and they acquire Indian technologies for it. Thank you, sir.
I think this process of TOT was established even before InSpace was formed, correct? And due diligence or due care is being taken in terms of what the point which you raised about the process, the standard operating procedures which are there, only that has been changed now. And the foreign entity which you are talking, that all, even evaluation of the NG who is taking the technology is done before this technology is being delivered to a non-government entity. And this process was existing earlier also, and even the monitoring, the supervision, that this technology is being used, how it is being used, or whether it's not being used properly, is also part of the mandate. Of course, now it is a process starts from the InSpace, but the technology is, the wealth is with ISRO, so that same processes are being to be followed. If you need any technology, you have to put your application on the website, which morning I was mentioning, and pay the processing fees, and which get compensated when you get the technology. So it's only 10,000 rupees. And the technologies, even if it is not available, listed on ISRO wish list, still we ensure that discussion happens with ISRO, the niche area, those experts. If that technology needs some development to be developed and ISRO think that is a value for them, it will be indeed be taken up. There are two cases which I can quote. One of, for the algorithms which were required for one of the company, ISRO didn't have, but they developed that and gave the technology to them. So in both cases, there were technology available and technology which can be made available even if ISRO doesn't have.
Sir, is there any technology which is off limits to private entities?
I didn't get what is the meaning.
Suppose there are some technologies which are classified and
correct. So strategic. So that all is not there, but I can't say that 100% before the applicant applies and he goes into the area which is having a dual usage, but then discussion happens and then accordingly this is being delivered. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
So now, for the benefit of the silent audience, I think I'll post one question to Levin, sir. Sir, if I need to start a startup in Kerala, which is the organization which I need to approach, and what are the guidelines to be followed and the procedures to be adopted?
Okay. As I mentioned now, Kerala Startup Mission is the nodal agency to promote the startup activities, industries. And K-Space is going to have an engagement directly with them, so that the cases and proposals coming to K-Space also will be getting the assistance whatever being provided by Startup Mission. And we'll also have the understanding with KSIDC towards mustering the support what they are offering to the industries. That is, beyond startup, there are certain industries we can directly put up their facilities. So the assistance provided by KSIDC also will be available through our platform, and KSpace will be there in enabling these assistance which are coming directly from these two agencies. And our own schemes and proposals are before government. It will be getting cleared soon. I think today I found a news column in a newspaper regarding the Kerala IT policy being updated. The draft is before government for the final approval. So you see K-Space as an agency or a nodal agency to get you the support needed from the all possible other agencies, that is Startup Mission or KSIDC or from government will be the enabler.
So basically I need only an idea, or what is the input that you look from us when we
Okay,
come up with an
basically
idea?
I think you have to define your proposal. What is your proposal? You should have the proposal with reference to the target objective, your plan of action, and the expected outcome, the type of investment, and maybe the manpower requirement or infrastructure requirement. You have to give a brief project proposal to be start with, and there will be internal evaluation followed by an interaction with the proposer, and based on the merit of the proposal we should be able to extend you the support.
Okay, thank you, sir. So there's one other question coming in. Yeah, please hand. Okay, can you just wait?
Yeah. Of course, both K-Space and InSpace is doing fantastic job bringing in the new industry and encouraging young people to start space-oriented industry. But one small question I had in mind when I was listening to all your presentations, are we doing anything? I'm sure there must be such efforts to bring the users, because finally we are not a developed country as such, so I'm sure there must be many users who may not be aware of what they can do with this. So are we bringing the users or the prospective customers also into the equation and making them aware that, see, if we are setting up a space-based technology, let us say one example is like electron beam welding facility. It is not only used for space, it can be used for other users also. So are we doing something like that where we are bringing in prospective users and making them aware that this is what startups can do for you?
Okay, I think that is one job to be taken up. Okay, I think there is certain initiatives. I should say we have invested a lot, and we created a lot of capabilities, whether it is satellite or launch vehicle or the infrastructure required to handle this. But our marketing side, apart from the government demanded application, the marketing or making the probable uses regarding the capability and potential of our technology, and find or just educate them on the possible application in their segment. There is something which was not adequately done so far, because we had that R&D tag with us, and we are focusing mainly on the R&D and mainly on the development of the systems to take care of the government objectives. But beyond that, there is a great opportunity, and as I brought out in the slide, the major chunk of the space sector or the economy is almost 50% is on the application side, in which we are not invested a lot. There has been certain initiatives, but it's not quite enough. I'll tell one particular example with regard to Navik. Navik is a great achievement as a development we have done. Coming to the application, I think we are taking a good initiative to popularize within India. But I see it is an opportunity at the global extent. Suppose we are able to get a order for installing a Navik system for a West Asian country or an African country or a East Asia or South America. There are a lot of opportunities. I think we have to tell to the world that we are capable of giving such and such services at a much cost-effective way. I think that part we have to do it. I think now we have realized the potential, and government is taking the initiative to bring in the private segment into the space sector, and the private enterprises. I think it is not only manufacturing and satellite making, and beyond that, the application development, application marketing itself is a great opportunity. All companies need not go and put up machines or infrastructure. There are capabilities and potential available for the sector which we have to understand and promote. So, K-Space and in space also, we are in the mission to connect the possible customers to the investors. I think we are going to do it, and though I am part of K-Space, I am part of the Indian economy, and I have to take help and give help to in space also. So together we are going to do that. Okay, I think I understand the link. Link is currently a bit weak. We have to strengthen, and our opportunities. First we have to analyze, understand our potential, and then go to the market and educate them and take the market from there. I think that is a way, that is an approach what we have to take. So we are going to do that.
Okay, so, if you permit, can I ask just
can we come back to you?
Okay,
because
fine,
there's one person who has been waiting for quite a long time. We'll surely come back to you.
Hello sir, I am Abraham Matthews from IIST. So it was very interesting and inspiring to hear both of the talk. So I have a few questions. First question is, we are expecting the space industry to grow like the IT industry grow in the early 2000s. So first question is that, do we expect these IT companies to play a role in the space race? And the second question is that if a company like software development companies, how do you expect a standalone software development company who just work in space sector to survive when we are competing with big companies already very established in India? And the third question is, it was very interesting to hear the concept of human simulators for the Gaganyaan mission. And is there any companies, if not in India, at least in different part of the world, who is already working in this area? And if possibly, if an Indian startup start working on human simulator, what are the possible challenges we can expect? Thank you.
Hi, I think your questions are quite interesting. So firstly, regarding the software companies that are going into the space sector. So if we regard this whole data application part of it, it is basically just software. So already there are business models are there. One is like a services provider. So they use some GIS software that are easily available. and then they give the service to the customer. So the customer may be some like agriculture related, fisheries related, something like that. So either they are using some standard GIS software, or there is people who make their own apps, and that app is using the data from space, and that app is converting this data into something relevant for the customer. So in that sense, these companies are essentially software companies only. You can call them a space sector, but they are basically software companies. And then your second question was regarding the human simulator. So right now the human space exploration part, it has not really come in India, I mean, till now. And if we have a space tourism that is coming in, right, then it will create opportunities like this, that we can have a human space simulator. But as of now, this like space tourism, human in space thing has not become big, at least in India. Okay.
He was also asking about the challenges when you start a startup. So I think you'll be the best person to answer that.
Can you repeat the question regarding that?
So you can probably generalize in that. What are the
so,
challenges?
The challenges basically in India is that we have a very limited market. That is the number one challenge. Rather than like saying there is a technological challenge and all that, the main challenge is that there is a very small market. See, I'll give you an example. Just look at aerospace entirely. Like, don't look at the space. So, United States is a country which produces somewhere between 600 to 1200 helicopters per year. In India, we don't produce maybe more than 20. So you can see the difference in the opportunity level is huge. The level of spending and all that in US, Europe and countries like that creates a huge opportunity for new technologies, new startups, everything. In India, we don't have that. We have only like the government which promotes little bit, but that's it. I mean, we don't have a huge market of, constructing, large numbers of helicopters or aircrafts or launch vehicles.
How do we rise up to be a global player, suppose, like within India, is it possible?
Yeah, so we have to be an optimist. So we have come so far in the last 60 years. So just think that we'll come further. That's only you can hope.
Thank you. I hope the question is answered. Now, one question from our side to Koshi sir, that is, we have a lot of final year students here. So what is a kind of incubation facility? Suppose they have an idea. What is it offered from the government side or the university side? Yeah. Could you please elaborate on that?
Yeah. Actually, if you look at it, the state government, especially the higher education department, is focusing much on the academia industry interaction. So they understand the potential behind it, because there is a lot of talent which is available in the engineering colleges and in the universities. And there are also a lot of startups which are working on the latest technology areas in the electronics and the EV, and even as described in the previous talks, there are a lot of application-oriented areas in the technology space. So the government, understanding the potential, is trying to leverage or enable the collaboration between the startups which are occupying in that in the different areas, as well as with the academia space. So the Trivandrum Engineering, Science and Technology Research Park, which comes under the Higher Education Department, which is again funded by the state government itself, is focusing mainly to enable such an interaction between the students as well as with the industry. So we find that many of these students are turning out into entrepreneurs later on. And also there is a huge advantage what each of them gain from each other. And actually we are planning to expand this across the state, and even we are having the faculty and the student meetings in the coming weeks to the various institutions across Kerala. And we find that there is a lot of value add that each others get. And there are even many startups which are based in the Trust Park here, like the Oxens and Interpol, Trust Labs and all. So they actually work on some areas which are even related to the space sector as well, even though it's not directly related. So they also get a huge advantage from by interacting with the academic community. So I think for the final year students, again, we are having some similar programs which is being launched. So they will be also part of the programs what we are planning as part of these interactions. And definitely there is a huge potential, because they understand how exactly the startups and the industry work, as well as they can also plan their way ahead in terms of if they have the plans for being the potential entrepreneurs. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I have a follow-up question to Dr. Koshi. Sir, as a student, if we want to do an internship or how to get associated with the trust, can you?
Yeah. So actually we are planning a meeting with all the science and engineering institutions in the state in this October 19th. This is what we are planning. So in that meeting we are having the discussion with the faculty members and of the various institutions. So we are trying to understand and put up the research areas which are coming up across in different areas in the science and the technology domains. And we will also get the interested faculty members who can associate with that. And through that, we will also reach out to the students. So I think for the internship opportunities, we are actually planning to expand this. And anyway, you can reach out to us. But anyway, we are planning it as part of a structured program, which will emerge in the coming few months' time.
So I think we now have time for 3 more questions.
Good morning, sir. My name is Ramnath Arjun. I'm from Institute of Management, Kerala. I have a question from my side because I'm a management student. That when will it be open for space travel according to ISRO? Do you have any plan regarding that? Because it opens a wide market for us to get job opportunities. Thank you.
Yeah, this question has to be to one of the ISRO experts here. So Shuja sir, would you like to answer? I'll just pass it back.
No, at present we don't have such programs, but as part of the launch vehicle recovery and all, a lot of experiments are going on, that landing, etc. So that is related to space tourism as well. So how to land it, how to that in the especially that recoverable experiment you have to land. So if you want to have multiple launches, you have to reuse it. So how to make it reusable and what are the technologies? In fact, we have some activities are going on in that. And in the coming 21st, anyway, we have one mission for the test vehicle. So that vehicle is going to test other technologies required for that. So that is a current status.
Thank you, sir.
As sir rightly put it, we do have distant vision for space travel, but we have other priorities right now in the short term. So you can start developing the technology so that by the time everything is set and ready, we can have a space travel.
Good morning, sir. Myself Adityan from Rajdhan Institute of Engineering and Technology. So these InSpace and KSpace have been so supportive in developing these ideas. So if I have an idea, how should I approach that idea to these InSpace and KSpace? Whether we should approach with an idea or like a proper methodology like analysis, testing, etc.
I think I am available. You can always approach me with a proposal. I already answered this question in the beginning. Okay. What essentially you have to do is write down the project itself. What exactly your project and how to materialize the project and the stated outcome and the possible investment, etc. I think a brief idea should be written down because there is a need of having a clarity on the idea itself. Just because you are rising with an idea, I don't think we can support. First we have to have some sort of a assessment on the idea and confirm you are making a genuine effort and you have come up with a good idea which can be supported. So there is only through some sort of a evaluation after I get your proposal. So you can always connect to me through my website so that you can carry forward.
So one more, sir. As a final year project, our team is developing an asteroid mining robot. So for develop that kind of robot, how much design trajectory we should keep in mind? What are design considerations that we should keep in mind?
That's quite a technical question, so I think we can reserve it for the lunch break when you can have a one-on-one discussion with the technical experts here.
Yeah. Okay, sir.
Sure, it should be an answered question and I think we'll be having people. Space robotics is an area which is being taken up by ISRO also in a major way. So you definitely have many opportunities. So now, few more questions are remaining. We shall take probably 2 more questions. I understand that this is the most exciting part of today's whole program. When you have a chance to ask questions, please do.
Sir, my name is Kenneth. I'm from Vellore Institute of Technology, Vellore. And my question is, where do you see the requirement for high-level automation in deep space missions, considering the problem of high round-trip time of communication? And do you see any startup working specifically in this field and constructing new and innovative technology to solve this problem?
You're talking about deep space
Yes, sir.
communication.
Yes, sir. Having that communication lag poses a challenge in where a satellite has to make decision on its own. So having very high level of autonomy would help a lot. So where do you see this as a requirement, and do you see any startup working specifically in this domain as an add-on software or any additional equipment that can be added on to a satellite to enhance the autonomy?
Yeah, I think some proposals are there, some not for deep space, but for even if somebody asks for debris, for some automation in the software maneuvering itself. But then they are all in a very, as I said earlier, it's a primitive stage. But definitely I want to say that if you have an idea, work with some experts and you can approach, once you are even TRL 2, TRL 3 level you reach, wherein you only have an idea and convert into a more basic, then to leapfrog from that, a lot of, as the K-Space also has and InSpace also has, mentoring support also. If it is available with any of the expert available from in the country, it will be at least get reviewed. Many of the proposals which are coming from the student satellites for many universities who are coming, so they are all, we are trying to put them with some experts from ISRO, and whether they are working or they are not, retired experts who are in our panel. And we are also going to have our own resident experts who will be permanently available from InSpace. Shortly, that also going to be available. I want to answer the question somebody asked on tourism. I want to say that though ISRO, the reusable things are, but definitely on the tourism, which definitely talks about re-entry, and that it has already started globally. So like Blue Origin already has started. So they also were interested to have their exploration base in India. So that also InSpace is or DOS is talking to them. So once that comes, then the technology which are required will also be coming up. So I don't say that you should start thinking, as Sangeeta told, that you have to start developing a technology and think of maybe the right time you will be, eyes will somebody will capture your technology and it should work. So nothing which comes from your intuition, that innovative idea, you should not be discouraged. You should start working on that. At the most, as somebody said in the morning, I think Shuja only mentioned that you may have a failure at the beginning stage itself, but it is better to fail to understand where is the problem. Okay.
Thank you, sir. And due to paucity of time, we'll have to wind up the interactive session. We understand it's very much essential for you, because the panelists will be available during lunch break also. Most of them will be available. So I take this opportunity to thank each one of our panelists today who have had shown the patience to answer all the questions of the delegates here. I take this opportunity to invite Sri A. Shuja sir to kindly hand over the memento to Saurabh Chatterjee as a token of our appreciation. I also request Srimati A.P. Beena, Madam, to kindly hand over the memento as a token of appreciation to Sri Koshi P. Vaidyan sir. We have our next speaker who will be joining us online. So he has already been waiting for us. So now we move on to the next talk of the day. So that will be an exciting talk. Now, till now we have listened how to start a startup. Now, how to take a startup to the next level. And he's an apt proponent, or he's an apt speaker for this topic. As I would be reading his biodata to you, you'd be appreciating the same. Sri Radhakrishnan Nair is a co-founder and COO of Smart IOPS Incorporated, an advanced state Silicon Valley startup that develops high-performance flash memory-based storage solutions. Prior to co-founding SmartOps, Mr. Nair served as a Director of Systems Engineering at SanDisk, and he has extensive experience in developing flash memory-based systems and holds several patents in computer and storage systems. With over 30 years of experience developing storage systems, microprocessors, and ASICs, with hundreds of millions of units of such products have been sold globally. His prior experience includes engineering leadership at Micron Technology, HAL Computer Systems, S3 and CDOT. Mr. Nair is a mentor to several startups that have successfully evolved into volume production and revenue. He has done his BTech in Electronics and Communication from University of Kerala and MS in Electrical Engineering from Stanford University. Over to you, sir. Sir, are we audible?
Hi, Sangeeta. Can you
yes.
hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Sangeeta, for the introduction. So, good afternoon, everyone. So, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank I'd like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to address the gathering, who have assembled as part of World Space Week 2023 for the workshop on space and entrepreneurship. I'd like to thank Dr. Biju Prasad, Chair of the committee, Dr. Urni Krishnan Nair, Director VSSC, and all the members of the team for making this event happen. It's always a pleasure to talk to a room full of future makers who are eager to learn and make things happen. So with that, let me get on to my topic, which is how to scale your startup. So here, the ideas that I am presenting are based on the experiences that we have had doing the company, Smart IOPS, and also based on our observations on what how companies have done, startups have done, succeeded, failed, scaled up really well, not able to scale up, and all that. So this is you can look at it as food for thought. Make observations, build your thoughts on these observations, and use it to your advantage. So before I get to the topic, so I'll just briefly talk about one slide on Smart IOPS and what we do. So we founded the company in 2013, me and two others, deep technocrats based out of Silicon Valley. Our headquarters is in Silicon Valley, and all of the engineering is done in India. We have development centers at Trivandrum, Bangalore, Pondicherry, and North Karnataka, Sirsi. The team is small, not big. It's about 50 engineers with experiences ranging from 35 years all the way up to 6 months. There are many people who have joined us recently. So we are addressing a large enterprise storage market. It's valued at about 22 billion currently and expected to reach to about 46 billion by 2030. So when we talk about enterprise storage, most of you may know about the SSDs that get used in laptops, right? Those are called as client SSDs. Those are not enterprise SSDs. Enterprise SSDs are the ones that go into data centers, into cloud service providers, into telcos, doing streaming and things like that. So that is, in those kind of use cases, the reliability, the performance, consistency of performance, all of those matter. And that's a market that we have picked to address as of now. And our focus is on high-performing data I/O solutions. So there is a measure called as IOPS. Most of you who may have learned computer architecture would know that IOPS stand for stands for input-output operations per second, which is a measure of the speed of data transfer between the microprocessor, the CPU, and the memory subsystem. And as you know, the I/O is the slowest element in the computer system, and the performance of I/O, an improved performance of I/O should directly result into increased application performance. So we built technology. This is a combination of architecture, microarchitecture, algorithms, and implementation improvements that we have done, and which is collectively called as Trivandrum. And this is what is helping us achieve high performance and quality of performance. By some of the third-party benchmarks, we have been qualified as the fastest SSG in terms of IOPS performance in the world. And believe it or not, most of the engineering has been done out of the Trivandrum Center for this. So this is something I'm proud about. And it's, as I mentioned before, it's a deep tech company, and we are getting to a reasonably respectable size of patents in terms of US patents, about 18 granted as of now, and 15 in the pipeline. So without further ado, let me get into the topic. So as I understand, this workshop is on space tech. So my background in space tech is nil, so I won't be able to give any guidance on space tech, but except for some of the high-level observations. But I believe that the principles, the fundamental principles that could be applied for hardware and software companies, startups getting to scaling up stage, those could be applied for space tech companies as well. So let's look at the characteristics of a mid-stage startup, right? So this is after the initial struggle that let's say one founder or two or three founders. I'd always suggest you should have more than two founders, at least three to begin with, and who are committed. And then when you start a company, you look at always a decade. Now you're looking at the next 7 to 10 years of your life. Don't think that you're going to do something in a couple of months or a year or two and then just do a flip. No, that things are never going to work that way. So it's a journey thing that you're spending the next 7 to 10 years doing that, especially if you're looking at yourself in the capacity of a founder or co-founder. Now, software, the initial few years of struggle, you have probably a few prototypes.
Radhakrishnan sir, are we audible?
Yes, I can hear you.
Sir, we're not able to see your slides. Have you shared them yet?
Yes, I'm sharing. Let me share again once more.
So we are yet not able to see. Yeah, okay. Now we are able to see it, sir. It's taking some time. Yeah, thank you, sir.
All right, thanks, Sangita. So the character, so I was talking about the early stage of a startup, right, where the founders, the senior team, they go through the struggle, have a few prototypes, get some few early customers, take that through the first few customers, get the feedback, bring it back to the design table, make improvements, and go through the iteration, a few cycles of those, and see that, yeah, okay, the customer is happy, and then probably they are willing to pay for that. That's a good measure. When a customer is willing to pay for that is when you can say that, yeah, okay, the idea is worth it, as in somebody is willing to spend money on the product. So we can call that the first level success. Now, a mid-stage startup is where a product, we'll look at it from two angles, one from the product standpoint and another one from the team standpoint. From a product standpoint, there is a viable product, and there are early customers, and there are some revenues coming in, and then from a business standpoint, the team is beginning to figure out how do the margins look like? Am I losing money with every unit sold, or am I making some money? Right? Is that going to stay as I increase my sales, or is that going to come down? But those are some of the parameters that you had to watch out for. That's from a product standpoint. From a team standpoint, so now that the company has developed a product, it's beginning to sell, that should mean that there should be a set of committed team members, including founders, senior team, which were way you call it. And then this is a team that's able to execute. Now they would have had a few hits and some misses, but then overall you can say that the team is able to put its act together. And probably the direction is appropriate or correct, probably because there is enough good advice coming from technologists, advisory board, investors, etc. Now let's look at each one of those items. So now, how do you go from a viable product to converting that into a leading established product? Right? What are the aspects that you have to continuously keep in your mind and change your course of action based on that? So 3 items. One, what is the differentiation? What is it that I'm doing different that that is keeping me apart from competition? How robust is the solution? Reliable and robust is the solution that I currently have, and what is my roadmap moving forward? So let's look at things one by one. So what is the product differentiation? So the differentiation could be for a deep tech company. Most likely it is the technical solution that the team has been able to put together. It could be a system solution, a combination of architectural algorithms. It could be a new way of putting things together, or it could be integrating several systems or components in order to cost effectively achieve a certain function. Or in the case of, let's say, software startups, so many of the software startups, I'd say, especially the SaaS type of startups, I cannot generalize it, but still, let's say, SaaS type of startups, it's more than the technology element. Of course, technology element is important, but more than the technology element, it is the business or domain knowledge that many times that have that make a difference, whether it's fintech, insurtech, property tech, real estate tech, whatever. So the domain expertise is what is giving them the edge. There are experts who understand a particular domain, and that knowledge is implemented using some underlying technology behind. Then, what is competition doing? Are there others who are thinking about what you have done, or something beyond that? So that's always keep thinking about it. Second aspect is, I have a product there, and then how robust and reliable is my product? Has it been tested to death? There's a saying that we occasionally do in the hardware parlance. So it's so just to give you an example, we developed our first SSD in 2015, and then since then there are about 40 to 50 servers that we have in our lab where we run tests 24 by 365. So it's about 6 years of non-stop testing, especially when you're looking at an enterprise product. Now that is the kind of testing. Even then you find issues, sometimes after 372 days of run, you find that there is an error correction that doesn't work well for some kind of cases. So here, the reason why I want to talk about or highlight, especially in the case of hardware-centric companies, would be that the sooner you find an issue in a product, the better. If you can find the issue during the design stage, that is the best, because the cost of that bug is low. As you get into the validation stage, the cost becomes higher. Once you get into the early volume stage, still it could run into millions. And once you get into the high volume stage, and if a bug or an issue is found when the product is in high volume production, that will be very, very expensive. As some of you may know about this, mid-90s, there was this Intel Pentium floating point division bug, FD bug. That's what they used to call it. And it used to happen only occasionally, very, very rarely. But still, that was detrimental enough that Intel had to do a major recall to the level of close to $500 million. That was the pre-tax charge that Intel took in '94. So the emphasis on you have a product, but continuously test it to death. Third aspect, reiterating the product roadmap. So you have an advantage. How can you sustain that advantage? Can you build on that advantage? Can you increase your moat? Think that the competition is always smarter than you. The competition is not local or national anymore. It's always going to be international, and it's more so in the future. And if you have a differentiation, what is the longevity? Is it that is it going to be short-lived? Is it going to be a year advantage, 2-year advantage, or 3-year advantage? Is there a way you can maintain, if you have a 3-year advantage, is there a way you can maintain that 3-year advantage? And is there a way you can bring in newer features that are relevant, not just for the sake of bringing in features, but those are relevant to customers that matter to you. So, so the path from a viable product to becoming a leading established products, three items: product differentiation, continuously think about it; product roadmap to whatever you have under your belt, make sure that it's reliable and robust. Continuously test it to death. Now, let's look at the next aspect. Early customers, from a few tens of customers going into hundreds or thousands of customers. In enterprise, if you're in the enterprise play, mostly 100 customers is big enough. 1,000 customers is really, really big. If you're a retail play, then obviously you should look at tens of thousands of customers, or let's say millions of customers. But here, I assume that space tech is going to be an enterprise play, most likely. So let's look at early customers. So when you start out, you had the product. Most likely, the early customers would be friendly customers. These would be people that you know through your professional circles, through employees, their contacts, through investors, through advisory board members, and they'd be kind of somewhat willing to tolerate issues. They'd be with you. But you cannot scale with friendly customers, most likely, unless the friendly customer is somebody like Amazon or Microsoft or Google. Then you can scale. Even then, there have been cases, many cases, when they pull the plug after a couple of years. That as has been happening with some of the AI chip companies recently. So you don't want to be relying on one customer alone, one large customer, even if that's really friendly. That's more from a risk mitigation standpoint. Now, the next aspect is, if that's the case, how do I win unknown customers? How do I find customers who want what I have? So what does that mean? That means I had to figure out a way, I had to master the art of getting out to those customers who are out there, whom I do not know, I may or may not know, getting out to them through mechanisms. And obviously, that's where sales and marketing come into play. Marketing, especially to begin with. Marketing is where you're making the customer aware of what you have, right? So the content created, is that good and appealing? If think that they are going to look at the material only for 3 seconds, the moment something comes to you, they look at it for 3 seconds, and are you able to capture their attention in those 3 seconds? Otherwise, most likely they won't come back to the email again, if it's an email thing, right? So make it relevant, appealing, and make the collateral strong. Now, from a technical standpoint, think about verticals and see whether the solution that you have can it create use cases that would address certain pain points of customers. Right? If that is the case, you can demonstrate that with friendly customers or in your lab and come out with white papers that are vetted by experts. Right? So that would give some credibility to the data that you're giving out. It can be even a third-party benchmarking, a third-party reporting as well. Then, of course, online presence and online is the way to go now. So all the makers of all the, have a good team either in-house, or if you have the capable in-house, that's good. But otherwise, there are a lot of companies that would help you get to these the right target customers with search engine optimization techniques, and you make yourself known, right? So you don't want to get to the stage where out of sight, out of mind. No, you should always periodically, not to the level where you start irritating customers, but to the level where you're being sensible and you're presenting yourself the right way with the right merit, the technical merits that you have through webinars, blogs, and things like that. And of course, conferences and seminars, they're periodically every year, consistently making yourself feel, especially in some of these hardware-centric plays. Customers want to see a potential startup be in the game for a long time. They are looking at somebody. If you're in the game, if you're attending an event for 3, 4, 5 years, that shows that you have the staying power, and that's something that people look for. Think about a case where you're selling a product and the warranty is for 5 years, and how about if the company that sold the product does not exist beyond 3 years? There's a problem, right? So So if you can show that you have the staying power with your technology, with the money that you have in the bank, with the funding that you have, with the commitment that's being shown by the team, with the differentiation that you're bringing in, that is definitely going to help you win more customers over the long term. And most important is existing customers and their endorsements. So this is existing customers, good customers are your biggest ambassadors, right? To help your brand out, to get your technology out, and new customers would always go and refer the experiences of existing customers before they make large buying decisions. So the ones, depending on the market you are in, right? So is it the market maybe, let's say, 20 million, 50 million, 100 million, 200 million, and you may be able to, given your technology, you may be able to address certain percentage of that market, 5%, 10%, maybe 10 or 20% is what I'd say fair. Beyond that, it's going to be difficult. But once you have saturated a particular segment, is there a way you can address new verticals? With the differentiation, with the core competency that you have, with the technology differentiation that you're offering, are there other verticals that are meaningful and large enough that you can have your solutions play a role in? So keep that thinking going. So we spoke about the product roadmap. We spoke about the increasing the number of customer base. Now, in order to make all these happen, what you need is a very good team, right? This is a team that is that's the best investment you have. You should look inward first, and if inward is looking good, now naturally the most likely outcome would be that the outward looking things will also become good or better. Now, from an early team, how do you create a scalable, sustainable team, right? So what I call as talent development pipeline, right? This is something that I'm very keen on at different levels in the organization, seniority level, across seniority as well as across functions, whether it's initial early stages of a startup. Technical capability is what matters, and that will continue to be so even when the company grows. But you have to make sure that there is enough focus that is given on operations, sales, and marketing, customer success, and the corporate aspects of it, like profitability, management, money management, things like that. So the developing, having the ability to bring in talent periodically, regularly, making sure that their capability, competency levels are good enough to address each one of the functional areas that are of interest, that are of importance. That is something that the team should, the lead team should keep in mind. So there's a framework called EPAI that some of you may have heard about it. So this is in the startup paradigm, mostly in the startup paradigm. In the large company paradigm, because structures are already in place, it may not be too relevant. So this is what is called as EPAI. E stands for entrepreneur, producer, administrator, and integrator. Entrepreneur is the person who talks about, I want to do this, I want to do this, and I just want to get done. This, good, and it's going to be wonderful if you're able to do it. But an entrepreneur may not be a good producer who is able to get to the details, really execute and deliver products. Now, he's always thinking about the next thing. Now, that's a tendency. Now, there is an administrator who is looking at rules. Now, this is our first in, first out. This is how things should happen. So that who is bringing an order to the system. And usually in an organization, in startups, as they grow from a certain stage to, let's say, 20-member team to 50-member team or 70-member team, you can find friction happening, good amount of friction happening between the entrepreneur, producer, and administrator. Right? So there's the role of the integrator, who is somebody who is able to get all different types of people together to work synergistically towards a common cause. Now that becomes very important. So these, even though these are not titles, but I would say these are functionally, I mean, a same person can work as an entrepreneur or an administrator. It's difficult, but a same person can work as an producer and an integrator. That is possible. I've seen some of those. But see, it's always good to have this, in my opinion, it's always good to have this metric where you're looking at your organization with this frame of reference to see if I'm too much of an entrepreneur. If that's the case, my rate of giving out working products, that may not be too good. If you're a producer alone, that's also not good, because maybe a working product, but maybe it's not quite relevant in the given context. That could be a problem. Now, from a sustainability standpoint, now comes the most important part, which is the financial cash flows and business sustainability part. So, gross margins. Now, what is my unit margin? If I sell something for $100, what is it? What is my direct cost? Is it $90? Is it $60? Is it $20? I should have. Is that going to stay the same when I go from 1 unit to 1,000 units to 10,000 units? Now, how is it going to look like? How is it that I can improve it now? Is there anybody in the world doing something similar who may be able to do it cheaper than what I'm able to? Then comes net margin. The first one is gross margin on a per unit basis. The next one is net margin. This is, let's say you're making 10,000, you're assembling 10,000 units in the case of hardware. Not all 10,000 may work. There could be component issues, there could be assembly issues, there could be test escapes that may happen because the test program is not good enough to cover all the cases. So that means, that's, let's say, 2 or 3 or 5% loss that happens. That actually directly goes to your bottom line. I think affects your bottom line. In the case of software, I think net margin is usually well-tested software. I think it is, I'd say that it is better than hardware. I think that's part of the reason why investors generally like software investments than hardware investments, at least in the US context. In the Indian context, I think that's my impression, but I don't know. Now comes revenues and quality of revenues. Quality of revenue is a very important term in my opinion. What does that mean? Is it one-time revenue that's coming in, or is it a sticky revenue, the software SaaS kind of revenue that's coming in, where I'm getting a monthly cash flow, something like a digital rent? Now, that is very, very powerful, because that gives me visibility to do things, plan out things and do things well. So this is the company well capitalized now? Assuming that there will be surprises, can I keep running the show, continuing to execute on my roadmap, continuing to execute on my validation, customer engagements, and all that? Now, do I have enough cash in the bank? If not, definitely raise enough money. One of the most important reasons why startups in advanced stage, mid-stage startups die is because they run out of cash. I think one of the reasons today is talked about something like 35 to 40% companies die because they run out of cash. Now, so always anticipate that and make sure that you're well capitalized. And of course, increase my positive cash flow. This is indirectly based on the gross margins and net margin improvements that you would do. So now, assume that you've taken done most of it fairly well. Now, assume that you're beginning to get the cash flow in, and then you have good visibility. How should the money be spent? Part of the good percentage, or let's say 20 or 30% of the money, positive cash flow should go back into investment in R&D, right? To widen your moat, to increase your moat, the differentiation that you have. That means the team, skilling the team, reskilling the team, making them experts in domains that they are working on, make them the best in the world. Have a few people in your team who are the best in the world, at least the top 1% in the world in what they are doing. Work towards that. We give them infrastructure to enable them to do experiments, keep the cost of the experiments low so that they are failed. Usually, you fail 5 or 7 or 10 times before it works, and that's the way it is. So the lower the cost of the experiment, the higher the odds of success. Then comes academic collaboration, which is very, very important. So I think I'm happy to see that this is beginning to happen in the Indian context, but this is very, 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 very important. And of course, look for new products and markets. So I think I'm coming to the end of my talk, only 2 more slides. So I just wanted to give one example. This is something that has crossed my life. So what I have here, what I'm sharing is a lecture note, not a lecture note. Let's say it's a notice for a lecture. This happened in September 1998. So I'll just read out, right? So the title is Google and the Web Base. What can you do with a web in your pocket? And the people who are giving the talk are Sergey Brin and Larry Page at Stanford. So just reading out the content. I'm not sure if you're able to see it, but it's about the talk. The amount of information available online is growing at an amazing rate. At the same time, so is our ability to store and process that data. Stanford WebBase is a project that has grown out of close collaboration between the data mining group and the digital libraries group. It is a huge repository of web pages that is stored locally and allows for fast processing of the entire data set. It has proven to be an invaluable research tool that has culminated in the PageRank algorithm, the foundation for Google, the Google search engine, the DIPTRE algorithm, and more. Now, so just to give you the context, so this Larry and Sergey were, I think, first year PhD students in '96 at Stanford, and then they worked on this with one or two of the labs for a couple of years. And in '98 August, I think, is when they incorporated Google. And this in this lecture, I happened to attend that lecture because it was a requirement for the master's program. So I went and sat in the lecture. This was in the Gates building, the computer science building that was where Bill Gates had given some funding. So it's named after, the building is named after him. So I happened to sit there. So during that time, I heard the conversation that they were trying to sell the company to Yahoo for $1 million. So Yahoo was doing really well at that time. Jerry Yang, again from Stanford, I think they had gone public. The company was valued at $8 to $10 billion. So I think they were trying to sell this company, Google, to Yahoo for $1 million. Luckily, they did not. And what is the rest is history, as you may know. So the one on the left, you say the first server, and that's covered with Lego blocks and all that. This is the one where they showed the demonstration that day. And what happened is, so here I'm talking about collaboration, the need for bringing in the right kind of partners. If you look to the right, so you see, along with Larry and Sergey, there's this person called Eric Schmidt, who was a CEO of Novell, which was a networking company at that time, not there. I think they shut down by 2000 or so. They brought Eric in as the CEO in 2001. So even though Larry and Sergey, they were really good at technically and they could get their initial traction moving, but they were smart and diligent enough, of course, probably through their advisors or investors or who, I did not know that part of it, but they were smart enough to bring the right person who knew how to monetize the technology differentiation that they had, and into becoming what Google became by the 2010 or so. I think Eric stayed with the company till 2010 or 11. Then he was the chairman till 2017. Now, anyway, this is it's history. So $1 million in 1998 to 1.65 trillion. I think this is where it stands now. So it's a gain of 1.65 million times. So this is what is possible if you had the right kind of partners coming in. So it is 1 plus 1 plus 1 is not 3, but it's probably 3 million. It can be 3 million. So I'll end my talk. So thank you so much for your time, for listening to me.
Thank you, sir. Actually, no words are enough to thank Radhakrishnan, sir, who has joined us at 2 a.m. in the morning from Boston. Right now, it's 2 a.m. in Boston. And thanks for adeptly listing the crucial points and driving home the fact that the initial funding and support matters, but the robustness of the product, the edge in the technology, and building a sound customer base is most crucial for sustaining the initial success. Thank you, sir. Thank you once again.
Thank you. Thank you.
We now have the next speaker who has joined us. So without keeping him waiting, in fact, he has been there for quite a long time. So we now have Shri Prateep Basu, CEO of Satcher Analytics India, which is a leading space analytics company that leverages satellite data, AI, IoT to provide actionable insight for various sectors such as agriculture, infrastructure, and insurance. He describes himself as passionate about space exploration, innovation, and entrepreneurship. He is a Karman Fellow and an alumnus of the International Space University. It's a delight to have you today here. Over to you, Mr. Prateep Basu.
Well, thank you very much. Before I begin, maybe you could confirm that I am visible and audible properly.
Yes, you are visible and audible, and I'd like you to share your slides so that we can just confirm that as well.
Oh, my slides are not coming?
No, so far not.
Oh, okay, okay. Just a minute. Haha. Yes, I'll rejoin for that. It's a thing. Hi, is my screen visible now?
You are visible, but your screen is, the slides are not visible.
I think I'm not getting the sharing option here. So maybe you could share it at your end.
All right, I'll just do that support right now.
Yeah.
We can share the slides from here. You can tell us which slide and so.
Yeah.
Are you able to see the slides now?
Not yet, but I think I am able to share my screen now.
Okay, we are doing the screen share right now.
Yeah, can you see my screen now?
Sorry, we'll just stop sharing. Yeah, we are able to see your screen. Yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah, thank you for the kind introduction. And sorry, looks like there was some browser update or something which let this happen. I think before I begin, since the introduction about the company is already provided by Sangeeta, one thing that I should highlight is I have a very strong connection with the city, Trivandrum. I studied in IIST and spent 4 of my formative years in partly in Veli and partly in Valyamala. So considering this, we have a lot of people from VSSC, I believe, other centers. It's my privilege to be speaking today at the World Space Week celebration. And in the next 30 minutes, I would try to chart out my journey through certain stories. So I'm not going to be, speaking too much about what the company is doing and our products and all. The topic is hurdles and challenges that I have faced in building SatSure. So quickly, I'll just give a brief about what we do. Already, I think Sangeeta mentioned as a company, our vision, the vision with which we started was how do we make data from space more usable and help in improving decision making on Earth for some of the most pressing problems. So for that purpose, we chose to work on areas that are related to agriculture and financing on agriculture, insurance pertaining to climate change related disasters, and also infrastructure, which is today threatened due to again regular climate related events that's happening. So the company aligns itself to about 7 SDGs and Sustainable Development Goals. And as a company, we are today a team of 150 people with offices in. Hello, am I audible? Sangeeta?
Yes, sir, you are audible. Loud and
Oh,
clear.
okay, sorry. Okay, sorry. So, as a company, we are today 150 people, and we have offices in 3 countries. India is the headquarter. I'm joining in from Bangalore. We have an office here in Bangalore, and then we have 2 subsidiaries, one in US and one in UK. Some of these logos as investors might be relatable to you because they are all like some of them are well-known banks like ICICI, Kotak, HDFC, and we have over the last few years built a lot of intellectual property as well in the areas of satellite remote sensing and AI. Now, this is the state of the union today. But there are a lot of stories of my personal learnings that have gone into it. I'll be actually narrating it through certain images. So I think the stories are more important. The images are just cues to it. What you see here on the left-hand side, that building, that shabby looking building, that was actually above a garage, literally above a garage. So that is where we started. There was a humble beginning because we couldn't afford to have a place in Bangalore because we were putting in our own capital. So this was in 2017. I had worked for 6 years. So my savings were just about enough to maybe give a runway for 1 to 1.5 years. From there, 5 years later, this is an image from last year where we had the Shri Somnath sir graced the occasion of our office inauguration along with Dr. B. N. Suresh. So from somehow managing over a garage to today having offices in 15,000 across 15,000 square feet in central Bangalore. This has been the journey. Now, what were the key learnings in that journey? These are the things which I'll be speaking. The first one, and the foremost one was building a team. Now, see, I studied in IIST, used to work in SHAR, and then I went to ISU. And post ISU masters in France, I worked in consulting. So I barely knew anyone in the industry, apart from my friends from IIST and ISRO. So when we started working, when we started SatShare, so I basically went back to some of my friends that, hey, this is an idea. Do you think you could, start working with me? We could do it together. Now imagine, it's so difficult to take those calls. And I'm speaking even 6 years back when space and startups in India was not spoken in the same breath. Still, today things have changed very fast in the last few years, 3-4 years. But 2017 it was not the case. 2016-17. So convincing my friends to also quit their jobs and join. And these were ISRO jobs. My friend was in IIRS, Rashmit, and other person was there in URSC now. I still call it ISAC. So that was I thought that was a very difficult thing to do, taking the risk. However, going from that point, and the image that you see on the left hand side, the 6 early people. So on the youngsters there were just first year graduates from first year graduates. They were graduates in 2017 from IIST. So I actually relied on my alma mater to hire the first 3 employees for the company. From there to now 150 people, the image that you see on the right has been learning in itself. I thought when we started this company, it would be really easy to get people. I mean, look at us. We have the 5th largest space program. We have so many remote sensing folks. We have such a strong IT industry, and AI was becoming more and more prevalent practices across system integrators and large consultants. So I thought it might be so easy to do it, so much talent pool. But I was proven wrong. And I'll tell you some of the stories of why I was proven wrong. Why is it difficult to build a good team? First and foremost is, in our journey, we had many instances where people would reach out to us, interview with us, but would never then turn up if they got an offer because they got a better offer. There would be instances where people would reject us because we were not, marketing ourselves enough on LinkedIn. So the brand was not there. We got rejected by good people, because obviously there were not enough policies on HR, etc. in place. And we are like, what are we fighting against? Now, when I was in my previous jobs, all we cared about that we got good salaries, we got good leaves, and we were happy with these two. I realized that even though I was still like just 30 at that time, perhaps there was a generational change in what people expect, and what can companies offer. And this was a good times for also startup funding, 2018, 19, 20, where people were just throwing random money everywhere. So, and we know that we are solving some of the toughest problems. I mean, being able to identify what crop is growing within a hectare using satellite imagery that is being taken from 600, 700 kilometers above Earth. It is no mean joke, and it's obviously not going to be very accurate without having a lot of data engineering, data collection strategy put into place, data modeling, good feedback, multi-dimensional knowledge about agriculture, remote sensing, data science, everything. So we needed a high talent density to be able to go from 6 people to 150 people. Despite all of these challenges, required us to shift our way of thinking, of what attracts youngsters, what attract good experienced people, how do we retain them, how do we build in-house learning and development programs, how do we collaborate with academic institutions, how do we leverage our networks, how do we leverage social media. All of these learnings were on the fly. We did not have this knowledge. I am an aerospace engineer who used to work on liquid propulsion systems and then do consulting in the space industry segment, SATCOM side later on. So this was one of the biggest challenges that I personally faced. How do you bring together an eclectic mix of people, that first 150 people who are mission driven, who are extremely talented, and who are whom you can trust that they will not only do their jobs but also go above and beyond. But because that is what is required when you are building a company. You can't have people who will act as employees and want a 9 to 5 job. And I'm not saying that we need to work Saturday, Sunday, but we need to be extremely efficient and we need to be very talented. Each person in the first 50 of the team was able to do the job of 3 people. And that is something unique. And I think that is something of a challenge. We didn't raise money, by the way, for the first 4 years of our journey, which is quite unique. When people think startups or say startups, it's assumed that VCs are throwing money. It's not like that. For the first 4 years, we built a team of 50 people. We were self-sustainable before we raised capital to grow and compete. And our reason to raise capital was actually talent. It was not about marketing or things. We are largely a B2B company. We don't sell anything to consumers directly. So yes, this I would say was one of my biggest learnings and one of the biggest hurdles of building a deep tech company in India, which requires talent density, which requires the combination of experience and youth to be brought together on a single mission and be able to serve the goals that we are coming to. The second challenge is what you're seeing on this slide. Yes, that is Bill Gates. That is me, slightly thinner version of me, 5 years back. And the story behind it is actually interesting. Why I'm saying this, and I'm deliberately have put just images and one title, because we can always find on YouTube how to build a startup. There are thousands of influencers who come and speak about building business plan, revenue model. I will be honest, I never had a business plan. But as a founder, I owned up to the responsibility that it is my if I don't take risk, I don't do extra bit, then I'll not be able to pay. people. Now, this image is an outcome of a story of how just taking those chances can create opportunities. So I had to go to Switzerland for some work. I still remember this. And obviously it was very expensive and I was just eating into my savings, but it was a very important customer. And I was being chased by this consulting firm called Dalberg for an interview towards a report. And I really didn't have time, but I just felt maybe I'll learn something by talking to them. So when I was talking to them, obviously I learned quite a lot because I did this, these were early days in our journey, and I had zero knowledge of agriculture. So agriculture was one of the key sectors that we were targeting. So it was good. However, after that conversation, these guys sent me a form to fill that, hey, we are doing an event with AP government, which will be supported by Gates Foundation. Why don't you fill? I saw that this was to be filled by the end of the day, and I had my flight back. Now, I was used to having reportees in my previous job, delegate it. But here I had to do it myself. I was like, it is worth it. So I asked my So I asked my colleague, like, hey, would you be able to do it? They're like, dude, there are too many questions here. Why don't you do it? We can't do it. Let's leave it. So the deadline was 12 a.m. and till 10 p.m. we had not decided whether we want to apply for it or not. But my flight got delayed by 1.5 hours. I was like, yeah, 1.5 hours, I have extra time at the airport, I'll just fill it. That's the only thing I did. I took that chance. It was an opportunity. I filled that form. And next we know we were shortlisted for a pitch. We went to for the pitch, and because it was like completely unexpected, we were told that Bill Gates would himself come and give you announce the winners. So I gave it my all. There were companies 10 years, 15 years also experience who were shortlisted, but we came in the top 3. And this instance of going above and beyond, following your intuition, taking that risk, it paid off in a massive way. One of the reasons why we could bootstrap ourselves for 4 years is because we had this almost $1 million contract within a year of establishing the company, which was very unusual for anyone. So this was one of the learnings, I would say, not challenge, but we need to take chances as an entrepreneur. But the question is where to say no, where to say yes, right? And it's always like the question of what if we had done that? What if we had not done that? So we have to be always careful and mindful also of what we choose to do and why. It has to be always coming from within. So this was one learning, and it continues to be a challenge for us. Challenge number 3, learnings on the field. As I already established, I was no expert in agriculture, but the problem that we are trying to solve, which is how do we enable faster credit, cheaper credit for smallholder farmers? Because India has more than 100 million people employed in the agriculture sector, and only about 30% of them get institutional credit. Others are taking from many lenders. Most people, more than half of them, do not have access to credit because they are tenant farmers. So we were driven by that problem statement. I was like, okay, don't know agriculture, but obviously it's not rocket science, we can go and learn it. I mean, technically we did have to learn rocket science to get a job. So these 2 images are actually my first field visit. This is in a place called Srikakulam. Many people have to find it on the map. It's northernmost part of Andhra Pradesh. When I was on the field, I was talking to quite a few farmers there. Interestingly, I had learned or picked up rather some Telugu thanks to my stint at Sriharikota, where I had to work with a lot of technical assistants who were Telugu speaking. So what I realized is the humbling of what we were trying to solve. We were like, yeah, there's this data, there's this kind of customer, all will fit together, like how they teach you in the books or in coaching classes. But that first field visit, which was first among many, changed my perception right away. On the right hand side, I have a picture with the district collector. Left hand side is just rolling up the pants and going in the paddy fields. So district collector, he was not convinced. He was like, yeah, but credit people get. If you have a land, you will get credit. I'm like, yeah, but if you have a land, you're growing paddy, you will get only this much credit. Do you think the farmer could do better with more credit? The district was like, yeah, but then no bank is willing to give. Why are banks not willing to give? They don't see it as a very profitable sector, and they already see it as a risky portfolio because they can't take a farmer's land even if they mortgage it while giving the loan. So then I was talking to a farmer right away, and the farmer was like, look, I don't like going to a bank and taking the credit. It takes me 15 days, 30 days easily just to process papers. Sometimes they send me back because I had one passport photo less. Sometimes they find some problem and they delay. There's no transparencies. I would rather take it from my trusted guy in the village who lends. And obviously telling them how satellite remote sensing could help, it was like very difficult. I realized that people will not believe things that they don't see. What they see on the field, a weather station, they will believe the data. But when it comes from satellite, they can't even see. It's very difficult for them to fathom. What's AI? What's ML? That no one understands. So learning the harsh realities on ground, putting that into our product and sales and strategy was one of the key things that helped us succeed. We would, if we didn't have the intelligence from the ground to be mapped to the data from space, I don't think we would have been where we are. And we continue to always do that, be abreast of who is our indirect customer. Even if we are not selling to a farmer, the farmer is the beneficiary of our customer, right? So we have to always make sure of that. Same goes with other sectors where we are operating beyond agriculture. Now, the fourth problem for us, the challenge was learning to sell, because none of us were salesmen. We were scientists and engineers. You see a lot of logos here. I'll not go into each and every story. But learning to sell was one of the biggest challenges for us because, number one, no one was targeting such kind of a solution. I mean, satellite imagery for crop planning or do some policy making was used, but for insurance and credit was still new at that time. So getting to the right decision makers, explaining them, educating them how it works. I had like some of the finest and funniest questions asked at me. Like, okay, leave the crop side. I need, my biggest portfolio in insurance is motor vehicle. Can your satellite identify a thief if they are taking it? Like, okay. So I used to get questions like that, which to me was funny, but to the question was being asked with a lot of actual anticipation. The person who was on the other side, they were excited about the technology. They just didn't know what it can do and what it can't do. So most of our time, initial time, was spent educating the customers. Scaling and all came later, but educating the customers, getting to the right decision makers, identifying the alignment between what our capabilities and product was or roadmap was to what the customer is asking for, and then building a set of people behind that. Meaning, if you are committing to something to the customer, you have gained his trust, you have gained his attention, and you need to then make sure that it's delivered. So I'll give you an example of how this goes. I'm just checking the time. I think I have 15 more minutes. Okay. So one of the first customers we had worked with was ICICI Lombard. This was a crop insurance case. The crop insurance case was very interesting because in Rajasthan, see what happens is every alternate year you have like droughts there. and whenever there is a drought, the farmers who have done the early sowing, they will take out the crops, because otherwise if they don't have the money to keep investing in the field, that will give them lower yield. They will go for the other crop, or they will not sow only. So there is a huge difference in actual crops sown year on year in certain districts of Rajasthan which do not have full irrigation. Now, there was a massive amount of claim, about 100 crores of claims from one district in Rajasthan. And we were given the task to ascertain, using satellite imagery, whether crop was planted and it failed, or whether crop was planted and uh, the same crop for which they have insured was planted and it was taken out. Now, our analysis, and this was like after a strong amount of convincing of before, after, why we need to do this and all. However, what happened is, in our team, we did not have the statement of work properly captured. So they ended up only they ended up creating a third scenario for themselves, which was, did they change the crop? Now, this was not what the customer had asked, but our team did a very nice analysis, spent 5 days to do it, and then we made a report and sent it. This was still early days. And the customer was livid. They're like, boss, I need to take this to the state department, agriculture department, and prove that within a certain amount of time. And you have lost me time. I was literally, in rage, tears, everything, because these were the early customers. Early customers are your true champions who believe in you when you have nothing. So I asked for just one day, and 24 hours our team worked to make the analysis. I personally accompanied the customer for this hearing with the government officials and defended the results. Why I'm saying this story is that selling was not taking a brochure out and showing what features you have. Selling was about the relationships. Selling was about the trust that you can build with a customer, and the customer should know that you have their back. This learning, I have not seen any B school provide, because there are a lot of people from B schools who also work with me. It comes from within. It comes from focus on customer and why you are doing what you are doing. It has to come from some higher purpose, not just to meet numbers. So I know these are a lot of stories to take with very little content on my slides. What I'll do is I'll go to the execution gap one. I'll skip one in the interest of time. So these are just some quotes from famous people. Strategies, figuring out what not to do. Steve Jobs. It's a commodity. Execution is an art. Let's just focus on these two things. Just for my information, Sangeeta, the audience has students and also scientists.
We do have students and faculty from the engineering colleges. And yes, we do have some representation from ISRO as well. If you can call a scientist, then yes.
Okay. Now, I was just asking so that what kind of, let's say, example can I use? So let me take the example then from projects. So at ISRO, we have PSLV, GSLV Mark III, all as projects, right? So we always know there is a process, a checklist, okay, at which stage the project is, what we have to do. That has come through years and years of experience. But when things are not so established, like in a startup, right, the learnings that we are having gets captured into what your custom process is. I'll give an example of how execution is where everyone fails, and that is what defines what is the boundary between success and failure. Everyone has a strategy. Everyone goes through data. It's available, and people are smart. They can make out what's the problem. But rolling up your sleeves and going and solving the problem, that's the biggest issue. Because while the solution looks very easy, there are people who have to actually work towards the solution or work for the solution. And at the end, every leader puts up their hand and the people are the problem. So execution gap usually comes from people not having clear expectations of their role, people not showing proper ownership of their work, people not understanding cross collaboration and boundaries between when two teams are working or more than one team is working, and I'm emphasizing people everywhere, and people who do not have the necessary knowledge or experience to be able to execute that work, and neither have they been guided for it. So when we started, people used to ask us, who are your competitors? People still ask us, who are our competitors? But the competitive landscape has changed. There were many companies who started, I don't say many, but at least 5-10 companies globally we knew at that time. Now it's slightly larger. But those companies don't exist. That were our competitors in 2017-18. And the reason they don't exist was because of the execution gap. They say something, but they are not able to demonstrate that what they are saying, they can actually deliver. One very key example from a customer that we got was the saying doing gap. They had initially worked with one of our earlier those competitors, which doesn't exist anymore. The founder promised that they will reach 98% accuracy using open data of 10-meter spatial resolution. And this was a project that was happening in I think Myanmar. Myanmar, the average land holding is even smaller than that of India here. That person for 4 months, obviously, he had committed, he tried with his team members said it's not possible. So many input layers, errors are there. We can't go above 75, 80. And yet, he did not communicate the same to the customer until the customer, when they tested and tried to validate the results and found those errors, and the customer said, we can't pay for this. What it did was, there was no understanding between the person on the business front and the tech front as to what should be promised, as to what is actually deliverable. Why? Because they haven't kept the customer at the center of their execution. You have to always have that emotional intelligence to be able to create successes. Successes is all about finally delivering what you promised, or maybe delivering more than what you promised. And that is the biggest challenge, because you have to align people. You have to make sure that your leadership, as you grow, your leadership at all levels, top level, middle level, knows what they are doing, why they are doing, and you have proper performance management systems. You have proper quality control systems across the process of product delivery. And finally, you have a proper customer success mechanism, where whether there is what the customer is expecting and what we are delivering still meets. So that's what people usually, because of execution gap, there are flare-ups, people blame each other. But the bottom line is, you don't win on emotion, you win on execution. That's the key thing. How much time I have? More? 5 minutes or something? Okay.
I'm afraid, I'm afraid we are running short of time, so you may have to wind up another 5 minutes.
Yes. Yeah, so I'll do it in 5 minutes. Yeah, I'm done actually. So just two. So Now, this might be amusing for all types of people who are there, young, middle-aged, old. Uh, Leadership in 2020s for Gen Zs. Now, I am 30, I just turned 35 years old, but I feel completely disconnected to people in their mid 20s or even late 20s, even though we have both maybe grown up in the age of communication revolution. And I actually had to read a bit, talk to people, different people, and understand that why is leading youngsters so difficult? You know, why are they so much like vagabonds? So there is a socio-economic reason for it. People who are in their early 20s, they were born in the era, or they grew up in the era where uh, while their parents were working for their jobs, their salaries, and the safety and security of building a family, these are folks, the youngsters in their 20s, who have not really uh, they don't have the bounds of financial security on them. They want more from their job. They want a sense of identity, sense of completeness, a sense of belonging. So there is a lot more uh, soft benefits that people expect. Now, I didn't have my leaders say that. If I was called on a Saturday, Sunday, I will come. And if I even said one word, my manager would tell stories of how he was sleeping on tanks when in, during my age. So I was used to that kind of leadership. But for me to be able to build that team, scale that team, not have execution gaps, have full ownership alignment, this was very important to know what does leadership mean today when your workforce is so young. Your workforce and you do not have a lot of cultural similarities also. And their icons are different. I grew up in cricket, idolizing Sachin and Sehwag and Dhoni. Today, people speak of Hardik Pandya and Virat Kohli is there. He's a bridge, but we have different idols also, right? Everywhere. So uh, the process of empowering people, inspiring them, creating that shared vision, and leading change, all of these are very challenging today. When you are building a company, you can't build a company without people, and you can't have people aligned if you don't have good leadership. And I have failed many times, but one thing that kept me going is feedback. Where am I failing? What should I do better? Keep moving. And last but not the least, this is where the communications comes in. What you see here, two pictures, the difference is audience and also maybe timeline. One place I'm communicating with children, one place I'm communicating with my team. Communication, organization communication is so important because where you have to be able to communicate or speak the most important updates in the simplest of ways that anyone from a child to your senior most experienced people get the message. And we don't do that well. We don't do that well because our our natural way of communication is in our mother tongue. Maybe not always can we articulate it that well in English. I grew up in a place called Ranchi in Jharkhand. For most of my time in school, while I was in English medium school, I used to speak mostly in Hindi. Thankfully, in Trivandrum, where I was forced to speak in English because my college had people from 21 states, and I was in Trivandrum, so I had only English as my resort at that time. So my English improved, and today I am able to leverage that to be able to connect to people, to be able to communicate what is required of them, where is the company going, what uh, what is our strategy, what our customers being, so many things, everything that I explained earlier, what the key challenges of building and scaling company, all of it boils down to how are we communicating it. So yeah, those are, some of the challenges that I would say as an entrepreneur, we will all face, but we'll have to take it, head on. And with that, I would like to end my talk and thank VSSC and the organizing team of World Space Week for giving me this opportunity for communicating with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Prateep. I think your talk, or rather the unfolding of your story, was truly inspirational and encouraging for the youngsters out here. And due to paucity of time, we may not be able to take questions right now, but I'm sure these people will be hunting you down, your email ID, and bombarding you with questions on how to run a successful startup. Thank you once again for sharing, coming to this workshop in online mode and sharing your experiences. Thank you.
Thank you.
We are running late of our schedule, so with the kind consent of our next speaker, we'll be now breaking for lunch because we know we are hungry, and hungry mind can't take anything more in. So, but we'll request you to please keep the lunch break short. Probably right now we are 1:30. Could we join back by 2:10? Is that okay? I hope so, so that we can have the talk by Sri Saurabh Chatterjee soon after, and then we'll move on to the pitching sessions. Thank you. For our online audience, we'll be soon coming back at 2:10 for the next session.
cheek, low. Cheek, 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 low, low. Cheek, 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 low. Low, cheek, cheek, low, cheek. check.
Request all the delegates to come back to the auditorium. And thank you to all of you who are already here. We have 3 more talks lined up for the afternoon, after which we'll be hearing the student pitching sessions. Hope you have all verified that all your presentations are there in the laptop. We can have the working lunch, so if you're not had your desserts, you can always bring in them here. Yeah, you'd be. Yes, first you're presenting. Of course, yes. And regarding this, hello, hello. Excuse me. Hello. Yes. So can we start the session? Next session. We have with us Shri Saurabh Chatterjee, the founder, CEO of Vashishta Research, which was launched in 2018 and is still going good and great. So you have a CEO who has shown that it can work. He is an alumnus of IIT Kanpur and IIT Bombay, specialized in aerospace engineering. He is currently pursuing PhD from IIST and has also served in Oracle and Robert Bosch. So over to you, Shri Saurabh Chatterjee.
Thank you. And can we put the presentation or something? Yeah, sure. So thank you so much for inviting me to this discussion. Okay, so I'll start now. Okay. Okay then, so welcome back after lunch to all the delegates and our distinguished invitees. So the topic that I was given is how to start a successful space startup, our journey. So it's a very interesting topic because there are a couple of keywords there that I don't know whether we qualify exactly. One is successful, so how is a successful is defined? Because in US, a startup is considered successful when they raise the venture capital money. So that has not happened for our case. But if we say success in the form of raising a positive cash flow or profitability, so we have had that for the last 2 years. So it depends on how we consider as success. So, but at least we are running for the last 5 years and we have not collapsed. So it is a success in some ways. But it is not successful in the same way as our previous printer like StatSure and all. So anyway, we will talk about that. And second thing is that space startup. So the space, whether we qualify as a space startup or not, is also a bit debatable because we are basically a ground equipments company, and we don't actually have that much to do with space at the moment. So you'll see a slide like this in many presentations, and there you have the ground equipments in the space sector are estimated to be somewhere like 20 to 40% depending on what slide it is. This is a figure I found yesterday. So if we look at it now, whenever anything is launched into space or in orbit, there is a huge ecosystem on the ground that is enabling the manufacturing, inspection, qualification, and everything that is required. There is a huge ground infrastructure for that. But somehow we don't talk too much about it. So it is a somewhat neglected sector. Generally, space sector is considered to be like satellites or like data from space and so on. So the ground equipment, it is to some extent, we have general ground equipment. So if we have, let's say, cranes or vacuum cleaners or something, so these are some general equipments that many manufacturing companies will use, and space is just one of them. So most of the vendors that are there in the ground equipment sector, they fall under this label. Like their main product is like, let's say, coil winding machine. So then for ISRO also they will make a coil winding machine. But we had a different idea that is basically more like specialized ground equipment. That is like primarily for aeronautical, defense and space sectors. And for that we have very few vendors or companies in India. So this is about our journey. So we are founded as a robotics-based startup with a vision to develop the inspection and manufacturing technology for Indian aerospace industry. So what we did in the years since then are interesting. So the first 3 years, actually, we are not able to do much. So that was more about some innovation contests. We participated and we won several innovation contests. But it wasn't really a business per se. And then in 2020, we had like a COVID-19 crisis. So it was basically shut for like 6 months. So really, our work picked up in 2021 to 23, where we got several projects for research and development related to the government agencies. And that is still continuing. That is still the biggest part that what we are doing. And from 2022 onwards, we also started that we should have a regular product, that is filament winding machines and software. And from 2023, this is just recently started, we have expanded into composite manufacturing as a service as well. So I'll describe these things in detail. So this was like during the early years of our company, we developed certain robots like this. And these were like uncommon robots, like generally people in India don't develop them. So one is a climbing robot that uses this vacuum suction pads. So the idea behind this is that you have a climbing robot, it can climb on a structure and it can go and do inspections, or it can be used for working on other planets or something. But this was also we developed a digital twin model for that. And this is something we have continued in all our projects later on. So the robot gate is planned in the 3D digital model, and then that is transferred to the physical model. So we were lucky that we actually got a Dare to Dream contest first prize winner for this in the legged walker category. So it was a good like a PR and also some prize money we got from that. But we also found that this is not a scalable business or anything. So this is like the end of that robot. And we also, in parallel, I also had this idea for a cable-driven parallel robot. So this is also something which it's not there in India. It's basically the idea is that we can scan large structures. So if you're talking about in space or for space structures, we can scan, and also it has an application for filmography. But so we were given the Kerala Startup Mission Innovation Grant for this because it's an innovative idea in the sense that it's not there in India. But again, this doesn't really result in any commercializable product. So we gave up this idea as well. So this was the first stage in our journey, that like 2018 to 19 period. And only after 2020, we started with some real projects that we got a good fund from. So the first thing was the integrated robotic system for thermographic non-destructive testing. So this was an idea that basically the idea was proposed by Hari Krishna sir for my PhD thesis. But it also had a possibility of application in the actual field. So that was the first one that we did. And the second one was solid propellant machining using robotics. So that was given last year. So the second two of them were actually given last year. And they are basically DRDO projects. So one is for solid propellant machining. And second is for automated fiber placement or AFP software. So I will kind of explain these projects in more detail. So this was the basic idea, that we have a thermography system, and this uses the halogen lamps for heating a composite panel, and we have a thermographic camera for inspecting the defects. So here we developed our entire hardware, the electronic excitation controller and a post-processing software. So on the right side, that's like a post-processing software which we developed. And then the concept was that we can integrate this into a robotic system for panel inspection. So if you have a panel over there, then how do we plan a path over the panel such that the small squares or small areas will be located slightly overlapping each other, that the entire panel will be covered. And then we can stitch all the images together and we can show the defects in it. So I made this like prototype system, and I had demonstrated the entire concept on it. So this is the like algorithms and software which I developed. That is for a motion planning software to plan the path, and then automatic coverage path planning also I did. So that it can automatically generate the entire path for it. So this was what was developed, and we demonstrated the proof of concept there. So, but when you're talking about sales of this product or sales of the system, so the sales as a part of the equipment. So only the heating system we were able to actually sell, and that is also to VSSC and CMSC through the e-procurement system. So here bottom you can see what we supplied. So it's only a partial kind of a system which we were able to actually sell to them. And although we were able to get some interest from NAL and DRDO ASL, but they have not so far made any purchase commitment. So even though the technology, we said that it's viable and we showed the prototype and everything, but we could not really get sales out of it. It was very less. So what was our learning from the experience? So first thing is that we learned that we should develop a product only after getting the end user commitments. So that is like a PO or some agreement of some sort. Otherwise, it is too much risky just to invest your money and to develop some technology. Even though we had very good advisors from ISRO and we knew that this technology is having a proper application and all, but it still didn't happen in the way that what we thought. And Also, we published some papers in conferences and journals, which was useful for my PhD, but again, in a commercial application, it has no use. So this is also one more thing which I learned to avoid, that not to do too much of like academic things. It's not really a commercial thing to focus on. So, but however, the benefit of this, that the technical learning from this project was really high, and it enabled us to apply for other R&D projects, and which are the next ones which I will explain about, and be confident about executing them. So basically, it helped us to sort of pitch for the next two projects. Like the hardware side, we were able to pitch for the development of the solid propellant machining project, and the software side, we are able to pitch for development of automatic fiber placement. So now coming to this project, solid propellant machining using robotics. So this was proposed as a solution to the DRDO Dare to Dream 2.0 challenge, which we were also the winner in that category. And we submitted it under the Technology Development Fund project, and a grant was awarded to us for developing this system. And basically the premise of this is that this is an internal bore propellant machining for cutting complex slots. So the solid rocket motor inside, it has a propellant grain configuration, and in that configuration we can cut some slots so that we can obtain an appropriate thrust profile. So this is the basic idea behind solid propellant machining. So what are the steps that we have followed in this? So first is that we developed a 3-axis test setup to understand the propellant machining. So we have a small block of propellant, dummy propellant, that is, like not filled with the explosive one, but it is something similar, so that it is resembling the mechanical characteristics. So we have that block over there, and we are testing all the various aspects of propellant machining, because this has many kind of safety related issues may be there. So we had to look at the cutting tool, then the vacuum suction system. So as it is cutting the propellant, it is actually getting sucked inside, and it is getting neutralized in water. So we have to check that suction, then we have to check the cutting load, then we have to check the thermal testing. So we have to check that tool is not getting overheated, because this is thermal sensitive propellant. And we have a boroscope camera to monitor the entire cutting process, and also electrostatic testing, because the propellant material is sensitive to static electricity. So many tests we have to do. So this is the realization of the test setup. So this is the small test setup which we made, and that is the operating of it in operating condition, and we are cutting the slots in the propellant. So we did a lot of these experiments. We generated some test results. So we cut slots like straight slots and also angled slots, and based on that we get certain value of cutting forces. So this gives us an idea of how much loads there will be on the cutting arm of the robot based on the depth of cut and feed rate. Then we did thermal and electrostatic testing. So initially there were a lot of ideas that this should incorporate a gas cooling system which uses like vortex tube or cold air gun, that is to cool the propellant as it's being cut. However, we proved that actually it's not required. The vacuum suction itself is enough to cool the propellant as it's being cut, and this application is not so thermally sensitive what it was originally assumed. Second thing is about the electrostatic buildup. There is one place where the electrostatic buildup is significant, that is inside the suction tube. So when the cut pieces of the propellant are rubbing against this non-conductive material, there is a electrostatic buildup is happening. To prevent that, we can use a metal tube or we can cover it with some conductive paint. So these are the kind of tests that are required in order to establish the safety of the system. So now the next stage for us, that is where we are currently at, we are basically building the prototype now. So the inputs from the propellant machining testing were incorporated into the design process, and the prototype CAD design has been completed, and most of the components also procured, and the fabrication will be started soon. So yeah, that's the end for propellant machining. So these are all works in progress. So they are having timeline of 2 years or so. We are only like less than a year into the project. Now, second one is the automated fiber placement or AFP software. So basically, automated fiber placement is an advanced manufacturing process for producing large composite structures that are used in aerospace. So basically, the DRDO ASL raised the requirement to indigenously develop the machine and the software for controlling the machine, for realizing these AFP products. So because the machine that they required is very large in size, something like 10 meters long and supporting like 3 meters diameter mandrel, so we couldn't apply for that. So it is actually being developed by CNC India Bangalore, which is a big like heavy industry that does this kind of heavy industry works. But the software for it, the CAD/CAM software, that is being developed by us. So here's an overview of some of the elements of the AFP software. Basically, we are creating a composite that is a laminate. And this laminate is created by stacking plies on top of each other in a certain layup sequence. Now, in the laminate, we have plies, and these plies have courses, and each course has toes. These toes are being laid up by the AFP machine, and it is being trimmed according to the outline. So we have workflows for a flat panel, parametric surface, and a triangulated surface. So this is the GUI that we have developed for the flat panels example. So now for parametric surfaces, we are using section curves to model parametric surfaces generally used in aerospace, such as cones, cylinder domes, etc. So based on how we want the model to look like, we can define it using certain profiles, and we can create the section model. So here I am using this example from CG Vericut. That's a commercial AFP software on the right side, and on the left side, that is the software which I have developed. Also, the parametric surface coverage. So once we have defined this surface, we have to cover it using these courses. So how we can define these courses using different types of curves, like constant curvature curve, constant angle curve, etc. And then we have to do shifting using some parallel or shifted curve techniques. And these computations are all done using differential geometry techniques. And the most general example of a surface is like a triangle mesh. So in this, the surface is represented by a series of triangles. So the paths for reference curves and coverage can be calculated using discrete geometric techniques. So basically this entire project is about a CAD/CAM software which we use to control this machine, AFP machine, which will be creating the composite parts. So these are parts for aircraft, missiles, and maybe launch vehicles also in future. So what are the challenges in executing such large R&D projects? So the major challenge is not actually technical. Technically, I would say we are able to solve the problem. But the issues are that getting the contract or purchase, it takes an extremely long time. And this is the main problem with it. And second thing is that these products are very niche, they are not scalable. So the R&D expenses need to be covered in a single product itself. And also, these are basically difficulties with the governmental system. We have the purchase process, the payments are not in advance, or it takes time to process it. So these are the issues which are there, but still we have been able to make the model work to some extent. And I'll put a few more things that maybe people who are in ISRO and all may not quite get it. First thing is that the idea is that investors will just put lots of money, millions of dollars into such companies. But the truth is that this is not the case, because investors don't want to fund any non-scalable business model. So if we are saying that we have a machine or a robot to inspect Vikas engine, so there's not going to be 10 factories making Vikas engine. LPSC is the only provider of Vikas engine. So then you can't amortize that R&D expense into like 10 systems. You have to get the entire payback or whatever in that single one service itself. So this is one thing that, and also investors don't like this kind of business model. And also the second idea is that private sector will be easily able to give money for such kind of projects. But this is also not true. The thing is that in private sector, they only want some proven technologies. So the game in private sector is totally different. They are not at all interested in any R&D things and things like that. The whole idea there is that you have a product developed in, let's say, China or Germany, US, something, and you import it and you can give a good service in it, like maybe like within 3 months you can install it. So that is a kind of thing which is appreciated in private sector. That's not what we are doing. So I think we have actually some discussions under VSSC, LPSC and all, but actually we still are awaiting a major project from the space sector. And till now that has not happened, even though this was like a big part of the company when I started it, but it has not yet come to pass. So let's hope that something happens in that regard. But I just wanted to put some of the challenges out there. So actually, because of these problems with the R&D projects, we decided to develop a kind of a more common product that is more scalable. So this is what we came up with, that is a filament winding machines. So the filament winding is there in the space sector. Like we have applications in solid rocket motors and propellant tanks. But we also have applications in the commercial sector. So such as pipes and vessels for drive shafts, fire extinguisher, RO filters, LNG tanks, hydrogen tanks, etc. So there's quite a big market in the commercial sector which also needs this machine. And second thing, so first, our main innovation here was that we developed a small sized winder, tabletop sized winder, for the small sized components. And also our filament winding software, which is an indigenously developed CAD/CAM software. So that is, it's not an imported software, it's a software which we have developed. So this is Carbon Chakra, which is our 4-axis filament winding machine. And basically this is a budget winder, it's a desktop size filament winding machine for R&D institutes or for small products. So on the right side you see that is our machine has been installed in Sidetec, which is in Spain. So they are running our machine there. So it has 4 degrees of freedom. We have tension control, resin control, 2 spools of carbon or glass fiber, and industrial machine controller and safety features. Then our in-house developed filament winding software, which is Winding Guru. So this is similar to CADFill or CADWind, which are the industry standard imported products. So it is having a lot of features like this. So support for cylinders with domes, different kinds of windings on these domes. And we get detailed reports on what is required. So now about the sales of the product. So we have completed the sales to IIT Jammu and Sidetec in Spain. So we were able to get an export order for the product as well. And some more are in pipeline. And we also have plans to develop a bigger machine because that is what is in more demand. So, and one thing is that we understood through this process of developing the product is that the customer actually, he don't know how to operate a filament winding machine. So initially they are not interested in buying a machine. They are more interested in the service part. So that is where we started our like services kind of business. That is a composite manufacturing services. So the first thing in that is filament winding services. And basically this is about the development of pressure vessels using filament winding. So we have our own filament winder and we develop some tanks such as a hydrogen tank prototype for Honest Cryogenics. So that's again another startup. And a fire extinguisher vessel for Carbonic Industries and a scuba diving tank for Alcan Industries. And these are like small projects, but they are like services that we provide. So currently, this is very few companies are there in India who are actually providing this service. And in addition to filament winding, we also do like a regular composite making process using the hand layup, that is RTM, VA RTM. and also mold development or mold making process. We also doing the sample testing using UTMs. So currently this is more of a local requirement in as much as there isn't really any composites manufacturing company in Trivandrum. So in larger cities like Chennai or Bangalore, there will be at least 10, 15 composites manufacturing centers. But in Trivandrum, we don't have any. So, and this is actually a kind of a requested item from ISRO and others, just to outsource some of the composite product making. So this is like a kind of a local service that we have started to do. This is a proposed project from IIST, that is Hyper D sounding rocket. So basically this is about the development of a hybrid propulsion based sounding rocket at IIST. So here the manufacturing of the composite parts like propellant tank, solid rocket motor casing, rocket body, nose cone and fins. So these are all planned to be done using our machine or our systems. And we are applying to be the primary contractor of this project. Although it has not come yet, but we are quite confident about it. So that is it for now. So this is the journey as it stands. So if you have any questions, I can interact with you.
I think due to paucity of time, we can reserve the questions for the tea break session. And
Okay.
they have already had an opportunity to interact.
Yeah, sure.
So thank you for the talk. It has shown us that it's okay to start with an idea and later diversify and reinvent based on the market. Thank you. Next, we have another talk by Dr. Biju Prasad B, who is the group head of the Control Actuation Development Group at VSSC and is the Deputy Project Director of PSLV, Semi-Cryogenic Project, DPD of GSLV Mark III, and APD of Reusable Launch Vehicle ORV. He's also associated with the Half Humanoid Project of ISRO. He's a recipient of numerous awards for contributions to launch vehicle technology and holds patents and is a published author of technical articles. So over to you.
Good afternoon to all of you. So I will keep this presentation very short because already we are running late. My basic objective of this presentation will be to give an overview of various subsystems that makes the entire big launch vehicle. Because I'm sure many of you from colleges might have seen the launch vehicle, but I'm sure that all of you may not know all the subsystems that goes into this launch vehicle. So once you get to know about these various subsystems, then you yourself will generate an interest in any one of them. Then perhaps you can take it up as an idea to begin a startup and all. So this gives an overview of all the subsystems that goes into the launch vehicle. I will quickly, in a very short manner, describe one by one. So we start from the aeronautics, where it involves the mission design, aerodynamic characterization. So when I say mission design, starting from the launch station or launching the vehicle and till the point where it has to be, the satellite has to be ejected. So it includes the trajectory design and also the kind of load that is experienced by the vehicle. Then, as you know, that the launch vehicles is made up of different stages, maybe 2-stage or 3-stage and 4 stages. So we need to separate the stages after its ignition. So we need some mechanism for pyro-based mechanism to cut and separate it. And also we require igniters for initiating the propulsion in liquid engines and cryogenic engines. So that comes under the ordinate systems that comes under the ordinate systems. Then in avionics, basically it's a short form of aviation electronics. It has navigation, guidance, control, and flight software and telemetry. So when I say navigation, you have to find out where you are at any point of time. The vehicle has accelerometers and gyroscopes from where the 6 degrees of freedom of the vehicle can be computed at any point of time. Then you also know the trajectory in which actually it is supposed to go. Then using a guidance software, it will compute the steering command to be given to the vehicle to track the required trajectory. So it's all put up or made in software, and that resides in the onboard computer of the vehicle. Then the entire mission simulation and control design, that has because we'll have the various kinds of missions like polar satellite mission, polar mission, or geostationary mission. For example, our own Chandrayaan mission, our Aditya mission. So each mission, the trajectory is different. So we have a number of stages, and its propulsion system, that is the thrust it generates, and the kind of disturbance that can come. Various disturbance, like for example, when you are carrying, when you are having a liquid engine where a lot of propellant, liquid propellant is there, as it gets depleted, then there will be the sloshing motion, that is the movement. So these are all internal and also external disturbance. We have to tweak or perturb these parameters and see whether the vehicle will be stable throughout its trajectory. So we also do a Monte Carlo analysis for that. Then comes the composite structures, because as you know that composites is having very high strength to weight ratio, so we use a lot of composites. So there is a separate team working on that. So that is one area you can think about. Then of course material metallurgy and fabrication technology. For example, you see nowadays people are thinking about making the entire liquid engine in a 3D printed fashion. Then to integrate it, because now the vehicle, see, we will have small subsystems and we need to integrate, put together, and then each stages, suppose if you have a 4-stage vehicle, each stage gets integrated and get ready in different locations. Then we need to bring everything together and stack one over the other. So it is not a very easy task, for which you require good, very costly and complex infrastructure. So that is already available in ISRO in Sriharikota. So perhaps if you are planning for a startup, maybe you can, that's what was being discussed in the morning, maybe such kind of help through, that is the infrastructural help, you cannot build on your own. So you can approach ISRO through InSpace and use all those facilities. Then when it gets integrated, then each stage there will be a testing to ensure that the integration, electrical and mechanical integration is okay. Then we have various kinds of adhesive insulation, and thermal protection system is very important because it passes through the dense atmosphere. Then especially the nose cone, where it has to face the bulk of the aerodynamic drag, so it gets heated up, then we should have a thermal protection system. So that is a separate group. Then structural design and analysis, static and dynamic testing. So analysis is one part, FE analysis, that perhaps you should be knowing that. Then there are two types of, one is a static testing and the dynamic testing. Static means we require facilities where the structures has to be, we should be able to load it to the loads with a margin than that is expected in the actual mission. So such infrastructures and test facilities are there in ISRO. And also, we also require that dynamic testing like sinusoidal response, random vibration, shock. These are all the actual environment that is expected in mission. So we have vibration test beds for that. Then after the solid motor means the fuel is in the solid form. After its design, after it is made, you have to ensure that it works as per the specification. How do you do that? For that, you need to fire the actual motor and then hold it. And the entire force, it gets transmitted through a big load cell which measures the force being transmitted. So we call it as the hot test or static test. So that is normally done in Sriharikota where big static test beds are there. Why I'm mentioning all these things is that these kind of infrastructures is very difficult to build on your own when you begin a startup, but then you can always depend on ISRO. Then this point, perhaps many of you may not be much aware about that system reliability. In the morning talk, our director was specifically mentioning about that. That reliability and the quality team, it will be like a headache for us, but then it's very, very important to theoretically find out the reliability and also keep on updating the demonstrated reliability. So when you keep on doing the number of testing, you have heard Radhakrishnan and I are talking about one testing which he started in 2015 and still going on. So that the demonstrated reliability goes on increasing, and finally it can reach or even cross the design reliability numbers. So this is a very important thing, and there should be separate quality and assurance team and quality control team for that. Environmental testing, you require big chambers, like because when it goes through the atmosphere and beyond that, it has to encounter vacuum, then EMI, electromagnetic interference, then extreme temperatures like hot, cold condition, then humidity, then vibration, shock. So all these things, you require big chambers, like environmental chambers, wherein you suppose if you're making for example, a robotic manipulator, you have to keep this manipulator, take this manipulator inside this chambers and test it by subjecting it to the actual environment that is expected in mission. So we have such very costly chambers. And then the technology management, human resource and outreach. So now we are having this program as an outreach. This one particular slide, the idea of showing this slide is to show you an end-to-end process in which a system gets developed. You are all working, you are all studying in academic institutions. So when you face an exam, you get a question and then you write in 1 or 2 pages. Then the invigilator evaluates it and then gives you the marks. But when it comes to the actual process of designing, developing and demonstrating a system, it's not that straightforward. Because you are also using money, and especially people who are working in the government sector, we are dealing with public money. So there will be independent test team, the review teams that will ensure that our design is proper and the testing is proper. So there is a cycle involved in system development. So one individual person cannot take all those such decisions. So it starts from the system's concept review, where the designer will have some concept of designing, or okay, I'll think about a manipulator which I want to grab a debris from the orbit and then deorbit it. Because because that idea, suppose if it comes to mind as a idea, and I also take a decision to begin a startup in that, then that concept, this is a system concept, and it's only in the conceptual form. You make a discussion and finally you decide to venture into that. Then you have to go for the detailed design. That comes in the preliminary design review, where all the computation calculations has to be reviewed, and you have to form a separate small committees to cross-check whether it's okay or not. I got an ultimatum of 5 minutes. So then you require the configuration control board, which is when you keep on designing and developing systems, you may have to change some design drawings and all. But if you don't keep track of the design process that gets evolved, you may mess up. Maybe you may use some of the older drawings to make a new component. Then you will end up in problem. So during a development process, very important to keep the configuration control which tracks the latest design or latest specification of each component that goes into the system. Then failure mode affects criticality analysis. You have to think about various failure modes and its effect criticality analysis, which will be very helpful for finding the reliability numbers. Then, as I told, quality assurance review, quality audit team will ensure a separate body which can always keep questioning you, and it's the onus is on the designer to give proper answers and give confidence to all the other committees or members. So this is just an overview, and we have a lot of industries in India which makes the parts, launch vehicle parts right now. Almost 80% of it comes from industry, but then this 20% that is pyros, integration testing, and some of the simulations test beds we only have. We don't, because pyro safety is involved, because it's explosive devices, so we don't outsource it to industries. But then simulation test beds and all, it is a niche area where we only give that 20%. Maybe perhaps you can talk with the in-space to find out how, suppose if you want to make a launch vehicle, definitely you need to get involved, but then the regulations and the ways you can get it clarified through in-space. Then these are all some of the, I'll quickly go through, these all the private industries are helping us in making these launch vehicles. So all these slides what I'm showing is that all these industries are there right now in India. So in morning, one of the speakers was specifically mentioning about that. We don't have to go abroad for any of this. Everything is available in India. But our in-space is there, our ISRO is there. We will guide you to the right place and the right party who has been supplying to us for many years. Then this is the last slide. These are some of the advanced missions what we have in the future. Perhaps some of you, if you want to venture into some new technologically challenging projects, then these are some of the areas like vertical takeoff and landing, where a lot of navigation guidance control is very critical. Then space tourism, then colonizing in outer space. 2-3 years back, one of the theme for the World Spaceway was Moon, the gateway to stars. So now we have a renewed interest for doing exploration in Chandrayaan, and in future ISRO is also planning a lot of missions to Chandrayaan. Perhaps you can also think of start working on some of the payloads that can go into the Chandrayaan mission. And last but not the least, I find a lot of these satellites, telecommunication satellites, which we used to put up in the geostationary orbit, 36,000 kilometers, but that was not a big problem. But now the OneWeb, Starlink and Geo is going to flood the low Earth orbits, that is around 1,000 to 2,000 kilometers with all these satellites, 2,200 by Starlink, then 650 by OneWeb. So how to take it back? So Kessler syndrome, probably some of you may know about that it is expected that maybe if we don't do anything, if we don't act now, maybe after some 6 or 7 years or 8 years, we may not be able to travel at all. So you can also venture into areas where you can take the debris back and deorbit and bring it back, or perhaps extend the life of certain satellites where when it runs out of fuel, then the people are even thinking about service satellites which will roam around, where when a demand comes, that satellite goes and refuels it. And in some satellites, if it requires repair action, and such actions also is envisaged in the service satellite concept. So I have given just an overview about some of the exciting projects that is in store, and I'm sure that some of you may if you are going to venture into this startup, you can take some of these subsystems or projects, and we'll see you in future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Even in this short time, sir has given a good direction about what are the possible projects in which you could associate and work, and also what are the facilities that ISRO can provide, which you can leverage. Thank you, sir. Next, we have the last talk of the day and it's a very important topic, by Sri Robin VT. He heads the technology and IP management activities at the Vikram Sarabhai Space Centre. He is also working as a system engineer for electrical integration of second stage of PSLV and GSLV. He holds a post-graduation in applied electronics and instrumentation, a postgraduate diploma in intellectual property rights, and a post-graduation in space and telecommunication law from Nalsar University, Hyderabad. Over to you, Robin.
Good afternoon. I hope you're not sleeping. And it's a difficult time for me. See, I am the last man on this lap, and now I am given a very short time. Even though 15 minutes was scheduled, I am asked to stop in 5 minutes. See, so I have to run faster. So I'll not spend much time here. I'll just introduce you to like how the new space industries are engaging with ISRO across the different centers. Maybe most of the previous speakers have already spent a lot of time. They have already covered most of the topics which I wanted to speak. So they made my part very easier. So still there are some points because somebody asked some few doubts on the technology transfer, and also I thought I'll give some more details on what is pending and what we are doing there. So if you look at the evolution of the space industry over the years, what we can see is initially it was driven by government setup, like a government funded method was there, mainly because of this national prestige issue. It was a government oriented industry. But then what happened is these government industries, even in ISRO also, contracted out this activity to the private industry. That is, they have depended on this private industries existing in the country, or developed private industries who could provide them technology or products which they can make use of. So what happened there is these industries actually started using this knowledge which is available with them, and they started giving back. They started supplying back to the users who require them. So that if you look at globally, you can spot many of those kind of industries. But when it comes to India, when we were having lunch, we were having a discussion on the same topic. When Acnicul launch was happening, there were some industries which were developed by ISRO was supporting those launches. So there are some kind of industries who got the technology, who got the know-how from ISRO, and now are in a position to support the new space industries. So from there down the line, what happened is the entrepreneurs and the venture capitalists got an intersection, and the new space or the space tech came into existence. So what we understand from here is the space will continue to evolve to favor bold entrepreneurs who are sitting in front of me right now, and you'll be able to do much better things what others have done in industry. So this was already pointed out by Rajiv Joshi sir, but still what you need to understand is, as part of the space reforms, government has introduced 2 new agencies under the Department of Space, which are the ENSIL and the InSpace, which I have highlighted over there. So these are the new 2 agencies, where ENSIL is a commercial arm, and where InSpace will act as a regulator or the enabler or the promoter in this sector. So as part of this space reform, what happened is government has put forward a very strong and broad vision in front of you, which is very defining the key roles of the active players involved. So I understand that the people who are selected to present their ideas, the 10 presenters, you may be able to relate your presentation to one of these strategies over here. It might be linked to any one of this vision which I have listed over here. It must be either national or socio-economic development, or protection of the land or the life, or the peaceful exploration or simulation of public awareness. I think the selected presentation will be aligning to one of these visions. So to have this vision executed, there is a strategy like the enhancing the R&D activity. There is an agency like ISRO is mandated to enhance the R&D activities, and at the same time we have to make available the public good to the users outside. So in view of this space reform, what we have is we have agents, like different agencies are listed down, like we have the InSpace, we have ISRO, ENSIL, and along with that we have the NGs also. So clear definitions are given for all these partners, what ISRO is supposed to do. ISRO is actually supposed to enhance the R&D in the space sector. You have to have a sustained human presence in the space, and at the same time you have to come out of the regular manufacturing activities. So for that you have another mechanism put in place, like the NSIL is mandated to have the commercialization to take it forward, whereas the in-space will see that the new space or the space tech industries are given a level playing field to take their ideas forward. So they will act as a regulator. They will allow the new space industries to get in touch with the ISRO systems, and they will make sure that they get all the resources to take their ideas forward. So when it comes to the NG, I think the space policy, those who have already read the Indian space policy might have seen, it's broad, like 14 points are already described what the NGs are expected to do. So when I read through that, I thought I can like bring it, compress it to around some 5 points which I have listed down here. And in fact, we already have good number of industries who have invested in most of this area. I said most of because the space resource governance is one area which is some industry are yet to like invest some amount in that. So otherwise in all other areas we already have good number of technologies when it comes to products or launch vehicle or any ground equipment systems. Like we already have already heard presentation from successful startups already working here. So we can see that already we have some players who are already into this domain. So this is some area which you need to look into. These are your opportunities and these are the expectations which the government have on you. So you can have your ideas in this, you can align it to these areas and work towards bringing up successful entrepreneurships. Then what the ultimately the space reforms look into, like having a enabling the growth, enhancing the public-private partnership, engaging with industries, and obviously creating new players in the space. So these are like the directions in which the space reforms are pointing out to. So the space reform, as far as ISRO is concerned, we are asked to share the technology, the product, your facility, and of course handhold the industries while they are bringing up their entrepreneurship ideas. So in this line, as Rajesh sir was already pointing out, this whatever I have written down as JPIP is Joint Project Implementation Plan. This is how you define the requirement of the industry when you come to engage with ISRO. So already we have signed multiple agreements and we have already completed multiple joint project implementation plan, and we are in the pipeline to sign a few more. And still discussions are going on. He already told that more than 250 projects are lined up. So when I look into the actual engagement of the industry with ISRO, what I can see is these are some of the requirements which were projected by the industry and which were met by the ISRO centers. From all across the ISRO centers, you can see that the casting of solid motors or making use of the precision equipments or accessing the facility like Biju sir was pointing out, because high investment in facilities are available within ISRO. So all these new space industries are approaching ISRO to either one of these listed down activities. And what I have pointed out, the first one is the sharing of technologies. So technology transfer is one area which we are actively working upon. In fact, I just want to spend 1 or 2 minutes here. See, ISRO started this activity of technology transfer even before all these reforms. I think the first technology was transferred from the Vikram Sarabhai Space Centre in the year 1978. From there on, VSSC has been actively transferring different technology, and today we have more than 250 technologies transferred from ISRO, and put together across all ISRO centers it is 450 or 500 around. So now when InSpace has come into picture, they have put in a regulatory mechanism wherein the industries can approach InSpace to get any technology which is a mature technology which ISRO has, so that the industry can work upon. So already we are into a big business, like he has already pointed out, like the SSLV launch vehicle as such is being plan for a technology transfer. So other than that, we have sharing of products, especially in case of the new launch vehicle requirements, how we are supporting them with the already developed products of ISRO, how they can make use of them in their launch vehicle. So that is already there. Then the precision equipments, what we have available in ISRO, that is also being made use of. So if I summarize it, it's like some 3 areas which the industries are currently getting engaged with ISRO. One is the transfer of technologies, second one is the access to the facilities, and third one is the testing and qualification of product, making use of the facility available in ISRO. So this is the current picture. So why I told is, if somebody is having some plan in their mind, like the entrepreneurship plan, this is how the industries are currently approaching ISRO to make their product viable. So, how you can approach ISRO. So, these are the steps right now involved. You have to get in touch with InSpace. You have to share your proposal with them. They have a website where there is a link for sharing your proposal. Then this will be analyzed or scrutinized with ISRO and by ISRO as well as InSpace. Then InSpace will get into an NDA, non-disclosure agreement, and like a framework MOU with the particular NGE. With that MOU, you will have a discussion with the concerned ISRO center for entering into a joint project implementation plan. So that is how you take the idea forward and get in touch with ISRO to make use of our facility or technical expertise available in the country. So I'll stop here. I'll leave the stage because around some 100 minutes of presentation are still left. So I'll stop here. Thank you.
That was so kind of you, Robin, and you were on the dot. So you have just given us the expectations from space startups and how you must align to them and the avenues of engagement with ISRO. As a token of our appreciation, I request Sri Biju Prasad sir to hand over a memento to Sri Robin VT. Especially for the timekeeping. Thank you. Okay, now we move on to the student presentation sessions. So a few points right at the beginning. As promised, we'll have 10 proposals that can be presented here. But you'll be given 8 minutes for your presentation, and the 2 minutes that we collect from all your presentations, we use it to give a valuable feedback at the end of each of the segment of presentations. That is, it will be split up into 2 sets of presentations, 5 each. After the first 5, we'll be having some feedback session on the kind of proposals or the pitching that you have made here. No, it's okay. So 8 minutes. After 7 minutes, we'll ring a buzzer, and you have to wind up in 8 minutes. So that's your first test of entrepreneurship, because you often get only so much time in pitching your idea. Shall we start? Shall we start? Okay, so the first person to give the presentation here is from Cochin University of Science and Technology, Ms. Bhagyalakshmi PS. Yeah, please. You can use the podium and your
Good afternoon. I'm Bhagyalakshmi PS from Kochi University of Science and Technology. I'm here accompanied by my faculty and my mentor, Sir Roy M. Thomas, who have guided me throughout the presentation. Here I come up with the idea of robotics for satellite inspection and repair. I have made it into 3 titles. The first one is why robots? Why we need robots in this sector? The second one is the present, the future, and how we can form this into a business. As this thing discusses with the entrepreneurship, we want to make it into business also. For forming it into business, the budget and sources is very necessary. So the third title discusses with the budget and resources. In this era, we know that the lifespan of the satellites are increasing day by the latest technologies, the advancements and development and research in the area. And several space agencies like NASA have done this, do have their repair space shuttles. They do have their they do repairs from the space shuttle. They mainly do their repairs by human assistance, like they will dock their repair space shuttle with the satellites, and the astronauts who are very expert in the field would get out of the shuttle and would do repairs on the satellites, and in this manner it is done. But for the country like India, we do have an organization like ISRO. It's very costly and it's a huge risk. But we are researching on it, but sending robots would be very cost effective when compared to these space shuttle. Then, why robots? Why do we need robots? Because it's very cost effective, and the robots which are designed here is very multifunctional too. And these robots is a mini robot, and which do weight a little, which is highly efficient, cost effective. It could grab to the satellite like a crab. It could move on the satellite. It could inspect the satellite, and it could repair the satellite too. And it could be of various ranges. The first one is it could be sent along with the satellite itself. For the distant satellites like Chandrayaan or space telescope like Hubble, etc., we can't send a robot to them from Earth for the repair. It would cost a lot. So we could send the robot along with the satellite itself. But in the case of the satellites like geosynchronous satellites or sun-synchronous satellites, etc., in that cases, we can send a robot from Earth to the satellite for the repair purposes. In the case of the sun-synchronous satellites, we could send these robots in PSLVs. In geosynchronous satellites, we could send the robots using GSLV rockets. And we can also make use of the milliboats or mini boats too. Because the mini boats and milliboats are too small, it could repair the satellites, like for the circuital complaints and all. This mini robot can't do that because it's not that small. So we can make use of the millibot and mini boat in this case. And this same satellite can be used for the repair of same robot can be used for the repair of the various satellites too. And other thing is that how could we charge this robot? The robot could be charged in two manners, because the robot could charge itself, because it would be having solar panels on itself, and it could charge from the satellite itself. The next we discussed about the present, the future, and how we can form it into business. And I have divided this title into two parts. The first we will analyze about the present things, what's going on in the present, the current issues and trends. The next we'll go on the topic of future and how we can form into a business. At present, as I mentioned earlier, we know about the things that have been done by NASA, etc., about the repair space shuttles they have and the repairs they have been doing. In the repair, nowadays, NASA do have repair space shuttles which do have robotic arms. In this case, these repair space shuttles would go near the satellite. How could it go near the satellite? First of all, this repair space shuttle should have calculate the orbital velocity of the satellite which is revolving around the Earth. And it should go near the satellite, and it do have the robotic arms, right? It should grab the satellite towards it, and it should dock it with the satellite and repair it. But we don't have such a thing. And recently, we all know ISRO is gonna get a grant. I have read in the newspaper that grant is allowed up to 10 crores, which is allowing it to work on a project which aims in refueling and repairing the satellites. And next we'll discuss about the future and the business formation. And all we know that the space robotics is on a pace now, because the robotics industry is growing very much. The Japan is a robotic hub itself, but the growth of robotics is very gradual in our India, but it would get a pace because everything is going beyond robot, because our AI is also increasing. Nowadays in Trivandrum there was a problem that they just launched a machine to sweep the railway station. It was a huge issue because so much people would lose their jobs. So in future, how could we make it in a business? That's our next topic. Our aim is just very simple. It's very logical. Like we can send robots, just like if any home appliances in our home gets any fault, we'll call the service station and tell them, oh, there is some fault in a washing machine or fridge, etc. Send some service boy or girl to inspect it and repair it. So they will come and inspect and repair it and go. Just like that, we'll send the robots to space. That's the simple logic behind this idea.
Thank you, Ms. Bhagyalakshmi. I think you're running out of your time. So shall we wind up? Yes. Yeah, okay. So to present memento to Ms. Bhagyalakshmi, may I invite Professor Umesh, Professor from IIST, Professor Umesh Kadhani. We'll collate and give a general feedback at the end of the sessions. Next, we have from Indian Institute of Space Science and Technology, Ms. Muthu Amritambal Selvaraj. Next person is Hiral PB from University of Kerala. Please be ready. So we'll go on to the presentation without much. Yeah. Please stick to your time. 8 minutes sharp, 7 minutes, a buzzer will be given. Yeah, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Muthu Amritambal. I am a fourth year PhD student at the Indian Institute of Space Science and Technology. I am working under Professor Umesh. My research area is to understand the molecular dynamics and how the molecules are forming in the interstellar space using our inbuilt mass spectrometry experiments. Now I am going to talk about the mass spectrometer and its application in space-oriented missions. What is mass spectrometer and why do we need the mass spectrometers? Mass spectrometer is a scientific tool we need to analyze and identify the composition of the molecules of the targets. And from ground-based to space-based application, it is used in wide areas of researchers like space researchers and the physics researchers and the biological researchers. And depending on the applications, the specification of the mass spectrometers like mass resolution and the mass ranges will vary. If we purchase a commercial mass spectrometer, which will have a limited mass resolution and mass ranges, and we have to pay so much money onto that if we need a higher specification. Whereas in the facility we have developed in the IIST in our AMP lab, which will cover higher mass ranges and also higher mass resolution with the special techniques we are using in the mass spectrometers. And also since we are developing in our lab, it is very cost effective and we can customize as per our requirement. since with this experience, we are now proposing an idea to produce a mass spectrometer. We will start a startup for the mass spectrometer for the space-oriented applications, where we can supply our mass spectrometers in research areas, in research applications, in the colleges and universities where the academic researchers needed mass spectrometers for the atomic and molecular physics studies, and also in the atmospheric laboratories where we can use mass spectrometers for the gas phase, atmospheric gas analysis, and in the space-oriented, like we can send the small size mass spectrometer as a payload in the launch vehicles, and also we can use mass spectrometers, our mass spectrometers as a diagnostic tool as in the testing and qualification facility. Moreover, we can, mass spectrometers are very important in the space missions that I will discuss in the next slide. Apart from this, the mass spectrometers can be also supplied to industrial uses like food analysis and the forensics analysis and the pharma and biopharma industries. When ISRO launches organic missions in future, like extraterrestrial bodies like comets, asteroids or other exoplanets, we need a mass spectrometer for the analysis. If we purchase a commercial mass spectrometer, again we will face the problem with a limited mass resolution and the mass range, and we have to pay so much money. Then if we produce the mass spectrometer for our ISRO space mission, it will be very cost effective and we can customize as per our requirement for our future missions, which will which will benefit our Indian researchers and young researchers. It will boost us our scientific growth in India. And also either in situ measurement or the sample return missions, we need a mass spectrometers for the analysis. So this is a map of mass spectrometers used in the different kind of space missions over the years. We can see that how important the mass spectrometers for the space mission. We can also see how the mass resolution and the mass ranges are limited until recently. So with this, by knowing this important along with our research goal, we have developed a very specific instruments, different mass spectrometers in our AMP lab at IIST. These are the 3D schematic of our instrument, which we ourselves have developed, and we have given for the fabrication, and we have received, and we have assembled, and we have tested. We have get good mass resolution, and we have published so many research articles. And we can see that the last two images which we have recreated the Titan atmosphere, and Titan is the Saturn's moon, and we have produced the organic molecules which are sedimented in the Titan's bed, and we have tested it with our mass spectrometers. So with this experience, we are now in specialized with mass spectrometers. We can ourselves build end-to-end mass spectrometers, including the vacuum system designing and testing with vacuum system. And also for the mass spectrometers, we can also build a DC and RF power supplies, which we have built and we have tested in our mass spectrometers. And we can customize the mass spectrometers as per our requirement, and we can provide a solution for different kind of scientific problems. Apart from that, we can also analyze the data provided from the mass spectrometers. So if we produce the products, that product will be applicable in, our product profile will be the customized and high resolution and high mass ranges, and also we can provide a modern and compact design of mass spectrometers, and we can also provide a miniaturized version of the space qualified mass spectrometers for the space missions. Our primary target initially will be in ISRO centers, where we need a mass spectrometer for the space mission as well as the research institute and the educational institutes. This is the demand for the academic studies and also other space agency. Secondary target will be the industrial areas. With our experience we have gained over the years with our instruments and our research ideas, we are now capable to produce and to create an end-to-end complete mass spectrometer. We can also do the ion optic simulation before the design of any mass spectrometer and the complete mass spectrometer testing, and we can also provide with the full tested mass spectrometer with the data analysis processing. Then we can also give the different algorithm of the data processing analysis for the different mass spectrometers. And for the investment, we already have a facility in IIST in our lab, so we can share our facility for any demand, and also since we know from end to end, we can minimize the cost for the development of the mass spectrometers. At the end, if we want a new facility, it will start from around 1 crore, then we will develop further for the space application and other applications to produce new mass spectrometers. And if we take up this chance to make a mass spectrometer, this is the first startup will make a mass spectrometers. We don't want to rely on other countries. We will make with our scientific groups and our young researchers among the India, we can gather the atomic and molecular physics scientists group, and for this our ISRO space mission developments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Amrita. May I request Shri Baby Sebastian sir to kindly hand over the memento to Ms. Amrita. Next, we have Ms. Hiral PB from University of Kerala Kariyavatam campus. Please come forward. Ms. Rija, also please be ready. Next is yours in the turn. Now we have Hiral PB from University of Kerala Kariyavatam campus.
A very warm good afternoon, one and all. Respected dignitaries gathered here. My name is Hiral PB and I am from Department of Geology, University of Kerala. Today, I am here to discuss about our startup, Martian Terrain. As you can see in the logo, it displays, as you can see in the logo, it exclusively named for Mars in our hands. So, here I am introducing Martian Terrain. It is an innovation technology with an initiative to develop precise Martian soil simulants. The goal of Martian Terrain is to have crafting accurate simulants for having the goal of Martian Terrain is having accurate simulant to form a replica of Martian regolith using the red terrace sands of Indian coastal stretch. So, So, the terrace sand, it resembles the Martian regolith and it is an intriguing mix of Fe-rich minerals like hematite, ilmenite, goethite, and it exhibits morphological features such as dunes, cracks, gullies, and channels. So, let's have a look on Martian Terrain. So, Martian Terrain, the Mars soil simulants. What is this Mars soil simulants? It is nothing but the terrestrial materials which is used to simulate the mechanical and physical properties of Martian regolith. It is used for researchers and experiments. Then, why are we using such simulants? We are using it for navigating Martian exploration as well as analogous researchers and tests. So, what are the challenges we face by using such simulants? It is that Martian soil has a unique composition as well as it has harsh surface condition. So, what is the composition of this Martian soil? It is red in color with ferric oxide and silicon dioxide. So, how can we create these Martian simulants? That is, here we use terrace sands of Indian coastal stretch to make exact replica of Martian soil simulants. So, what are the benefits of using such simulants? It is that it is cost effective as well as there is safety in conducting experiments. So, moving to the motivation and mission. My interest was sparked during our MSc fieldwork on the red sands of Indian coastal plain, and which inquisitively leads me to take studying a Martian crater for my MSc dissertation. Our mission is to empower researchers and scientists with an essential tool to conduct experiments and tests for Martian exploration. So the current trends indicate a surge in Mars exploration, and our Martian soil simulant will be a vital tool for it. As well as the future trends indicate if the nature of science was capable for having a human colonization as well as potential life supporting system in Mars, I am sure that our Martian soil simulant will have a milestone into it. So, discussing about the terry sands. The terry sands are unique landscapes on the Indian coastal plains, and it is mainly the southeastern part, as well as it is a plausible analog of Martian red sands. Here we are discussing some of the similarities between the Martian sands as well as terry sands. In the case of mineralogy as well as morphology, Martian red sands exhibit the mineralogy like goethite, magnetite, ilmenite, hematite, as rutile and zircon, whereas terry sand exhibit minerals like quartz, ilmenite, goethite, hematite, rutile and zircon. The morphological similarities of Martian sand and red sands are red color, gullies, mud cracks and dunes. Moving to the spectral similarities between terry sands and Martian sands and JSC Mars sand are: the first figure shows a spectral graph of terry sand, and the next figure shows the absorption spectra of Mars and JSC Mars. So, from the figure, we can clearly see that there is a similar absorption spectra, and it indicates the typical mineral assemblage. So here, the JSC Mars. The JSC Mars is nothing but the Martian regolith simulant, which is developed by NASA's Johnson Space Research Center for experiments and research from a weathering volcanic ash of island of Hawaii. So, to transfer this startup into reality, we need certain plans of collecting a minimum of 25 samples from the coastal stretch. So, and also the strategy involves adjusting the level of quartz in the terry sands so as observed in Martian sands. So, the process involves sieve analysis, stock settling and further magnetic separations. There are many essential analyses like X-ray powder diffraction for crystalline phase identification and scanning electron microscopy for high resolution image, which was done at University of Kerala itself. Further, ICP-MS for identifying trace and platinum group of elements, and electron microprobe analysis for identifying its chemical composition, and Raman laser spectrometer for identifying molecular insights at National Geophysical Research Institute, Hyderabad. Further, we can have atomic force microscopy for having the isotopic studies. So, here the table gives their corresponding cost. These analysis and processes are not as much easy as taking the samples from Indian coastal stretch, so we need an additional 50% of margin for trial and error method to make the accurate replica of Martian sands. So the startup sums up to a total budget of 13,25,250 rupees. So, acquiring this funding was feasible through diverse channels like research grants, academic funds, as well as collaborative partnerships. Here, the terry sands were used to create models of Martian craters for our own research purpose, as these figures shows. So, moving to the major characteristics of Martian terrain. Our vision is to enable research and development for Martian exploration by providing accurate Martian soils. So, the key features of our simulant is that it mimics exact replica of Martian soil. Coming to its applications, it is in research, testing, scientific experiments regarding the Mars exploration and Mars mission training. Next, market opportunities are in potential customers such as space agencies, and partnership is among the competitive pricing and product diversification. So our future endeavors are plans to reach international markets as well as collaboration. So finally concluding that with a strong product line, competitive marketing and commitment to innovation. Our journey is ahead with exciting possibility. Thus, the red planet is within our reach, and our Martian simulants will open up a new door into scientific breakthroughs as well as a potential future for humanity beyond Earth. So, join us on this stellar journey. So, here are some prior experiences of us on the research with IIST, Bhuj University, as well as we have already have collaboration with
Thank you,
University
Ms.
of
Hiral.
One second. University of Mississippi, University of Texas, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, Michigan Technological University, University of Brunswick, PRL, as well as IIST in the field of planetary science. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hiral. May I request Sri Pradeep K to kindly hand over the memento to Ms. Hiral. Next in line, Ms. Rija R. from Indian Institute of Space Science and Technology, Trivandrum. This is Hiral receiving the memento from Pradeep sir.
If anybody have doubts regarding our simulant, here are the samples for it.
Next is Ms. Rija R.
A very good afternoon to one and all. So, my name is Srija. I'm from Indian Institute of Space Science and Technology, and I'm working as a junior project fellow under Dr. Umesh R. Kadane. And I'm talking about the plasma diagnostics, and this is the whole team involved, present and past, in this project for a few years now. So mainly I'm going to talk about the plasma diagnostics in the electric propulsion, that is mainly in the Hall effect thruster. So we all know the disadvantages of using the chemical propulsions. So in the case of electric propulsion, we can actually have 10 times more efficiency. That is because of the high specific impulse. And for communication satellite, it can have 200% more payload mass. As the efficiency is more, we can have more payload mass because the propellant mass is very limited in the electric propulsion. That is, requirement is very less. And so for that, we can actually use this for interplanetary missions. For example, we all know that missions like Cassini-Huygens that took almost 7 to 8 years to land in the Saturn's moon Titan. So if we are using electric propulsion, we can actually reduce the amount of time that is required to reach the destination. But we have some limitations, that is, it has low thrust and it is very power limited. That is because it, for a 75 millinewton of Hall effect thruster, it requires 1.6 kilowatt power, which is not much adequate enough for going for interplanetary missions. So we may have to use radiothermal electric generators, which is of concern now. And we have charge exchange plasma influences on the spacecraft body and in the solar panels as well. So this Hall effect thruster also has a dielectric ceramic inside it, so the erosion that will be caused due to this plasma is also a matter of concern. So, and also we need to tune this Hall effect thruster. We require hundreds and thousands of hours of firing the thruster, which is not much practical in terms of money and time. So we need to actually use plasma diagnostics to save money. I can tell you a calculation estimated that for a 5 megawatt power hour electricity consumption, it costs around rupees 50,000 per hour. And also for the xenon, which costs around 22 crores for 220 kilograms, if we are firing at 50 milligram per second, it will cost rupees 5,40,000 per hour. So firing it for thousands of hours is very much not practical. So we require access to advanced technologies to tune this Hall effect thruster to actually improve the efficiency and accuracy. So I'm going to talk about the role of plasma diagnostics. That is what we can shorten the development cycle. We can improve the accuracy by pinpointing what is wrong and what is to be modified and where to design and correct it. And we can also, this is also a part of, integral part of testing, qualification testing and flight acceptance test. But the challenges that we will have in the role of plasma diagnostic is that it need heavy customization according to the facility requirement, the thruster requirement, the thruster design, and the customer requirement. So actually in the market, internationally, there are few companies that can sell customized plasma diagnostic, but it is very expensive and it requires a lot of money, of nearly rupees 7 crore. So we have developed an electric propulsion and diagnostics laboratory at the Indian Space Science and Technology, where we, in collaboration with LPSC, have designed, developed, and provided actually 5 different probes, 4 probes mainly: the Faraday probe, Langmuir probe, RPA, and E-cross-B. So with not just designing and the probes, we also have given the electronic data acquisition system, all in less than 50 lakhs rupees. So these are the plasma diagnostics developed at EPDL. This is retarding potential analyzer, Faraday probe, quartz crystal microbalance, and planar alarming probe. So these are actually used to find different parameters like the ion temperature, ion current density, plasma potential, and everything that is related to the Hall effect thruster and all other plasma related areas. So we actually test this, all these in EPDL with the plasma source and ion source that are actually in-house designed and developed. So this ion source is like a mini Hall effect thruster. So this can actually provide collimated ion beam, and this is also a plasma source which can actually we could tune into a similar of ionospheric condition, ionospheric plasma condition in our vacuum chamber in EPDL. So not just in the laboratory, we have also actually developed different kinds of onboard diagnostics, especially RPA, Langmuir probe, Faraday probe, and we also have the quartz crystal microbalance. So we also have the history of having 2 payloads flown in PSLV C45 and C55, that is the Advanced Retarding Potential Analyzer for Ionospheric Studies. This is the payload that has been conducted during the qualification test in our lab. And this is the onboard data. We have reserved more than 1,000 orbits data in the C55 mission. And this is the next project in queue, that is the integrated plasma diagnostics module for TDS mission, which will be going to sense the electric propulsions, plasma ion beams on space. So this is our lab with a vacuum chamber of 1 meter diameter, 1.5 meter long, and we have all the electronic setup here that is developed inside our lab. And this is the ion beam diagnostics probe assembled inside a probe box, and this is where we were calibrating and testing inside the vacuum chamber. So our product profile is mainly that we could customize all these probes according to the thruster design and thruster specification and the requirement of LPSC. And we had done end-to-end development from customization, configuration, simulation, testing, calibration, and everything, and we have supplied it to the LPSC, and it is in regular use right now in the new facility that has been developed in the LPSC for the Hall effect thruster, electric propulsion mainly. And not just the probes, we can also give the whole idea of signal processing, data acquisition, and onboard diagnostics in the future. So our target market is primarily for electric propulsion and onboard diagnostics, but we can actually go for different kinds of industrials, plasma industries, academia, all these radiation biology, nuclear fusion, and all accelerator-related researchers. And our capabilities, and it's a niche technology, and it's customized as per the user requirement. It's not just that we are providing the instruments, we can also come and there, according to the user requirement, we can have the services, repairment, everything that is possible. So our investment is that currently we are using, we are having the chamber in front with the help of the LPSC. So after that, we can actually use it by sharing basis, or we can establish a facility for all these things in rupees 1.5 crore. And so there is no additional R&D and minimal customization cost.
Thank you, Ms. Reja. So,
thank you.
May I request Srimati Rajia, Group Director, VSSC, to kindly give away the memento. to Ms. Srija. Next, we have Mr. Arvind IB from Indian Institute of Technology, Madras. Arvind, please come forward.
Hi all, this is Arvind from Inbound Aerospace. We help to bring the benefits of space back to Earth. Inbound Aerospace is an IIT Madras Nirman pre-incubator startup which is working on developing a low Earth orbit-based recoverable microgravity spacecraft platform and an Earth re-entry logistics service. Space offers a unique environment of microgravity to create many products that are difficult to make or impossible to produce on Earth. Current methods to achieve microgravity in Earth are using drop towers or aircraft parabolic flights, which provide durations of few seconds, or using sounding rockets in which we can achieve microgravity durations of few minutes. Currently, the only place to do extended periods of microgravity experience is onboard manned space station. But the problem with the manned space station is that you have a large waiting period that needs to, for your experiments to be conducted because of the huge backlog of experiments that is currently there. And your experiments are constrained due to safety consideration from having astronauts on board, and also due to the microgravity disturbances due to space station activities like space station attitude adjustment, movement of the crew, operation of equipments, solar panel rotation, and docking of capsules. The problem doesn't end here. Let's say if you are able to do the experiment, you need to again wait for an extended period of time to bring the experiment back, because there is no on-demand return capability currently. You need to wait for the next SpaceX Dragon capsule to come back. This experiment that can be brought back needs to again survive the high re-entry deceleration loads and the high re-entry deceleration loads in the ballistic capsules that bring these back, and the landing and also the shock due to parachute deployment, ground or water landing in the capsules that bring this back. Also, the landing dispersion associated with ballistic re-entry capsules necessitates a large uninhabited land or involves high cost for search and recovery in the ocean. So this is where we are working on developing a recoverable, free-flying, low Earth orbit-based unmanned spacecraft and a re-entry vehicle for customers who want to do in-orbit technology demonstration, microgravity research, or in-space manufacturing of products that have use cases back on Earth. With customer payloads inside its pressurized payload volume, the spacecraft is launched to low Earth orbit using available launch vehicles. So we are not solving the launch problem. Once it's in orbit, the spacecraft facilitates the experiment, and then it returns back to land autonomously on a commercial airport runway. The spacecraft is compact enough to fit inside, let's say, 2 meter, 5 meter fairing of the class of SSLV. So the compact design enables us to choose from a wide range of launch vehicles. We can either go for a dedicated mission using a small satellite class of launch vehicles, or go for a ride-share mission as per customer demands. This enables us to take advantage of the on-demand launch capability of small satellite class of launch vehicles. The spacecraft has a lifting body design where the body itself provides the lift. There is no wings like example for the case of RLV. So this enables us to achieve higher payload volume fractions when compared to the complete volume, and then the re-entry deceleration loads are lower because it enters such a shallower angle than ballistic re-entry capsules, and also because of the maneuverability allows frequent deorbit opportunities to land on multiple runway landing sites. This vehicle can actually land gently on a runway, and because it lands on a runway, you are able to access the customer payloads immediately. The spacecraft uses green nitrous oxide based monopropellant propulsion system for the reaction control system and the deorbit engines. This makes the system safer, and they simplifying the ground processing procedures. This is also in line with the regulatory compliance that we need to follow for a re-entry vehicle that needs to use a country's airspace to land on commercial airport runway. FAA guidelines for current that we are following. The payload safety requirements for the unmanned free-flying orbit spacecraft is lower because we are not working with a manned space station. And we can achieve very high quality microgravity disturbance because there is no other movement of humans on board. And the missions can range from few hours to few months, depending on the customer. Why go to space to do this? In space, the vacuum and absence of gravity-driven phenomena like sedimentation, natural convection, buoyancy provides a quiescent environment to produce larger crystals without the crystallization defects. Shown is a picture, larger tissues can be 3D printed in orbit without the supporting structure that prevents the thin walls from collapsing in its own weight. Shown is a picture of a protein crystal. Note the difference in size of the crystal that is grown in orbit and in Earth. Zeblan is an optical fiber, can be used as an optical fiber material that is 2000 times more efficient than the current silicon-based optical fiber, but this can be produced only on space. This opens the opportunity to produce large number of products that have use cases back on Earth, like high purity protein crystals for pharmaceuticals, because 60% of the active pharmaceutical ingredient in pharmaceuticals are actually protein based. Better wide bandgap semiconductor for power electronics, for EVs, lower attenuation and wider bandwidth fiber optics like Zeblan, protein-based retinas. This is a retina, artificial retina, and better carbon nanomaterials. So the use cases could be divided into three major areas of in-orbit technology demonstration or space qualification of subsystems, microgravity research, and in-space manufacturing. The availability of a vehicle spacecraft that customers can use for testing subsystems and return back enables them to do post-flight inspection and analysis to gain more insight and accelerate their technology development timelines. So we are entering a global, booming global in-space manufacturing market of 10 billion by 2030. Biomanufacturing in LEO is projected to grow more than 2.5 billion. Silicon carbide semiconductor wafer market is projected to grow more than 2.9 billion, which is mainly driven by the adoption of greener technologies, electric vehicles, etc. A study by McKinsey and company showed that pharmaceutical companies can capture of the order of like 2.8 to 4.2 billion dollars in annual revenue if they collaborate with space companies for doing pharmaceutical research in space. So there are a few players currently in the market who are proposed or in developing stage. Most of them are actually focusing on the re-entry ballistic capsule base, and then there are the big players who are already looking in the space cargo market. Our solution will be much more cheaper than that because we don't have to work with a manned space station, thereby reducing the system redundancies that are needed in the spacecraft. Currently, we are pre-incubate at IIT Madras, and we are guided by Professor Pantian, who is a former ISRO Center Director. We are a team of 25 students at IIT Madras. The next steps we are actually to show that the aerodynamic shape of the re-entry vehicle can survive the lifting re-entry trajectory with the deceleration loads and the heating fluxes in check. And then also we have to demonstrate the autonomous landing of the vehicle, which is initially done in a, this is more challenging than what ISRO did because we don't have the wings, so our vehicle is a lower L by D lift to drag ratio vehicle than the one ISRO performed, so thereby increasing the challenges. And also we initially plan to do this on a simulated environment and then move over to subscale low-cost technology demonstrator in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you, Aravind. May I request Dr. Biju Prasad B to kindly hand over a memento to Aravind. We have now 5 more presentations remaining, but at the same time our tea is also waiting. So may I request all of you to please collect your teas and be back in the hall so that we could have the tea, have a kind of, work tea rather than a work lunch. So why don't you just get the tea and we'll be back in the hall and we can listen to the rest of the 5 presentations. Thank you. Please be in here with your tea. So that might require only less than 10 minutes. We'd be shortly starting the session, so request all the delegates to please enter with your tea. Request all the delegates to collect the tea and please occupy your seats in the auditorium. Session would begin in 2 minutes. Next we have Ms. Rita Roy from FISAT. Request all delegates to kindly occupy your seats along with your tea. We are restarting the session of student presentations. Next is Ms. Rita Roy from FISAT, Federal Institute of Science and Technology, Cochin.
So may I start?
Yes, you can.
A very warm good morning to one and all present here. So our main objective of this presentation is cloud detection using FPGA. So myself, Rita, and our team members, Sri Noble Ji, Assistant Professor of EC Department, FISAT, and other team members, Swati S, Nivedita M, and Sona Rashid. We are fourth year BTech students from Federal Institute of Science and Technology, Ankamali. So imagine a world where satellite images are seamlessly transmitted without any hindrance from cloud. So this had led us an idea about cloud detection using FPGA. So these are the agendas. So I will start with the problem statement. So before starting with the problem statement, I would like to give a short introduction about what is cloud detection. As we all know, satellite capture picture, sometime in this picture there might be a chance of occurrence of cloud. So what we are going to do is that we just process or filter those images and then it is sent to the downlink. So by doing so, the time will be reduced. So we have read in the newspaper that during the Chandrayaan 2 mission, it had taken roughly around 2 to 3 hours in order to get an image. So this is mainly due to the presence of certain unnecessary data. So by removing or clearing all those unnecessary data, it will take a very short time to reach. So these are the problem statement. Developing cloud detection. So thereby we can process the image and we will be able to remove all this unwanted data. And next is improving data quality. We can improve the data quality by removing all kinds of unnecessary data and it will give a clear and qualified image. So next is optimizing operational cost. By optimizing operational cost, we will get a good quality and more efficient data at a very lesser cost. So meeting real-time demands with a very clear and efficient data, we will be able to meet the real-time demands and it will be helpful for the day-to-day applications too. So next is unlocking market potential. So similarly through the cloud detection, there will be a potential to revolutionize the agriculture, weather forecasting and disaster management system. So this is a solution overview. As I mentioned in the slide, our mission is to revolutionize satellite data with FPGA based cloud detection, and our goal is affordable optimization of data downlink, and key benefits are good quality and more efficient data, and purpose is addressing the cloud related issues, and impact is cost saving and enhanced data quality. So cloud detection using FPGA based custom accelerators. So before moving on to this, I will discuss about the FPGA. FPGA, that is a field programmable gate array, is a testing prototype in which we can program and we can make it into a specific processor of our need. So custom accelerator design. So our main aim is to detect cloud. So it is basically a specific purpose one and not a general purpose. So we need to create an accelerator for this particular functionality, and we can create this accelerator with the help of FPGA. So normally cloud detection is done with the help of software. So by using the hardware based one, it will be more faster comparatively the other one. So now we are mainly focusing on this cloud detection, but in future we will find out all such similar scenarios and we will be making or we will be developing the accelerator which are needed. So next is a RISC-V platform. RISC-V is developed in the University of California, and it is something like a processor, like a rocket core, which is a RISC-V based processor, and it is an open source hardware, and there are many other processors like Boom Core, which is also based on RISC-V. So we can make customized processor with the help of RISC-V. So by seamless integration, we mean that we can easily and smoothly integrate this into the existing satellite system, which in turn enhance the data and capabilities. So by scalability, it can handle large volume data generated by modern satellites. Next is about leveraging open source RISC-V with rocket core. So as I've already mentioned, RISC-V is an open source hardware which can be made onto a customized processor according to our requirement, and RISC-V was developed from University of California, and this rocket core processor is based on RISC-V. With the help of rocket core, we can enhance the processing capabilities, and by cost efficient solution we mean that even though it offers cost effectiveness, it also offers higher performance. Next is about market opportunity. High demand across the industries. We know that as it offers a very good quality and efficient way, there will be a great demand across the country, like all over in majority of the industries, like for agriculture, weather forecasting, and disaster management. And there will be a global impact too, as it addresses cloud-related issues. And competitive advantage is by offering a good quality with reduced operational cost. It makes an attractive one for satellite operators. And as we all know, both public and private, like government and private entities, have a keen interest in advanced cloud detection solution. So next is about competitive advantage, and the main key point of cloud detection is we are using FPGA technology in this. So as we are using the FPGA technology, it offers a very good speed, flexibility, and efficiency, and way more powerful compared to software based approaches. So we are also using customized accelerators for the cloud detection, and cloud-free datasets are only transmitted, and there is a seamless integration of this onto the existing satellite, quick adoption, and immediate benefits too. So these are the details of the budget, and here we mentioned regarding the budgets, and mainly we need an FPGA development board and a logic analyzer for real-time validation and debugging, and the total cost of estimation is around 14,50,000. So we conclude by saying that this cloud detect will help to revolutionize satellite data, and it is an innovative way of detecting cloud using FPGA. And also our solution promises optimized operational cost, and it also helps to address cloud related problems. And it makes sure the scalability, adaptivity, and adoption to the existing satellite, and also the long-term competitiveness. So I have mentioned the references here. These are the references. And thank you all for listening, and wish you a very good day. Once again, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rita. I request Dr. Biju Prasad B to kindly give the memento to Ms. Rita. Next in line, we have Mr. Ramnath Arjun from IIMK Trivandrum. Now receiving the memento, Ms. Rita Roy. Next, we have Ramnath Arjun from Institute of Management, Kerala, Trivandrum.
Good afternoon all. My name is Ramnath Arjun. I am from IMK Trivandrum. Actually, before starting my presentation, I would like to state a quote of Thirumular, which he states that Unave Marundu, which is like the food is the main nutrition which we get from food, need not be tasty or aroma, which has to build some immune system in our body. That is the topic. Getting into my presentation, that is food vitals. The main focus of this is building astronaut foods based on their diet, and doing agriculture in space using cocoa beans. Speaking about the food industry in space, we will be having a vast food industry in space in forthcoming years, because many SpaceX and other things other big entities are ready to invest more in space research. So that if you are researching on astronaut, the main, let me take an example of the main problem faced by astronaut is that nutrition, they are facing muscle loss and bone loss due to astroblast, which reduces the content, which regenerate bones, so that these are the nutrition which is required to rebuild that, which is vitamin D, K, C, and calcium, essential amino acids. These are the Indian food grains which have those vitamins, and in collaborating those food cereals and food grains, we can make a we can make a bar which is called as Mrita Sanjeevani bar, which has the capacity to regulate the nutrition intake of astronauts. Not only astronauts, the space travelers in the future. And speaking about cultivation in space, right now, which the space in space they are cultivating a space algae called as spirulina, which is cultivated in space because it has high protein content, and as well they can produce oxygen from that. In my project, I am using cocoa pit for the production in this outer space, which you can see like we will be getting enough proteins and enough minerals from plants and also oxygen. This is a process which we have to follow to cultivate a plant in space, which is like first selecting the suitable plant which can be sustained in any any condition, any environment condition, and the plant absorbs nearly 400 to 700 nm of sunlight from for photosynthesis. We can use the lighting source, and the human excreta is used for as manures. And this is this is cocoa pit cultivation, which the plant requires some soil content. We can mixture of cocoa pits with that soil content, and down that there is a cocoa pit bed, which the main problem which is faced by plants in growing in space is like because of due to zero gravity, the roots won't be sprouting downwards. It may sprout upside, so that if due to the life force of that plant, the roots will be traveled towards the bottom layer of that cocoa pit, as you can see on the diagram, which allows the plants to grow properly, which was the one thing which will be the demerit of growing plants in outer space. And the other thing is that using human excretes as manures, we can use sugarcane bagasse for to enhance the process, like to speed up the process of decomposition. Like it has huge microbial activities, and after that these microbes in sugarcane bagasse, which will be harmful for plants, which is then processed with the copper alloys. The human excretes are collected in plastic bags in space, and with the mixture we can build a manure which can be used for plants, and the urine which has potassium and calcium, which is good for the growth of plants. And after that, being frank, if you are planning outside, we need a crores of budget. That's why I have put like 50 to 70 crores. If you are testing in this world, like in Earth, it might not take like 50 to 70 crores. It might be like 5 to 6 lakhs approximately. The benefit of this project is like right now SpaceX, Virgin Galactic, and Blue Origin, which is focusing into outer space for space tourism. The main requirements are food and oxygen will be the main requirements for that. We can, if we are creating our own ecosystem outside outer space, which will help the forthcoming future to explore the universe. Thank you.
Thank you, Ramnath. An immediate thing which comes to my mind is that you could send your cocoa peat with Arvind's RLV or kind of, spaceship. Okay. So next we, let us now give a memento. Ramnath, please do not leave the podium. We wish to appreciate your efforts for this proposal, and I request Ms. Srimati Srilata Madam, Group Director HRDD, to kindly give away the memento to Shri Ramnath Arjun. Next is Ershitwaran from PSN College of Engineering and Technology, Tamil Nadu. After that, we have Devadat from TKM and Ms. Devyani from Vidya Academy. So now it's Ershitwaran from PSN College of Engineering and Technology, Tamil Nadu.
Good evening everyone. Myself S. Hirshitwaran from PSN Engineering College, Tirunelveli, and my professor Dr. K. Arun Prasad, and we are the co-founder of Jangu Tech Private Limited. We are going to make a manufacturing machine for space. Currently we are working on collecting waste pellet bottles and plastic papers and cutting down, and by process of shutting machine we are going to make a filament by this process. At the time we have planned to make, why can't we make a project related to this which can be used for our space. From that we get this idea. This is the process we have now we are doing. There are two buckets. In first bucket we place the little big plastics and shredded into fine materials, and small materials in other buckets, and get raw materials as small plastic pieces, and get injected to the pellet machine, and we can make a 3D printing object by using this machine. Here we know that more than 2 metric tons of waste were dumped in our space, which will be a huge problem for our astronaut while they are traveling into our space. And many organizations, they are doing collecting this waste as and space debris and bringing back into our earth. But we collect those wastes and make into another valuable products. The proposed idea is we are going to collect the debris from the space and going to make a value added things by our manufacturing machine. It will be very useful for the space astronaut by making a small, if any piece of material is broken in an astronaut or space shuttle, we can able to make material by using our manufacturing machine, and we can able to adjust by this product application. We are going to implement this into our space shuttle. It will be very useful in the space shuttle. We don't need to bring back into the waste material to our earth. We can by using the debris materials, we can make products which is needed in the aircraft. This is the process. We collect the debris and then insert into this dryer, and last we insert the plastic into the plastic extruder, and then we insert it into 3D printing machine, and we can get fine materials which can be used in aerospace. Thank you.
Thank you, Ershitwaran. May I request Sri Sojan P, General Manager RPP, VSSC, to kindly give away the memento to Sri Ershitwaran. Next we have Devadat RS from TKM College of Engineering. Next is Devadat RS from TKM College.
So in space research, we encounter a lot of obstacles, and among those obstacles, one of the greatest issue that we are going to face in the near future is the issue of the space debris. So, as per the report of NASA, there are about 50 million marble-sized space debris, as well as and above 10 million of 1 mm size space debris that are in our orbital space. And even though they are small, they could cause a significant damage to our space projects. So we are doing this project. Our project is efficient and low-cost space debris management system using robotics. I am Devath Das, and I am a third year mechanical engineering student of TKM College of Engineering, and the mentor of my mentor of this project is Dr. Rijo Jacob Thomas, who is of the faculty of TKM College of Engineering. As per the reports of European Space Agency, we can easily, it is depicted that there is an increase in the amount of space debris. After 50, in the study, 50 plus years, there is a steep increase in the amount of space debris in space, and it is observed that for the past 10 years, lightweight or small size debris has increased significantly. Agencies like different agencies who are continuously monitoring this debris are now imposing certain norms on debris management, and those are strict norms. There are a couple of reasons for this increase in space debris, which includes rapid increase in space missions, participation of more countries, and also the participation of private countries in this nature. Right now, there are very little active debris removal systems that are available for us. So that is also increasing the amount of debris in space. The fragmentation of existing large size rocket debris is increasing the amount of small debris. From this table, it is from a study conducted by Aerospace, and it depicts that the damage that can be caused by different size debris, and it is evident that even a 5 cm shaped debris could cause the impact of a bus crashing. And the below depicted pictures represent the damage caused by debris. The first one is Sentinel-1A, which is a space mission conducted by, which was a satellite of Europe, which was damaged by a millimeter sized debris, and it caused a dent of half meter and caused sudden power outage and as well as disorientation of the satellite. The second one is an experiment conducted by European Space Agency, where a 1.2 cm aluminum ball is impacted on a aluminum block, and it caused a crater which has a depth of 5.8 cm. The existing space debris management systems are orbital maneuvers, where the satellite avoids the debris with debris by maneuvers which is obtained by the information from tracking from the ground space stations. Self-destruction maneuvers are also there, where the satellite destroys itself after its useful lifespan. And then there are passivization, reuse of satellites, and also shielding mechanisms that are used, which are not active systems, they are just passive systems, they are not actively destroying the debris that exists in the space. So we are proposing a concept design of a debris management system, where we are planning to implement active debris removal system with the help of AI and robotics. We are also incorporating multiple debris removal methods and making the system hybrid, and we are planning to count debris of size 1 cm to 10 cm. We are also dealing with transorbital debris, and that can be a fatal threat. Now our development is split into 3 phases. The first phase is the development of a image processing algorithm The second phase is the development of a deorbiting nozzle, and the third phase is the development of a debris absorption device. So diving in detail, And the first one is the development of an image processing algorithm. By the use of this algorithm, we are determining the size and shape, size and velocity of the particle by employing machine learning, and with the appropriate use of sensors like image processing sensors, we are detecting the location of the debris at 2 instants of time, which is used to calculate its size and its velocity and determine its possible impact. And after calculating the impact, the algorithm will automatically decide which type of debris management system should be used. There are 2 types of debris management system, and the first one is made using the phase 2 of our development, and in this we are developing a deorbiting nozzle. The deorbiting nozzle has a harpoon. The deorbiting nozzle, when we detect that the debris size is between 5 cm and 10 cm, it is fired towards the debris. This particular deorbiting nozzle is fired towards the debris. After it successfully harpoons into the debris, the chemical reaction is triggered inside the reaction chamber, by which a large mass of gas is released, which causes a thrust. The deorbiting nozzle is fired against the direction of motion of the debris, which causes the decrease in velocity of the debris and thereby deorbiting it into a lower orbit. The next system is a debris absorption device, which is to be used for a debris size less than 5 cm. It uses a tether shield. The tether shield is, we are planning to make it with polymer type materials of Kevlar and aluminum or something like that, and it is used to absorb materials of size 5 cm, 1 cm to 5 cm, and the shield is retracted. After sufficient amount of material is collected, the shield is deorbited. This is a estimated cost, and this is just for the proof of concept. This is an estimated cost, and it includes all the 3 developments. In conclusion, we are planning to develop the system for keeping the space clean and making future space missions more easy and more safe. These are the references of the information in the contents in the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Devdutt. May I request Sri Robin VT to kindly hand over the memento to Sri Devdutt RS. Please be on the dais to collect the memento. Next we have Devyani J. Ms. Devyani J from Vidya Academy of Science and Technology, Technical Campus, Trivandrum.
Good afternoon all. I am Devyani J, the second year BTech student, and this is my teacher Devi Krishna B, assistant professor, and we are coming from Vidya Academy of Science and Technology, Technical Campus, Kilmanur. And today I am going to introduce to you a mobile application for space information, SpaceEd. So these are the contents: introduction, motivation of the work, proposed idea, application, budget estimation, and financial viability. So the interest of common man for space is increasing day by day, and the number of people who witnessed the live streaming of Chandrayaan 3 was mind-blowing. And it was mind-blowing. But when it comes to students, it is so hard for them to find the information which they wanted from the information which is given in different sites of different space agencies. I am a space enthusiast, and I always try my best to find information and space-related news from different sites, and I felt it so hard to find the information which curious me from the different informations that is common for everyone. And these are some of the examples of, or some of the results of my vast range of search, and I'm so sure that a lot of students are getting these informations. So that's where my app SpaceEd comes in, and basically SpaceEd is a application that gives all informations, all space-related informations in one single platform. So my applications consist of the following features: space-related courses and exams. So there are the institutions which provide space-related courses are so less in our country. So in my app, if there is a student who is studying any courses, can come and study space-related courses. And I like to produce, or I like to provide the tips and tricks for cracking exams like ICBR. The next one is profiles of scientists. I will be giving the profiles of scientists in short sentences or short paragraphs so that the students can come, read and get motivated and can achieve their goals. And the next one is consultation. So for the third point, I really want to give you an example. So if a student who is enthusiastic about space is got a mechanical engineering in one institute and electronics engineering in another institute, so he's just confused about what he wants to choose. So he can come to my app and register for a consultation, and with the help of that professional, he can choose what is best to him and he can achieve his goals easily. So the next one is talks of scientists, engineers, etc. So I will be, if some rumors or space-related news are roaming around in the internet, I will be giving the talks of scientists, engineers. So they will be explaining that rumors, news with facts, so that the students won't get misunderstandings about the space, and they will get the clear idea about space or about that particular rumor or news. So the next one is puzzles and games. I will be giving puzzles and games for to let the students study the space-related courses with fun. The next one is streaming different launches. I will be streaming different launches that is happening in different space agencies so that the students can watch it without searching it in the internet. So the next one is talks of scientists, engineers. Oh, I already mentioned it in the above, so it's a repetition. I'm so sorry. Next is the applications. So I am trying to give all these things in my app. The first one is spatial social network, space social network. So the subscribers of my app can talk or communicate with each other, so they can share the information or news with similar-minded people. Next one is astronomy guide. So there will be guides who can introduce space-related information for students. Next one is virtual planetarium. I am giving this virtual planetarium for making space interesting, or students can get much closer to the space. So next one is astronomy event calendar. So I will be giving astronomy event calendars in my app. And the next one is space news and articles. There will be space news or up-to-date news articles which is related to space in my app. So next one is educational games. So I will be providing space educational games in my app to make space interesting. Next is astronomy photography. So if a student is that much interested in space photography, so he or she can come to my app, post their photos, and also they can view different photos taken by different photographers. Next one is educational resources. I will be providing different educational resources related to space in my app. So I estimate that the initial capital for developing my app will be around 1 lakh, and this is how it is divided. And I collected this information from Mr. Ajaz Muhammad, who is the founder of EduPort, an educational application. So this is the financial viability. So in a long run, I am going to do all these things in my app. So first one is merchandise. So I will be providing space-themed t-shirts, hoodies, stickers, notepads, etc. The next one is advertisement. I will be advertising different camera companies for space photographies and science book publishers, etc. So premiering. I will be premiering different live streaming. I will be premiering the live streaming of different launches that is happening in different space agencies. The last one is collaboration. I will be collaborating with different educational apps and book publishers, space book publishers, and different camera companies for space photography. So I really want to thank Mr. Srijit, one of my teachers, and Mr. Vishnu, one of my friends who always motivate me and support me for all the ideas I come with. And I presented such an idea in front of you all. And guys, if you ever establish your ideas into reality, me and my app will be there to let the world know about your collaboration or your contribution to the space. And I really thank all of you for listening to me patiently and for giving me such an amazing opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Devyani. May I request Pradeep sir to kindly hand over the memento to Ms. Devyani. So now all the student presentations are over. A few words from our side. In fact, it was heartening to see so many promising entrepreneurs out here today. Each of the idea was very promising and unique and was standing out. We could see a train of very confident entrepreneurs, confident of their idea and the places that it will take them. So you can be happy and proud that you are one step closer to your dream. So just as you know, we are not entrepreneurs ourselves. We never had a chance. But based on a few experiences, in fact, I was fortunate to have been to International Space University on a training program sponsored by ISRO. So as part of that, I was working on a team project from about 35 countries, delegates from 35 countries were there. So we were also working on a similar thing, that is idea, which had a potential in space. So the experiences I gained from there, and subsequently my team members from there have already floated a company, BioOrbit, and they are right now in the process of taking that idea forward. So those experiences, based on that, I just wanted to share a few points. So first key point is that for a pitching, there are different levels of pitching. One is you have only the concept with you, you have only the idea, and you want the angel investors to give you the seed funding. That's one aspect. The second phase would be you already have a proof of concept and you want to get funding to take it to the next level. So each of these pitching presentations should be differently configured. One key point, so general points, one key point is that we should avoid any kind of literature review kind of presentations. I find that most of you have not done that. In fact, these points that I mentioned, most of them have already been taken care by most of you. Just 1 or 2 points may be there that has not come into your presentation. So just pick them up, and if that can bring some improvement, that will be good. So avoid literature survey kind of presentation. We should not bring in literature. Unnecessarily too much literature should not be there. It should be specific original key ideas and a burning issue that is being addressed. Those should be given thrust. And we should propose a logical solution. A solution which outright looks not feasible. We should not go in for a pitching. In fact, a solution should be logical. Give precise use cases. Do not generally cite an example that they have done like that, these could be a possibility. Give precise use cases. That gives the feeling to the investor that you have done a background study. Then do a thorough market study. How influential your product is going to be, and what if we do not have such a product in market? What are the risks or what are the issues, disadvantages of not having your product in the market? Then always display a viable prototype design to demonstrate the proof of concept. These are different stages, as I said. So one of them could be a viable prototype design to demonstrate the proof of concept. Once your design is convincing, then money will follow. Also, suppose you already have a design, you have done breadboard modeling and a proof of concept is ready. Give your TRL levels, technology readiness levels. That is even being looked in, even in ISRO, we are judged based on the technology readiness levels. So that is a very key point that will attract the attention. If you have a very sound technology readiness level, your possibilities are far better. Then coming to the funding requirement, give a realistic estimate of the funding requirement. Not too high, not too low that it sounds like you're not very serious with the idea. And like one of them had shown here, demonstrate prototypes if you have, like soil sample somebody had brought in here. So that's actually a welcome improvement. So that way, demonstrate prototype if you have any. So these are just few points out of my own experience. I'm not an entrepreneur, but I hope this could help you in your later pitching presentations. So any more points to add from any of you, sir?
Basically, thank you, Sangeeta, for covering it in a very elaborate manner. But however, unfortunately, I didn't find any template for making a proposal which you can submit later to K-Space or InSpace. Unfortunately, we couldn't make it today. But if you're going to make a proposal, I will just give 8 titles or 8 chapters which definitely you should include in your proposal. One is the problem definition. Anyway, it's a repetition of what Sangeeta has mentioned, but still you can note down the definition of the problem. The second one is a proposed solution. It should be, you should clearly mention how you are going to solve it. And third is a very important point, that is the uniqueness of the solution. Because very important, because sometimes you may be working in that project and you may be coming up with a prototype, and after investing too much, you find that it's already, that some other company has already patented it. So you do a thorough patent search on that and be sure that it is unique in nature. Fourth is there should be a clear-cut project outline with timeline and milestones, because the agency is going to fund you definitely would like to have this, without which they will not fund, because they also keep track on your performance and also ensure that you are reaching the milestones in the proper time frame. Then the expected outcome of the project by means of actual project deliverables, what you are going to come out with that in each of these milestones. It can be a software, hardware, that has to be clearly mentioned. And as she was saying, do a thorough market search survey before you venture into that. So the sixth chapter should include the potential customers. Then seventh is the justify the need for that. So that will bring in a lot of confidence to the investor. And finally, the eighth one is the resources required. That is infrastructure, because some of the infrastructure, as I was mentioning in my own presentation, some of the infrastructure you may require, but it may not be technically or financially feasible for you to build it, but you just mentioned how you are going to meet the requirement, maybe approaching ISRO or some other establishment where such infrastructures are there. And finally, last but not the least, the total budget requirement. Try to estimate it as accurate as possible. Or in short, you can put all these points together in 6 questions. That is, who wants this, or who is going to do this, what you are going to do this, where you are going to do this, when you are going to do this, that is a time frame, and why. Who are the potential customers and how. So if you answer all these 6 questions nicely, I'm sure that your project proposals will be through, and I wish each one of you a grand success in your future endeavor, particularly if you are going to be in a startup. Thank you very much for being part of this wonderful program today.
I take this opportunity to request Sri Pradeep sir, GD VSSC, to kindly hand over a memento to Sri Biju Prasad sir for the wonderful talk and the insightful points that he has mentioned here now. Thank you, sir. Now we have the certificate distribution for the delegates who have registered. This small delay, so in between, may I request Sri Arvind R., the convener of the Space and Entrepreneurship Committee, to kindly deliver the vote of thanks. The certificate distribution will soon take place after the vote of thanks.
Good evening, everyone. I stand before you with a heart filled with gratitude as we bring the curtains down on this one-day workshop on space and entrepreneurship. It's my privilege and my duty to propose the vote of thanks and acknowledge the contributions of those who worked hard to make this event possible. So, indulge me for 5 minutes. It is both an honor and privilege to extend my sincere thanks to Associate Director, VSSC, Shuja sir, for gracing us with his presence today. In his address, he clearly impressed upon us the importance of space and entrepreneurship and its relevance in the evolving space ecosystem. He told us not to fear failure, embrace the failure, learn from the failure, and move on. Next, I would like to extend my profound thanks to our director, Dr. S. Unikrishnan, for delivering the presidential address. In a short and informative talk, he emphasized on how the narrative of space being a purely government-run enterprise being changed into a government and private-run enterprise together. And it is a frontier ripe with opportunities for private startups like the ones that have been proposed today. I am sure all of us understand the huge potential and the opportunities this opening is going to give us. A special note of appreciation goes to our chief guest, Dr. Saji Gobinath, Vice Chancellor, Digital University, Kerala. Despite his busy schedule, he graced us with his valuable presence and delivered the inaugural address. He encouraged the space sector startups to innovate and invent and touched upon the opportunities Government of Kerala is providing the space tech startups and deep tech startups. His wisdoms and insights have left an indelible mark in our minds, and we are genuinely grateful for the time he has spent with us. Next, I would like to extend my appreciation to Sri Rajiv Jodhi, Director, Technical Directorate in Space, for joining us. In his invited lecture, he threw light on the future space policy, the role of in-space, and how fertile the ecosystem is going to be for future private entrepreneurs. I am sure his talk has provided a lot of clarity on the opening up of space sector. Next, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to Levin sir, CEO Kerala Space Park, for joining us and delivering an invited talk. He clearly spelled out the opportunities of satellite service industry and also emphasized the importance of being an innovator and an entrepreneur simultaneously. Thank you for joining us today, sir. Next, I would like to extend my thanks to Dr. Biju Prasad, Group Head VSSC, for delivering a talk on launch vehicle technologies and subsystems. I'm sure, sir, your talk would have given a good clarity to the academic fraternity over here on what are the technologies and challenges involved in realizing the launch vehicle. Thank you, sir. This was followed by a brilliant talk by Sri Robin VT on the present startup industry engagements carried out by ISRO. It was heartening to know that so many startups are associated with ISRO and are closely working with ISRO. I am sure workshops like this will nurture a very conducive environment for more such startups, and ISRO will definitely be there to handhold them. Thank you, Robin. Next, we had talks from 3 highly successful startups who have taken their idea from just a piece of paper and grown into a successful business. It is easier said than done. I would like to express my profound thanks to Sri Radhakrishnan Nair, co-founder and chief operating officer of Smart IOPS, for his thoughtfully crafted talk, which has broadened our understanding and perspective. In his talk, he clearly explained step by step what are the challenges for converting a simple startup to a multi-million-dollar industry. I am sure his success journey is a testament to his speech. I also would like to extend my thanks to Sri Pradeep Basu, CEO of SatShare Analytics, for explaining the challenges that he faced when he was converting his startup from IIST to the present company. His talk was definitely built upon his personal experience and threw light on how to navigate, find opportunities and commercialize them. His talk would definitely be inspiration to all of us. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to Sri Saurabh Chatterjee, CEO of Vasishta Research Private Limited, for taking us through his journey in establishing a successful startup. Thank you once again for sharing your journey with us, sir. Before I conclude, an event like this cannot happen overnight. The wheels for this event started rolling weeks ago. It requires precise planning and bird's eye view for detail. My team, along with all the people, have been working tirelessly behind the scene to ensure seamless execution of this workshop. In addition, I take this opportunity to thank all the ancillary services like videography, photography, network, transport and hospitality for extending their support. Now finally, last but not the least, to the participants, to the delegates, to the academic community, thank you for your active engagement, insightful questions and enthusiasm throughout the day. We received an overwhelming response during the registration, and I'm sure our team had a tough time considering all the proposals were original and good, and they were tough times shortlisting those proposals. Dear delegates, your presence here has added vibrancy and diversity to our discussion, and we hope that the knowledge you gained here will catalyze all your future endeavors. Thank you once again for being part of this incredible journey. I don't wish to take any more of your time. Wish you a safe travel and Godspeed. Thank you.
Thank you, Arvind. So now we move on to the certificate distribution. May I request Dr. Biju Prasad B to kindly give away the certificates to delegates, student delegates as well as the faculty. Mr. Abhijit R. Pillai from Amrita School of Engineering. Next is Mr. A.S. Abhishek from Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham. Mr. Sai Shivaramakrishna from Anurag University, Hyderabad. Mr. Brithik Biju K from GEC Kozhikode. Mr. Abraham Matthews from Indian Institute of Space Science and Technology, Trivandrum. Ms. Jyotirmay Haloi from IIST. Ms. Jyotirmay Haloi. Ms. Pratham Ahuja. Mr. Pratham Ahuja from Maharaja Agrasen Institute of Technology, New Delhi. Mr. Abhiraman S. Nair from MAC Kodamangalam, Mar Athanasius Kodamangalam. Ms. Anjana M. from MAC Kodamangalam. Mr. Milan Harish from Marian Engineering College, Trivandrum. Mr. Roshan Binu Paul from Muthoot Institute of Technology and Science, Cochin. Mr. K.P. Sharad Gowda from RV College of Engineering, Karnataka. K.P. Sharad Gowda. Mr. Adityan B. from Rajdhani Institute of Engineering and Technology, Trivandrum. Mr. Adityan B. AB. Mr. Mohammed Ajinad J. Mr. Mohammed Ajinad J. Mr. Mohammed Ashir from Rajdhani Institute of Engineering and Technology. Mr. Anthony Gegi from Rajagiri School of Engineering and Technology, Cochin. Mr. Ajay V. Anthony Gegi from Rajastri College of Engineering. Mr. Ajay B. Shiv Nadar University, Chennai. Ms. Khushi Chowdhury. Mr. Ajoshan Jose from TKM College. Mr. Gautam CM, TKM College, Kollam. Ms. Aditi S. Nair, TKM College, Kollam. Ms. Padma Sai Salil, TKM College. Ms. Shahana Shirin, PP. Mr. Hafiz Shafiq Mr. Hafiz Shafiq, Talcott Institute of Science and Technology. Ms. Shahana Shirin. Hafiz. Ms. Shahana Shirin. Mr. Abhishek Satish. Mr. Abhishek Satish from Trinity College of Engineering. Mr. Dheeraj R. Nair from Trinity College of Engineering. Mr. Leo Gregory Alex. Leo Gregory Alex from Trinity College. Ms. Anamika P. from Trinity College. Ms. Gautami Sujayan from University of Kerala, Karyavattam. Gautami Sujayan. Mr. Gaurav Mohanan from Vellore Institute of Technology, Tamil Nadu. Mr. Gaurav Mohanan from VIT, Tamil Nadu. Mr. Kinit Sai Devata from VIT, Tamil Nadu. Now may I call upon the faculties who have joined us as delegates, Srimati Gayatri NP, Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham. May I now request Pradeep sir to kindly give away the certificates for the faculties who have joined us as delegates. Srimati Gayatri NP, Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham. Professor M. Narayana, Anurag University, Hyderabad. Shri Roy M. Thomas, CUSAT, Cochin University of Science and Technology. Shri Roy M. Thomas. Shri Noble G, FISAT, Cochin. Shri Noble G, FISAT, Cochin. Dr. Anish K. John, GEC, Barton Hill. Dr. Anish K. John, GEC, Barton Hill. Sri Gladwin Jose KT, GEC, Kozhikode, Government Engineering College, Kozhikode. Gladwin Jose KT. Sri Vinay Kumar Saini, Maharaja Agrasen Institute of Technology, New Delhi. Sri Jerome Pallimattam Tom, Marathonius College of Engineering, Kodamangalam. Srimati Kirti Krishnan, Marine Engineering College, Trivandrum. Srimati Kirti Krishnan, Marine Engineering College, Trivandrum. Dr. Bibin Jose, Muthoot Institute of Technology and Science, Cochin. Dr. K. Arun Prashant, PSN College of Engineering and Technology, Tamil Nadu. Dr. K. Arun Prashant. Professor Shrisha S., RV College of Engineering, Karnataka. Dr. K. Arun Prashant. Shakti Murugan. Shakti Murugan, Dr. Shakti Murugan, PSN College of Engineering, Tamil Nadu. Dr. Bisil VJ, Rajdhani Institute of Engineering and Technology, Trivandrum. Shri Anishma Uday, Rajdhani Institute. Srimati Anishma Uday. Srimati Neeti Madhavan. Shri Vishnu Shankar from Rajagiri School of Engineering. Shri Vishnu Shankar from Rajagiri School of Engineering. Dr. Surya K. Shiv Nadar University, Chennai. Dr. Surya K. Shiv Nadar University, Chennai. Dr. Fazil A. TKM College of Engineering, Kollam. Dr. Rebi Roy, TKM College of Engineering, Kollam. Dr. Rijo Jacob Thomas, TKM College of Engineering, Kollam. Srimati Swati Satish, Tokech Institute of Science and Technology, Cochin. Shri Marvin Suraj Koshi, Trinity College of Engineering. Dr. Sajjan Kumar KS, University of Kerala, Trivandrum. Dr. Sajjan Kumar KS, University of Kerala, Trivandrum. Dr. Sumi, University of Kerala, Trivandrum. And Srimati Devi Krishna B, Vidya Academy of Science and Technology, Technical Campus, Trivandrum. Okay, thank you. I think that's all considering the certificate distribution. We also request you to kindly send in your feedbacks of the event to the program email ID, which is already there with you. So we request you to send in the feedbacks. Now I request all the delegates and all the dignitaries to rise for the national anthem. Thank you. This is Sangeeta signing off.
Dear all, as convener for the Space and Entrepreneurship Committee, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to Sangeeta for comparing this event from morning to evening. She has brought order to this event. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to her. Thank you, Sangeeta.